Hey, what up, guys? Thank you. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate the daily hearts, if you will. We're a little bit early right now. Court should be starting up in about, hopefully, 10 minutes if they're on time. Sometimes they'll pull the trigger early, but sometimes they pull the trigger late. The court runs the show, in other words. So what can we do? We could just go ahead and wait around if we want. If not, then hey, what's up? What's up? How's it going? What up, Smoggy? Making sure everything's working before we go live. I haven't been on in a few days, so sometimes stuff gets disconnected. Hey, what up, Ant? Hey, thank you guys for the daily hearts. So today we are gonna be in Polk County, if you will. What's up, Brent? How's it going? Baker, yep. You know it. Mando, what up, Katie? Damn. Thank you for those GGs right there. 19. Is it payday? I don't know what I'm gonna do with all of that. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you. Hopefully the weather's good where you guys are at. That's where I'm at right now. So gotta get my paleta on, if you will. Hey, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate you. And I haven't turned the screen around right here. Let's see. Did I turn? Did I mirror it? Is it mirrored? Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, I got it. What up? What up, Ben? Actually, good afternoon. It's rainy and chilly in Philly. What? What's up, Blizz girl? How's it going? I'm watching from Maricopa on YT. Maricopa's that's Pima County right now. That's right. Hey, thank you, Aunt, joining the club. 300 days? She can get us almost a year. Non-stop, que no? All right. Let's see what kind of cases are we going to have today in Polk County. Who knows? But it's always interesting. All right, I got that situated. Hopefully, everybody. Hey, what's up, Hot Mess? How are you doing today? I'm feeling a lot better. It's Polk. Who knows? That's right. What the? What? I got a restriction already? I didn't even do nothing. Let me see. Live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason given: regulated goods and services. What? Me eating a freaking a popsicle is against the rules now? Damn, you can't do nothing around here anymore, right? It's bananas. Well, it was well worth it. People on that TikTok be tripping. You know what? I gotta check. Is my display setting off? Something's off right now. Let's see, number 3, 19. Yeah, let me see. Identify my monitor. Identify. Yep, number 3. Popsicles are legal. You did nothing crazy. Yeah, man. TikTok be tripping. Be tripping. Shit, my chat is off right now. I thought I had this all figured out the other day, but apparently not. It's all extra big. And I can't even, can I move it? Nope. Hey, what up, Dre? How's it going? Hey, thank you for the daily hearts, Teresa. Hopefully you're doing good. And 5 minutes, hopefully 5 minutes, the court starts. See, and I still need to fix this chat behind me. I knew something was gonna go wrong. What up, Flaco? I'm doing pretty good. Today's my last day off. I gotta go back to work tomorrow. I was actually off yesterday and today, so I'll be back to work on Thursday and Friday. Yesterday was a pretty interesting day. How many of you guys have Spectrum Internet? So they had this pretty cool deal the other day where you could trade in like an old phone, and they would give you like a $700 credit towards the Samsung Galaxy S26 Plus. So I bought two Motorola G's from from Walmart yesterday morning. I bought them online. They were $29.99. I bought two of them because that's the max that you could buy. I went to pick them up in the morning, and then I drove like 3 hours up to Barstow, California. Traded in those two phones plus a old iPhone SE that I had around here, and I ended up walking out with three Samsung phones, three Samsung S26s plus, paid in full. I ended up paying about for $450, but the phones are paid all right. I only have to keep service for 2 months, and I think it's like $20 a month per line, and then after that I can unlock them and use them on my current carrier. So I read about that deal in April, and they had it again in this month. So shit, I took advantage of it. I was like, free phones for everybody. Well, James, they're not free. You paid $450. Yeah, but have you seen the cost of how much one of those phones costs? They're like $800 or $900 just for one. So I paid half of the price for one, and I got three. But you spent $60 on those Motorola G phones. Hey, what's up, Patrick? Highly appreciate you. Teresa, yep. That's something, you know what, that I noticed that when I do go to other countries and stuff, other countries don't be having deals like they be doing in the U.S. Hey, good morning, buenos dias. You know, stuff is, man. We over here they try to clear out the inventory of the shelves, you know, to make space for the next inventory. In other countries, they'll keep that same item on the shelf, and they'll probably reduce it by like a nickel, and they refuse to sell it unless they're able to recover all their investments. Hey, what's up, Jessica? What I paid $1,800 for the S25 Ultra. What? That's bananas. Hey, so the cool thing about that deal is that what a lot of people tend to do is, somebody mentioned that they wanted an iPhone. What they'll do is they'll get the Samsung phone, they'll trade in for the Samsung phone, hold on to it, and then when the new iPhone comes out, they'll go ahead and trade that one into the Apple Store or to whatever carrier you're with, Verizon, T-Mobile, or Sprint, or whatever. I don't even know how many carriers there is now, and that's how you're able to come up. Oh, what up, my boy? Coming in from downtown Las Vegas. What up, Armando? You know what? I also ordered the S25 Ultra, and that one, I think after taxes and everything, was gonna be about a little bit under $400. So it wasn't too bad. My phone was $40 a month plus the plan for 2 years. My plan is $50 a month. You know what? I'm kind of cheap when it comes to cell phone providers. I have a grandfathered T-Mobile plan. I've been on it for like 20 years. And my plan is so old that my plan didn't include text messaging, because text messaging wasn't a thing, back 20 years ago. So you would have to pay for it separately. And it was I still pay $10.99 for my texting plan. Let me see. You need to come to do a live in front of my neighbors on North 16th Street. Sheesh! Oh, Man, what do they sell up there? Are they in love with the cocoa? Hey, what up, Tatted? And so my plan, the plan that I had, yeah, I paid $10 a month for unlimited texting for a family plan of 5, and my internet costs $5.99. Are you out of your mind? Howdy, hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Straight up, boy. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let me see. So it's 10 a.m. Court hasn't started yet. Who knows where they're at? Obviously, somebody dropped the ball on this. Let me check if we got Polk County. I meant to say not Polk County. I meant to say what was it? Pima County. I'm going to switch on Pima County right now while we wait for Polk to come on.
And like, if they wanted me at the house, how do I go about that?
So she goes about it by contacting the solicitor's office,
Mhm.
and she lets them know, and then they prepare the paperwork for us to change the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Any other questions?
No, no.
Such
right,
a
thank you.
sweet
Take
boy.
Congratulations.
All right, hey, what's up, Boston guys? So this is
What's your
Clay.
name, sir?
Damn, this one
My
got hit up
name
outside the head.
is Former United States Navy sailor Dexter Spencer, and I've been assaulted
Sailor.
several
tell.
times
Damn.
in your facility. The first time I was assaulted
Mr.
by
Spencer.
Correctional Officer Jefferson.
Mr. Spencer. So I'm gonna let you know what your charges are, and then I'll let you know what your bonds are.
I want to know why he got
Any
beat.
complaints you have, that's what's going on with the sheriff's office. I would advise you to let your attorney know, so your attorney can advocate you and have you directed down the right avenue. Okay, so you've been charged with disorderly conduct. That bond is $5,000. Public indecency is $2,000.
Oh, public
Criminal
indecency.
trespass is $2,000.
No wonder this was getting beat.
Total bond is $9,000. You cannot go back to the airport.
What up,
If
Whiskey?
you go back to the airport, they're gonna re-arrest you.
And he got banned from the airport.
Date is on May the 19th, and that's all that I have. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
What's my arrest date, ma'am?
He's better now. He just had a
Your
bandit on his
arrest
head.
date, it looks like this on April the 20th.
Today is the 22nd. Today is my first appearance.
Yeah, we don't have court yesterday. We have court every other day.
I
Next
have it
question.
every other day.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. How can I make my official complaints against the officers? Because I want to actually press
They'll give
charges
you-
against Jefferson.
That's why I want your lawyer. I'm giving you a lawyer. Let your lawyer guide you through the process so you don't go about
Yeah,
this
I'm
the
still
wrong
talking
way.
to the judge, so you have to allow me to talk to the judge.
I'm answering you. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm telling you that when your lawyer comes and visits you, let your lawyer knows the complaint so they can file this on your behalf or tell you how to do it yourself.
Yes, ma'am. I have not been able to use the phone. They did not give me the normal privilege of having a first phone call out. I didn't get that. What I got was assaulted by Officer Jefferson.
Jefferson?
And sent for observation. When I respectfully requested to go to medical, I was sent down to a cell without running water, and I have not eaten anything in 3 days.
3 days?
You don't have to yell. She can hear you if you talk normal.
Okay.
I can't go without eating for like 3-4 hours.
That's why I'm giving you a lawyer.
What up, Bill? Cool
His
things.
job is to advocate for you. And if once they advocacy, then they go through the right avenues, and then it gets to the judge who has jurisdiction over all your complaints.
So, Ms. Hodges, who is my attorney?
They
I don't
don't come
know.
see you. Like, we're still standing here talking. They haven't been assigned because I'm still talking to you.
That's
They won't
right.
get the paperwork till I finish with court. So the longer we
He's-
go back and forth, they're not going. You're not the lawyer. hasn't
He's
been
threatening me with a
assigned
flashlight,
because
Your
I'm still
Honor.
talking to you.
These guys can't wait to get a piece of me. Hey, look at this knot on my head.
Okay,
Do you
yeah.
know I was assaulted?
Damn, they
Wait
indicted.
to see a lawyer, okay?
Yeah, he did get beat. He's
The
not
lawyer gonna
lying.
Come see you. I promise you, they coming.
They turn off his
Let me
cat. They
write
turn
your
off
name.
the
I'm writing
video.
your name down, Mr.
The audio.
Spencer. I'm gonna make sure the lawyer comes see you. All right, Mr. Spencer, Dexter Spencer.
Oh
I
yeah.
got it.
Oh,
You
they're
don't have a
gonna
lawyer.
they're gonna
wrote it
get
down.
flashlight treatment.
They're not gonna let you say nothing else, Mr. Spencer. I heard you, and I'm sending you a lawyer. I wrote your name down on my notes. Yes, they please make sure his CAA form get over there. Yes, Your Honor. Dexter Spencer.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look at you over there, Butler.
Hey, I just
I
got
should have known that with you when I heard all that.
Did this
house.
one have a black eye? Oh no, his shades
All right,
are
what's your
those
name?
they're tinted.
Bill Robinson, man.
All right, Mr. Robinson.
You ain't right, Steve.
All right, Mr. Robinson, you were charged with driving with a suspended or revoked license. That bond is $1,500. Driving on the wrong side of the road is $500. So your total bond is $2,000. Your next court date is on May the 19th. If you do not bond out, if you make your bond, you'll receive notice in the mail when it come back to court. Do you have any questions?
Hey Jessica, right?
No, we're not here to
All
discuss
right,
the
thank
charges.
you. All right.
Hey, so as you guys know, we're at the mercy of the court. I know a lot of people are asking for Polk County. Polk County has not started. That's why we're not watching Polk
All right, what's
County.
your
That's why
name,
we're
sir?
watching this right now.
Thompson.
So just patience, grasshoppers. It'll come in due time, hopefully, or maybe they cancel court. I don't know. Maybe everybody quit.
All right, Mr.
But court has not
Thompson,
started.
you were charged with violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act with the intent to distribute. That bond is $4,000.
What up, G? What up,
Possession
Shawana?
of marijuana under 1 ounce, over 1 ounce is $3,000, and you have two
Smoke
additional
weed
counts
every
of violation
day.
of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act, and it's $3,000 on each count. And possession of a weapon during the commission of certain crimes is $3,000.
Love you guys too.
So your total bond is $16,000.
What up, Taco
Your next
Vato?
court date is on May the 20th. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. I know you guys could be watching whoever you want to watch, but you guys choose to hang out right here and watch people's misery
All right, what's your name, sir?
going through the system.
Thompson.
Yeah, until we let y'all go. All right.
All right. Oh, what happened to this?
What? Get your ass down.
What?
All right, Mr.
Did she say sit
Thompson,
your ass down?
you're gonna sit back down because your stuff didn't. I'm gonna call you back up. Your bond amounts didn't save. I must have pressed the save button. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna do what everybody else, and we're gonna come back to you. Okay.
Shit.
This is my first day using this, so I didn't save it. All right.
Take your time, Your Honor. We're all new
Yeah, let me
here.
write this down. Who's this?
Hey, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate that.
Yeah,
3-6.
keep Mr. Thompson back there. I gotta put his bond amounts in. And that's a lot of charges. All right, what's your name, sir?
Hi, Mitchell.
What's up,
Hi,
Shell?
Mitchell.
Mitchell, right? Is the last name?
What up, Coco?
No. Oh.
This is Clayton County in Georgia, if you will. Hey, man, this is
Mr. Mitchell, you were charged with burglary with the intent to commit a felony in the second degree. That bond is $5,000. Criminal damage to property is $1,000. So your total bond is $6,000. Your next court date is on May the 20th. Are you a student at Morrow High School?
what up, Sarah?
I used to be.
Okay.
How
In
does
that
she know
case,
that?
you cannot go back to Morrow High School as a condition of bond located at 4930 Steel Road in Ellenwood. Do you understand that bond condition?
Yes, ma'am. You said how much the bond is?
The total is $6,000.
All right.
Your next court date is on the 20th. If you don't bond out, if you make your bond, you'll receive notice in the mail when it come back to court. Do you have any questions? Any other ones? All right, thank you.
Man, this is like a conveyor belt of justice right here. People just keep on coming in through.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Williams, man.
Dylan?
Say it again.
Is it Dylan Williams?
Palil.
Okay, so we had different Williams. Hold on.
I couldn't afford those $6,000. It might as well be $1 million. I'm staying in there. There's no way.
All right, Mr. Williams, you were charged with simple battery. Your bond is $3,000. You cannot have any contact with Tyshawn Davis. You can go back to 1604 South Lake Cove Court in Jonesboro. If you have property there, you have to go to the sheriff's office to retrieve it. Do you understand your bond conditions?
Yes, ma'am. You said 3,000.
3,000 total. Your next
Oh.
court date is on May the 19th. If you don't make your bond, if you bond out, you'll get notice in the mail when it come back to court.
All right, thank you so much.
Hey, what
All
up,
right,
Bass and Justin?
you're welcome.
Maricopa, it doesn't start until 11. It's barely 10:10 right now.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Thank you, Fredo Martinez.
This one kind of looks like DJ Khaled, if you will. All he does is not win, obviously, because he's in front of the magistrate here, if you will. Orale. Hey, it's 600 if you do a 10% with
All right, Mr.
collateral.
Martinez, you were charged with insurance fraud. That bond is $4,000, and forgery in the first degree is $4,000.
Mixed with
Your
Drake.
total bond is $8,000. Your next court date is on May the 20th. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you.
Why?
All right, what's your name, sir?
Ryman Willis.
Este cargo ha sido aumentado un grado por su estatus ilegal en este país.
Judge Stamey,
Yes, sir.
this is Iram Gonzalez.
Yeah, I called for Jaime Javier.
Jaime Javier.
Okay, this is Javier, sorry.
All right,
No
cool.
problem. Thank you for.
Polk County. We're in Polk
double-checking
County.
for me.
See, let me
Sir,
fix
do
up
you want
this.
me to appoint the public defender or are you going to hire a lawyer that you choose?
Señor, ¿usted quiere que yo le asigne un abogado público que le represente o va usted a contratar a un abogado de
James,
su
I can't see
elección?
nothing. They look like ants.
Usted no serle el abogado.
Why
Can
are
you
they so
assign a
little?
lawyer for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do just that.
Sí, señor, voy a hacer eso.
I've read your affidavit and I find probable cause.
He leído el affidavit suyo y encuentro motivo fundado.
This is not making sense to my
Bond is
brain right here.
$1,000
Why does he
cash
need a
or surety.
translator?
La fianza se fija en $1,000 en efectivo o garante.
You currently have an ICE hold, so I'm going to sign a detainer.
En este momento usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE.
Who are
Por
they
lo
talking
tanto,
to?
voy a firmar una orden de retención suya.
Have a nice day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
Charlotte Panaciti,
Charlotte Panaciti
Pana City. I'm trying to fix up the
has been
screen.
charged with 1 count of battery and 1 count of offering, committing, or engaging in prostitution.
Wait,
ha
what?
sido acusada con un cargo de agresión física y un cargo de ofrecer, participar o llevar a cabo prostitución.
Oops, wrong screen.
Are you going to hire a lawyer that you choose, or do you want the public defender?
¿Va a contratar
Well, she's
usted
locked
un
up. How's she gonna
abogado que
prostitute
usted
herself?
elija o quiere que yo le asigne un
Oh,
abogado
no, is
de
that a
oficio?
guy?
Que me asigne un abogado.
I want a public defender.
I'll appoint that office.
What the what?
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
I thought it was a
After reviewing
woman.
the paperwork, I find probable cause for the 2 charges.
Después de revisar la documentación, encuentro motivo fundado para los 2 cargos.
Your bond on the battery is $1,000. It's
What up, Katie?
$250 on the prostitution.
Su
200
fianza
for
por el cargo de
prostitution?
agresión física es $1,000 y por el cargo de prostitución $250.
Step to your left, please. Next up is Jose Rivera.
Pase a su izquierda.
Hey,
Ahora
I guess
tenemos al
times are
señor
definitely
Miguel
rough right
José
now.
Rivera.
If you gotta sell el ojo del
He's been
payaso.
charged with 1 count of domestic violence battery.
Se le acusa con un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física.
He also has 1 warrantless VOP.
That's right, Steve.
Y también tiene una violación de probatoria sin arresto, sin orden de arresto.
He is cuffed. That's the pimp? No.
¿Cómo puedo hablar?
Nah, this is Polk County, Florida. Right now we're doing the Spanish ones, then
One
then
second, sir, we're checking something.
we'll go ahead.
Un momento,
Should be
señor,
checking
estamos
Adam's apples
verificando.
around here, right, Steve? What? Gotta check Adam's apples and hands, if you will. I mean, hey, ain't nothing wrong with it. You know, different strokes for different folks. If that's what you like, you know, as long as you don't do it in front of me, it's all good. Is this live? Hell yeah, it's live.
When was that?
James, you're wrong. Hey, different strokes for different folks. I don't. You know, it's none of my business what you do in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Just keep it in the bedroom, por favor.
Devin, our clerk, just pointed out that the warrantless BOP has already been resolved back in December. So unless I hear something otherwise, I'm gonna ROR and.
Yes, I'm glad they saw that. Yes, and he got fined only on December 17th, 2025.
Sir, on the domestic battery, do you want me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Señor, en el cargo que usted tiene de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física, ¿quiere usted que yo le nombre un abogado de oficio para que le represente?
¿Sí?
Yes.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
Ok.
Find probable cause for the domestic battery. The bond is $5,000.
Y encuentro motivo fundado para el cargo de violencia física intrafamiliar. La fianza es $5,000.
There is no probable cause for the violation of probation. You'll be released on your own recognizance.
No hay motivo fundado para el cargo de violación de probatoria. Usted será puesto en libertad por ese cargo bajo su propia palabra.
That bond of $5,000 will be a condition of pretrial release.
Esa fianza de $5,000 será una condición de su libertad condicional.
It's kind of full
If you're
today.
able to post that bond, you must immediately sign up with the Office of Pretrial Services.
Si usted puede depositar esa
What up, Ricky?
fianza, inmediatamente después debe firmar con la Oficina
Thank
de
you.
Servicios de Libertad Condicional.
After signing up in person, you have to call them every week on Wednesdays.
Y después de haber firmado con
What up,
ellos
Roy?
en persona, debe llamarlos todas las semanas los miércoles.
What up, Dynamic
You have all the
DJs?
standard conditions plus the following special conditions.
Y usted tendrá todas las condiciones estándares más las siguientes condiciones especiales.
You're not allowed to be in possession of or use any firearms, weapons, or ammunition.
He's probably
No se le
combative.
permitirá
That's why
estar en
he's handcuffed.
posesión ni utilizar ningún tipo de armas de fuego, armas en general o municiones.
Or maybe he was a threat to himself.
Any intentional contact with the victim.
No se le permite tener ningún tipo de contacto y
What up, Freeman
comunicación
from the UK?
intencional con
What
la
up, Maria?
víctima.
You must stay 500 feet away from the victim as well as the victim's home and any vehicle they drive.
Debe permanecer alejado 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, así como también del hogar
Or
de
maybe
la
he didn't
víctima
comply,
y de
yeah.
cualquier vehículo
Possibilities
que
are
maneje la
endless.
víctima.
Also
What up,
stay
Nikki?
500 feet away from the victim's place of employment.
Y también permanecer alejado del lugar de empleo de la víctima a 500 pies de distancia.
Because you lived with the victim prior to being arrested,
Ya que usted vivía con la víctima antes de ser arrestado,
We'll go ahead and give him an hour
you will
just
be
for
allowed to return to that home
safety.
one time within 48 hours of getting out of jail.
se le permitirá regresar a esa casa una vez dentro de las siguientes 48 horas después de haber salido de la cárcel.
collect call
If you
from.
do return, you have to have the police with you, and the purpose is to retrieve your essentials like medicine and clothing.
Y si usted regresa,
Hey, no, it's
tendrá
hard
que ir
walking around with
acompañado
handcuffs
de un
on your
policía.
hands and the
Y
leg
el
irons.
propósito de ese regreso es de que usted pueda recoger sus efectos personales como medicinas, ropa.
At your left, please.
We got
Pase a su
250?
izquierda,
Hell
le
yeah.
permito.
Hey, don't forget to tap the screen. Let's get to 20,000 taps. If you are tapping the screen is free. I know gas prices are through the roof right now, but tapping that screen right there, unless you got broken hands, you're at work, using the toilet and wiping or driving, you got no excuse. Hit that tap, please, por favor. I don't ask for gifts, but I do ask for taps. Tapping is free. It's free for you. It's free for me. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Hit that follow button, tap the screen, drop some comments,
So you
and you know
believe
it's all free. Come on.
That he
I see for an improper exhibit. Also
Hey,
on
Brandy, thank you for the
December-
follow. Highly appreciate you. Hey, be like Brandy. Hit that follow button.
from your intake sheet. Can you
What
show
up, Miss
that?
Queen? What up, Tommy? Tommy Getz. Is anybody coming in from Polk County today? If for anybody that's wondering, this is live. This is not AI generated. This is happening in real time. These are real inmates, real crimes, real victims,
That is an
if
open
you will.
probation case, but it does not appear to be on the docket.
It's $3.99. That's right.
So the one they arrested him for, he's not on probation.
Correct.
the case number he was on probation, they didn't arrest him for, and it's not on the docket.
Hey, or you could always get yourself one of these tapping things. It taps for you.
Bond
It's
out,
like
but he will
$2-3
likely be
in
rearrested
AliExpress.
Or not released pending arrest on.
A1A, we got the A1A in here, the Avallero, if you will.
Warrantless arrested, or his probation officer will file an affidavit, he'll be rearrested. That is what I suspect will happen.
Oh,
But that's not up to me.
no, what I'm saying is, if the clerk's position is he's on probation, Mr. Matthews, you believe he's on probation, there's no sign that he is not on probation.
That's right, eh? Coming in
I'm
from
going to
Polk
do an
County.
Instanter on 25 MM 5627.
Yeah, I don't want to get shadowed though.
Deputies, can you bring Mr. Rivera back, please?
He
Lot
here.
going on.
He's right there. He's sitting right there. He here.
Yeah, come on back, Mr. Rivera.
barely walking. That
You need
fool-
an interpreter, and this is a big deal.
That was wobbling.
Necesitamos
Or waddling.
señor Rivera, acérquese.
Walking like a duck, if you will.
Sí, tú también. Sí.
Yes.
And he has no shoes.
So, Mr. Rivera, the police arrested you believing that you violated your probation for a charge of resisting without violence.
Señor Rivera, la policía lo arrestó a usted
Thank you, Linda.
creyendo que usted había violado su probatoria por un cargo que tenía de resistirse sin
Thank you, Harry.
violencia.
They were wrong because you weren't on probation for that charge.
Ellos estaban equivocados porque usted no estaba en probatoria por ese cargo.
So I released you for violation of your probation on the resisting without.
Yo lo puse a usted en libertad por ese cargo de violación de su probatoria por el cargo de resistirse
It
sin
is, country
violencia.
girl.
We've learned that you were on probation for another charge.
Pero hemos averiguado que usted sí se encontraba en probatoria por otro cargo.
So I am going to remand you, take you into custody and call it an instanter warrant.
What? He's already in custody, Your Honor. Can't lock him up
En la
anymore.
cárcel, lo voy a poner otra vez en custodia en lo que se llama una orden de arresto instantánea.
The charge is improper exhibition of a firearm or dangerous weapon.
El cargo es, en este caso, es mostrar inapropiadamente un arma de fuego o un arma peligrosa.
I'm gonna
You'll
flip
be
out.
held no bond, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you on that violation of probation.
Se le retendrá a usted sin fianza y yo le nombraré al abogado público para que le represente a usted en ese cargo de violación de probatoria.
On Microsoft Teams.
Defender's office. I would just ask that the VOP be set at the same time as the court date for the new charge.
Y la
Hey, what
señora
up, Brody?
Sandra Smith de la Oficina de Abogados Públicos para solicitar que el cargo de violación de probatoria sea puesto al mismo tiempo en la fecha de
We're in a
corte
Teams
para el
meeting.
nuevo cargo.
Have a nice day, sir.
Have a
Looks
nice
like
Tenga
we're
buen
ready.
Thank you.
día, señor. Ya terminó.
We got everybody here. We got the translator right there, looking like she's like
Next
a
up, we
million years
have
old. Damn, she has some pretty cool headphones. Look,
Carlos Roberto Salazar.
they got a flashing light. What are those
Carlos
JBLs?
Roberto Salazar.
Damn, she got a gaming
He's
headset.
been charged with offering or committing or engaging in prostitution.
Another one?
Señor
Damn.
Carlos Roberto Salazar ha sido acusado de un cargo
That fool has
de
better hair than some
ofrecer
women.
o cometer o
Probably better than my
participar
wife's
en
hair. Don't tell her.
prostitución.
That charge has been upgraded 1 degree based upon his unlawful entry into this country.
Oh, that fool's gonna get life.
Ese cargo ha sido aumentado un grado basándose en el
If you will.
ingreso ilícito dentro de este país.
What up, Haley?
Salazar, do you want the public defender signed to your case?
That fool has
Señor
beautiful
Salazar,
hair.
¿quiere usted que
And
se le
that's something
asigne
that
un abogado público
I wouldn't
a su
normally
caso?
say.
Sí.
That fool has beautiful
Yes.
hair.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
Damn, there's a lot of them.
Probable cause, and
Oh.
I'll set the bond at $1,000.
They run in packs.
Encuentro motivo fundado y fijo su fianza
Look
en
at that.
$1,000.
You do have an ICE hold, so I'm going to sign a detainer.
They busted like a
Usted
ring.
tiene una orden de retención de ICE, por lo tanto,
That's
yo voy
Randy,
a
not
firmar
Candy.
una orden de retención.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Ah.
Next up is Pedro Cati Moreno.
Pedro, come on down to the.
Katy Moreno. Katy Moreno.
Imagine you're a cop and you go raid a house like that, and then man,
Been charged
woohoo!
with 2 counts of domestic violence, aggravated assault.
Where's
Ha
Pedro
sido
at?
acusado con 2 cargos de violencia intrafamiliar
There's Pedro.
con amenaza con agravantes
From one count of domestic violence battery.
y un cargo de violencia
the hell's
intrafamiliar por
Pedro at?
agresión física.
There's Pedro.
Sir, do you want the public defender assigned to your case?
Señor, ¿usted quiere que se le asigne un abogado de
The
oficio?
ones
en
in
su
blue,
caso?
those are women.
No lo voy a. Por el momento sí.
¿Puede repetir, por favor?
Por el momento sí.
For the
For
moment,
the
yes.
moment, yes.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender's office to your case.
Provisionalmente voy a nombrarle
No,
a la
Kathy.
oficina de abogados de
It's
oficio.
just the first ones that are in Spanish. Then we'll
After
go ahead and
reviewing
get to
the
the.
sheriff's affidavit, I find probable cause for all 3 charges.
Después de revisar el affidavit de la oficina del alguacil,
I think
encuentro
so too,
motivo
Gunny.
fundado para los 3 cargos.
I'm setting your bond on each of the 2 counts of domestic violence ag assault at $7,500.
Agua.
Estoy fijando su fianza en cada
I'm
uno de los
confused.
cargos de violencia intrafamiliar con amenaza con agravantes en $7,500.
Nikki, I'm not sure,
The
Nikki.
domestic battery will be $5,000.
No, this is Polk County, Florida.
Y la fianza en el cargo de agresión física intrafamiliar, $5,000.
If you post those bonds, you must immediately check in with the Office of Pretrial Services.
Si usted puede depositar esas fianzas, inmediatamente debe presentarse en la oficina de servicios de libertad condicional.
Sign up with them in person, calling them twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Tiene que firmar allí en la oficina
What up,
en
Jewel?
persona y después de
5,000.
eso llamar a esa oficina 2 veces a la semana, los martes y los
I'm not sure
jueves.
about
You
Pinellas.
have all the standard conditions of pretrial release with the following special conditions.
Usted tendrá todas las condiciones estándares de libertad condicional con las siguientes condiciones especiales.
You cannot possess firearms, weapons, or ammunition.
No puede estar en posesión de armas de fuego, armas en general o municiones.
Cannot have any intentional contact with either of the victims.
No podrá tener ningún tipo de contacto y comunicación intencional con ninguna de las víctimas.
Stay
What kind of
500
headset is
feet
that?
away from the victims,
JBL.
as well as their homes, vehicles, and place of employment.
Debe permanecer alejado 500 pies de distancia de las víctimas, así como también de los hogares de las víctimas, sus vehículos y su lugar de empleo.
And because you resided with the victims prior to being arrested, you get to return once with the police to get your stuff.
Y como usted vivía con las víctimas antes de ser arrestado, usted puede regresar una vez a la residencia acompañado de un policía para poder
500 for the
recoger sus
headset?
efectos
Hell
personales.
no.
That has to take place within the first 48 hours after you get out of jail.
I'll stick
Eso
to these
tiene
right
que
here.
hacerlo usted, esa visita, dentro de las primeras 48 horas después de que usted se ha puesto en libertad de la cárcel.
Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día, señor.
Next up is Gerson Santiago Cochet.
Gerson.
Gerson Santiago Cochet.
All right, Gerson is
Has
coming
been
on
charged
down.
with driving with an expired driver's license.
Throw the
more
book
than
at him.
6 months.
Señor, usted ha sido acusado de manejar con una licencia de conducir vencida por más de 6 meses.
This is
Sir,
live,
you
yes.
want me to appoint the public defender?
Señor, ¿usted quiere que le asigne un abogado de oficio?
Tengo abogado.
I have a lawyer.
All right, sir.
What up, crypto?
I find probable cause, setting your bond at $250.
Muy bien, señor. Encuentro motivo fundado. Estoy fijando su fianza en $250.
Normally not,
You have a
Kimberly.
hold from ICE, so I will be signing a detainer.
Y usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE, por lo tanto estaré firmando una retención para usted.
What's up with this
Have a
dude right
nice
here?
day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
This was like Humpty Dumpty here.
Felix Daniel Colon has been charged with resisting without violence, possession of cocaine, and possession of paraphernalia.
Did somebody
El señor
say
Felix Daniel Colón ha sido acusado con resistirse sin violencia, posesión de cocaína y posesión de parafernalia.
Sir, do you want me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
Señor,
Sir, if you need the interpreter, you're going to have to wait till they get done
that
interpreting.
was
If
flying
you don't
high?
need the interpreter, then we can ask Ms. Hernandez to hold tight and we will do it straight, me to you.
Señor, si usted necesita el intérprete, va a tener que esperar hasta que terminemos con todos los que necesitan intérprete. Si usted no lo necesita, entonces simplemente puede pedirle a la señora que no diga nada.
So I'm going to, I believe you said yes, so I'll appoint
No,
the public
I do
defender.
need it. I do need an interpreter. Necesito un intérprete.
Heavy duty.
Yo necesito un intérprete. I need an interpreter.
All right, sir, here's how this is going to work. I'll
Damn,
ask the
son,
questions
where'd you
in
find this?
English, and she'll translate, and then you wait till she translates and you answer in Spanish.
Señora, así es como funciona. Yo voy a hacer la pregunta en inglés y la señora va a traducir y usted tendrá que esperar hasta que ella termine de interpretar para contestar en español.
So my question is, do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Entonces, la pregunta mía es, ¿quiere usted que yo le nombre un abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
I reviewed the
Hey, Meg, thank
Winter
you.
Haven Police Department affidavit, and I find probable cause for the charges.
He revisado el affidavit del Departamento de Policía de Winter Haven y encuentro motivo fundado para los cargos.
Your bond on the cocaine is $5,000.
Su fianza por el cargo de cocaína es $5,000
Did they say?
Bond on the paraphernalia is $1,000.
y por el cargo de
What up,
parafernalia
Sue?
es $1,000
Your bond on the resisting without is $1,000.
y su fianza por el cargo de resistirse sin es $1,000.
Step to your left, please.
Pase a su izquierda, señor, por favor.
Hey, what up, Love Bug?
Arturo Gomez.
Arturo
Gomez?
Gomez. Come on down. Where you at? All right, there
Has
he
been
is.
charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution.
What?
Ha sido acusado de pedirle
Sickening.
a otros por actos de prostitución.
What up, Austin?
Sir, do you want the public defender?
Señor, ¿quiere usted un abogado de oficio?
He was trying to pick up on one of those
No.
lady boys, if you will, how they would say in the
Probable cause,
Philippines.
Setting your bond at $1,000.
Encuentro motivo fundado, fijo su fianza en $1,000.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, you said Arturo, this is Gomez Santos.
What?
I can't see their name tag, so y'all are gonna have to help me out a little bit. Yes, I called Arturo Gomez.
Arturo.
Yo llamé, sí, Arturo Gómez.
Arturo, where you
The
at?
names I sent to the bailiff at the courthouse.
So if this is not Arturo Gomez, have him have a seat and we'll call him up after we do Arturo Gomez.
Man, what in the? This is a shit show right here. This is definitely a kangaroo
Not one
court
of
right
the
here.
ones who indicated he needed a Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
I don't care. Let's bring him up. I'll do him in English.
Oh, you'll do him in English? Jesus. What's up with these? That's one court I wouldn't want to be there right there in Polk County.
So he's the one he's the one that's not there. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
the
think-
rub. That's the rub.
We're still in Polk.
He's not there.
We're getting him.
You ain't gonna do anybody, Your Honor.
Not a problem. I understand where we stand now. So, yeah, I'll call Mr. Arturo Gomez. So this gentleman that does need the Spanish interpreter, what is his name?
Gomez Santos.
Backwood court. That's right,
Gomez
Nikki. What up, Uncle?
Santis?
Cash.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, don't forget to hit that
Apologize.
follow
Maybe we had a
button.
Mix up.
That mix up. The judge was acting like a tough guy. I don't care. I'll do him in English. What happened to bring out that same energy you had before, Your Honor?
That was mine then.
Al Bundy is.
My mix up. My apologies.
Go Gomez Santos. Vinicky.
She said Ben
I'm
aquí.
enough to admit when I made a mistake. So I made a mistake. My apologies.
This is live. This is live and direct.
Roberto Gomez Santos.
Roberto Gómez Santis?
3 times?
Yes.
Sir, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence.
Señor, se le acusa de resistirse a un oficial sin violencia.
You want me to appoint the public defender?
¿Usted quiere que yo le nombre un abogado de oficio?
No.
No. Inútil.
Right.
That
Reviewed the
was-
paperwork and I find probable cause.
He revisado la documentación y encuentro motivo fundado
I'm setting your bond at $2,500.
y estoy fijando su fianza en $2,500.
You do currently have a hold for ICE.
En estos momentos usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE.
He ain't going
I
nowhere.
will be signing a detainer for you.
Entonces voy a firmar una retención para usted.
Have a great day, sir.
Tenga buen día. Your Honor, before I forget, I think the Russian interpreter is going to appear soon.
Did she say Russian?
I see them on.
Damn, where you been at, Jay?
All right, well, let's pivot. and
Ooh,
turn
looking
to
at-
our Russian interpreter case.
Hold on.
And we call up Julia
Julia, come
Gabra
on down.
Komanova.
That's the interpreter right there.
Yes.
See
And
where's-
Madam Interpreter, I see you joined us. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will well and truly interpret English into Russian and Russian into English to the best of your ability in the calls pending before the court?
we can't hear you. Come on.
Ma'am, I can't hear you, so there might be a problem with either your microphone or our
Nyet,
receiving of it.
nyet. Damn, James, I didn't know you knew Russian. That's the only word I know. It means no.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
Nyet
much.
and pushkakas, if you will.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. And so let's call up Miss Julia Gabra Komanova.
Kamenova.
Юлия Габдрахамнова. Габдрахманова, yes. Габдрахманова, yes.
Ma'am, you've been charged with offering or committing or engaging in prostitution.
Мэм, вас обвиняют в том, что вы предлагали или занимались проституцией.
Hello, Lisa.
Are you going to hire a lawyer that you choose, or do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Скажите, вы хотите нанять адвоката собственного на свой выбор или хотите, чтобы я вам назначила общественного защитника?
You know what they say?
Русский адвокат.
They don't send their
I
best.
need a Russian attorney.
I'm sorry, could you?
I need a Russian attorney.
Russian attorney.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if we have one of those handy, but we'll give you an attorney who can certainly use a interpreter.
Shout out to
Я
Ohio.
не знаю, есть ли у нас один из русскоязычный, какой-то русскоязычный юрист, однако он всегда может использовать переводчика.
So do you want me to appoint that public defender's office to your case?
Итак, вы хотите, чтобы я назначила вам офис общественного защитника, чтобы они вас
Hey, thank you,
представляли?
Lisa.
Да. Yes.
I'll do just that.
Я так и сделаю.
How much was her
I
bail?
have reviewed back in my office your affidavit from the sheriff.
Asking for a friend, you say?
Я в офисе изучил афидавит от шерифа.
I do find probable cause based upon this document.
Я основываясь на этом документе, я вижу, что основания для выдвижения обвинений были.
I am going to set your bond at $1,000 cash or surety.
You guys could get her out for
Я
100 with
назначаю вам залог, в сумме $1000 наличными или подтверждением.
Now, I can see that you currently have a hold for you from ICE.
Oh, she's done.
И я не вижу, чтобы на вас в данный момент был приказ о задержании.
She ain't
от
gonna be
ICE,
tricking no more.
иммиграционной службы.
That's it. Her days are over.
Just so you're aware, your charge was elevated 1 degree because of your unlawful status in this country.
She snuck
И
into the
также я
country.
хочу вас предупредить, что тяжесть обвинений против вас была поднята на 1 степень, потому что у вас особый статус в этой стране.
Because of that ICE hold, I am going to sign a detainer.
Поэтому
If he's about to tip over, I'm concerned. It's like he's gonna fall out to the floor.
я подпишу приказ о задержании.
Any questions, ma'am?
У вас ко мне есть вопросы, мэм?
Да, есть.
Yes, I do.
Just don't talk about your case, but what is your question?
Пожалуйста, не обсуждайте своего дела сейчас. Какой у вас вопрос?
У меня вопрос, что я нахожусь здесь как турист, ну, имеется в виду travel во Флориде. У меня мои вещи в отеле, и мне нужно их забрать. И то есть отель, он сегодня чекаут. И я не знаю, что делать, у меня там вещи, ценные вещи.
is as follows. I'm here as a tourist. I'm traveling in Florida, and I was staying at a hotel.
Traveling
All my
prostitute?
belongings are at that hotel. And today is the I was supposed to check out. So I don't know how I can pick up my my property.
Oh,
I
property's
have some
gone.
valuables there.
Is there your vibrators
Yes, ma'am.
and
I can't
dildos
help
are
you with
gone?
that. You certainly can talk to your court
Lubrication,
Мария,
whips,
с этим
handcuffs,
вам помочь не могу, но вы
3 or 4
однозначно
travel.
можете об этом поговорить с адвокатом, которого вам назначит суд.
I have set your bond
What
at
up, Nisha?
$1,000, but if you bond out, most likely you'll be going into ICE custody.
Kitty on wheels.
Назначил вам
3 or 4 on the go.
который вас могут выпустить в сумме $1000. Но однако, скорее всего, даже если вы внесете залог, вас заберут под опеку иммиграционной службы, ICE.
What up, John
Have a
D?
nice day, ma'am.
Всего хорошего, мэм.
Damn, she's about to get a
Thank
taste
you,
of.
Miss Madam Russian interpreter. We appreciate your help.
You're very welcome, Your Honor. May I be excused now?
I'd rather be
You bet. Until we see you next time.
What would you rather be locked up in Russia
All
or in
right,
Florida?
our attorneys, private attorneys folks are ready, I've been told. So let's pivot and call back up George Aquino III.
Yeah, I seen that one Black Dolphin.
Around and watch more of first appearances.
It's been entertaining, Your Honor. I do have depots at 2, so I can only hang up for a few more minutes.
All right.
Thanks for the offer.
People's Court, you're always welcome. It looks like Mr. Aquino is with us. Sir, you're here for a total of 38 charges.
38?
34 of them are third-degree felonies of uttering a false instrument.
False
And you have
instrument.
2 counts of F1 felony of first degree, use of an ID of another without the consent, resulting in $50,000 or more in loss. You have 1 count of scheme to defraud with greater than $50,000 in loss. And lastly, grand theft.
Hey, thank you, Crypto.
$100,000 or more.
Writing bad checks.
Mr. Taylor, are you representing him on all 38 of these charges?
Yes.
Well, times is rough right now. I'm pretty sure he wrote checks for groceries, his
Back in
rent,
my office, I looked over a warrant that was signed.
gas.
Looks like yesterday by Judge Aino.
He wrote 38 bad checks, if you will.
Just want to give you an opportunity if you haven't. So Judge Aino has already reviewed the affidavit. He's determined there's probable cause, and he set your bond on many of the charges. So I'll find probable cause based upon his warrant. You want to be heard as it relates to bonds before I get there?
I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
And actually, Your Honor, I would ask the court to maybe reconsider the bond issue on the third-degree felonies, and for a couple of reasons. I get it for purposes of issuing the capias, but for purposes of bond, I think you are able to take another look. First of all, according to the affidavit on page 1, this incident is alleged to have begun
What's up, my
January
life?
3rd of 2022.
2022?
Not filed on until April of 26 is when the affidavit.
4 years.
So third-degree felonies are too old.
They're too old?
If they happened more than 3 years ago. So there's a statute of limitations issue on potentially some of those counts.
Save by the
You
bell.
said old. I was thinking you're talking about in terms of standard bonds, but you're talking in terms of
Statute of limitations.
probable cause.
Yes, sir.
That's a good lawyer right there.
Because the affidavit does not lay out when each of these specific checks were issued. So there's definitely an issue.
Yep, Tammy.
Of the statute of limitations there on its face, at least. And then, secondly, I don't believe that the check issues specifically meet the definition of uttering. Because if you look on pages 3 and 4 where the checks are described, it tells us that my client was provided with these checks, but they were provided for emergency use. And my understanding is that they were pre-signed by the account holder to be used for whatever the discretionary use was for. And now the account holder disagrees with the use that Mr. Aquino used them for. So if it's not an uttering or forgery, because he was provided with these checks that were already signed by the account holder.
And it was
He just
emergency.
filled in, allegedly, who they were made out to and for what amount. So I think there's an issue with that meeting the definition of or falling under 83102 for being a false, forged, or altered instrument.
We've been in an emergency
On
since
its face
2020.
again. And then lastly, as far as the checks go, Judge, they total, according to the affidavit, the total amount of the theft is 156,000. And so we got 170,000 in bond just on the checks alone before you, assuming you're willing to set a bond on the 3 F1s.
This is a paid lawyer. This is not a public pretender. No way.
I don't know what that might be. So I would ask you to reconsider the bond amount set on the checks themselves. Maybe set them, if you're entitled to or inclined to issue a bond, maybe set them all at 1,000. That's 34,000 just on checks.
34,000.
And then Mr. Aquino, tell us what the bond's going to be on the F1. He's worked for this company for 6 years. He owns a home in Polk County with his wife. He has a job that he was taken from right now. And he needs to be out. And needs to be working.
Linda, plot twist. He wrote the lawyer a bad check.
Matthews, what's your response, if any, to Mr. Taylor's argument?
Respectfully, the court has already found probable cause for the charges. Any further litigation regarding that, I would respectfully argue is not appropriate for this court today. This is the type of case where I would anticipate there is a substantial amount of evidence that will be forthcoming when that is before both the state provided to defense. I think at that time, it will have a better picture as far as if there are any defenses the state needs to prepare to overcome. That being said, the state's position is the allegation is a theft of thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Thousands
over
and thousands.
months and months and months and months.
Months and months and months.
From
Sounds like a rap song. What up, Ingrid?
Avenues of funding, not just checks, but it appears credit cards and other financial vehicles to numerous different recipients, retailers buying alcohol, looks like travel, numerous recipients of those funds that the state is alleging were ill-gotten. For the purposes of first appearance, Judge, the state's position is bonds have been set, all causes have been found with regard to the F1. I think there is not a standard bond. The typical bond is $25,000. In this case, the allegation for that count alone is that over $100,000 was involved. So the state would take the sort of the flip side of the same coin, that because of the allegations in this case and the dollar amount, that the court should consider perhaps having larger than a typical bond, as it is apparent the amount alleged stolen was considerably more than the standard bond. Thank you.
That's what I want to know. Who will sign a blank check? I need to work for them. Sign blank checks to me? Whew.
I'm not going to go back and, as much as I appreciate your argument about the uttering.
This is Florida.
Judge Ojeda has already found probable cause.
But I'm from LA.
Go back and undo what he's already done. There's a warrant in front of me. So I'm going to find probable cause. Now, as far as the bonds, I'm going to give him for the F1s, I'm going to do $25,000 on each of those. So it's $100,000 for those. 4 counts, F1s, $25,000 a piece. The area that I think is some wiggle room is the 34 counts of the F3s. And based upon 2 things, candidly. One is I'm familiar with the case law that talks about, it really is set up for child pornography. There can be hundreds and hundreds of counts, and even if you do standard bonds, it really cumulative effect is it's almost tantamount to no bond. We're not really probably not quite there with this number of counts versus that, but I appreciate the logic of it, so I'm going to adjust the bonds there. And the other one is candidly, if these back in 22, the standard bond was not 5,000, it was 1,000 for F3. And again, I don't want to get too far deep into the weeds. I think a fair thing to do would be. I think what I can do is do half of the 17, Kevin. Can you do counts 1 through 17 instead of 5,000? I'm going to set him at 1,000.
Hey, if he's convicted, he's going to get like a million years.
What it does is it accomplishes 2 things. In fairness, that is under the old half of them under the old guidelines. But 2, it also adjusts them using that effect of the cumulative it's tantamount to no bond. So that's, yeah, so it's gonna be 17 with a $4,000 discount, so whatever that translates to the bond reduction.
I wish, San Joaquin.
Is based upon that case law and the bond schedule. So we can certainly add them all up. But
1,000 on the first 17 and
5,000 on the next 17.
And then on the final four, 25,000 each.
Correct. Yeah.
Sorry, just say it one time, I apologize.
Yeah, counts 1 through 17, which are the F3s.
Yes.
I think what's fair and taking into consideration the intent of the case law as far as the cumulative effect.
Yes.
Is 1,000 apiece.
Yes.
Then count 18 through 34 will be, I'll leave it where it is, the 5,000. And then the last four, the F1s, I'm going to do 25,000 apiece.
Yes.
25,000.
And then I'm going to make all those bonds conditions of pretrial release. So
What's the total?
if Mr. Escano bonds out, he must immediately check in with pretrial. Judge Ojeda wanted him to be on pretrial. He's going to have to sign up in person and call them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions, 17, which is you can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, where they go to school.
What up,
And,
Megan?
Judge Ojeda checked off, defendant shall have no contact with co-defendant directly or indirectly.
It's not a co-defendant that I know of.
I'm just.
Right, but I understand.
I'm saying it because it was checked.
Yes.
And so I'm gonna put that on there that no.
And just for the record too, they fired him a year ago. He's been still here working in that year. And I believe he still has family members that work for the company.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, and you as well.
All right, I think Mr. Taylor, not to be confused with Mr. Taylor, is here on Mr. Jordan.
185,000 K?
Matthew Keller, on behalf of Gianni Jordan, I will be representing him throughout the entirety of this case.
All right, let me get to Mr. Jordan.
It's 10:51 right now. It's 10 in the morning, 10:51, my local time, Los Angeles time,
Mr.
if you will.
Gianni Jordan is here based upon, well, it shows 4 charges. Let me see if the clerks agree. Yep, they have battery on a law enforcement officer, fleeing or attempting to elude, attaching a tag that's not assigned, and leaving the scene of a crash. Mr. Kaler, you said you're going to be representing him, right? I have reviewed the paperwork associated with Mr. Jordan. Let me pull it up here real quick.
Is it me or does this guy look like Kevin Bacon? Right? He does look like Kevin Bacon, right? I don't know.
And it, like the last case, is a warrant. It was a warrant that was approved by Judge Gibson way back in January of this year. So I'm finding probable cause based upon Judge Gibson's warrant. Mr. Kaler, you want to be heard as it relates to bonds? He has bonds set on 3 of the 4. The Bat Leo is the one he currently does not have a bond on.
Yes, Your Honor, I've just asked for the same $5,000 bond on the other third-degree felony.
So Mr. Jordan, I'm going to set your bond on having found probable cause. On the leaving the scene of a crash, it's $250. On the attaching a tag not assigned, it's $250. On the fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement, it's $5,000. Those are the ones that have already been preset. Before I give you a bond on the battery on a Leo, I do notice that he's on active probation. When did the probation begin? The offense date of what he's here for allegedly occurred back in January on the 26th. So was he on probation on this 25 case?
I told you 2026.
If so, that would support an instanter.
Judge, I believe that case was the
What happened?
25 CF 3416.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking over here.
I know-
Did somebody
my
fart?
last note is it was breached from diversion.
Oh, yeah.
225.
Free trial has him being on probation.
Bear with me for a moment, please.
Everybody's looking. Something's happening over here in the background. I heard somebody say ill.
So on or around It was entered into stack on October 1st of 2025. I'm reading handwriting. It's been scratched out.
So you showed, Devin's showing that, our clerk is showing that on September the 30th.
Vomit.
Yeah, 9/30/25, he went on probation for 18 months for the felony cannabis and 12 months for the paraphernalia.
That's consistent with what I see. It's a handwritten thing. So it's a little-
Y'all don't show anywhere where he has been terminated or,
Man,
been
she's
revoked.
she's rubbernecking
Probation
hard.
accounts is still active.
12/29/25. Document stack that reads technical violation notification. I don't see anything that it was terminated.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is, the Bat Leo, you don't currently have a bond on, since you were out on probation when this allegedly occurred, I believe an enhancement is appropriate. Set your bond at $10,000 in the battery on a law enforcement officer. And based upon that, I am gonna take you into custody for instanter warrant on 25 CF 3416. Mr. Kaler, will you be representing him on the VOP?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Anything else we need to do on this gentleman's case?
Judge, I'm
No,
showing
Your
you.
Honor.
And then 256700.
All right, so Mr. Kaler, I'm sorry, Mr. Matthews believes there's an open case also.
Judge, I was in court with him yesterday when he showed up in Lake Alfred, and in that case that Mr. Matthews just referenced, Judge Cole revoked his bond and took him into custody on that as well.
He's already been Parkered on that over there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Matthews, you,
Those notes have not appeared in stack yet, but sometimes it takes a couple of days for that to happen.
all right,
So I have nothing to contravene that at all.
you do show that? Ms. Amber has it. It shows, yeah, Judge Cole signing it yesterday. PC of new offense, Parker versus State, bond revoked. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kaler. I think that all jives. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have before the court.
Have a good
Have a
day,
good
sir.
day.
All right, back to our Spanish speakers. I think we're next up to Banal Manuel Hernandez.
Anal Manuel Hernández.
I gotta fix the screen.
Yeah, and Central, I'm sorry, you guys are muted. Can y'all just unmute real quick and we'll, thank you so much. We have him under Hernandez.
Okay, last speaker on this.
Sir, you're here on 14 different charges.
Señor, usted está aquí con 14 cargos diferentes.
10 of the charges are contained in an arrest warrant.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Any of the charges?
10
Chargers.
of the 14 are contained in a arrest warrant.
10 de los 14 cargos están dentro de una orden de arresto.
It looks like you got 4 new charges when they arrested you yesterday.
Parece que usted
warrant.
parece que usted recogió 4 cargos nuevos cuando lo arrestaron a usted ayer, de lo que aparece en la orden de arresto.
You want me to appoint the public defender to represent you on all 14 charges?
¿Quiere usted que yo le nombre un abogado de oficio que le represente a usted en los 14
There
cargos?
is, Tammy.
Sí, está bien.
Yes, that's fine.
I'll go ahead and appoint that office.
Voy entonces a proceder y voy a nombrar esa oficina.
The first 10 charges on a warrant approved by Judge Patey. She approved it yesterday.
Los primeros 10 cargos se encuentran dentro de una orden de arresto aprobada por la jueza Patey. Ella la aprobó ayer.
And then the other 4 are on an affidavit from the sheriff.
Y los otros 4 cargos se encuentran en una affidavit de la oficina del alguacil.
I find probable cause for all 14 charges.
Encuentro motivo fundado para todos los 14 cargos.
They're all
Mr. Matthews,
sleeping.
go right ahead.
Señor Matthew, adelante.
This one's sleeping too.
Regarding the first count, armed burglary, that is of a conveyance.
En relación al primer cargo de un robo armado, eso es de una,
She's about to
una medio
fall
de
forward.
transporte.
Does not qualify for a motion for pretrial detention, however.
No califica para una moción de una audiencia de detención previa a juicio. Sin embargo,
As a punishable by life felony, the state is asking the court to hold him no bond.
pero como es un cargo que puede ser castigado con una sentencia de por vida, la fiscalía está solicitando al juez que lo retenga en la cárcel sin fianza.
Imagine that, breaking into a house and now you're looking at life in prison. No, thank you. I'd rather not break into a house. Can't take that ride.
La señora Sandra Smith está solicitando una fianza razonable.
Man, I'm getting another violation on.
So, sir, on the new affidavit, on the charge of possession of MDMA known as ecstasy.
Ooh, he was a hookup.
Señor, en el nuevo affidavit por el cargo de posesión de MDMA, conocido como éxtasis, su fianza es $5,000.
Bond on the possession of cannabis is $1,000.
Por el cargo de posesión de cannabis es de $1,000.
Smoke weed every day. It'll be $10,000 on the charge of cultivation of cannabis.
Habrá una fianza de $10,000 por el cargo de cultivo de cannabis.
It'll be $1,000 on the charge of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Será también $1,000 por el cargo de posesión de parafernalia de la droga.
Now, turning our attention to the warrant.
Ahora voy a mirar la orden de arresto.
I think he might be single, ladies. So if you guys are interested, he's single, ready to mingle. He probably has
We
any.
charge 3 counts of use of a credit card to obtain goods, one time less than $100.
He might steal your prescribed drugs and your identity too. So
Por el cargo,
might be a little bit risky.
de uso de una tarjeta de crédito para obtener bienes o mercancía, menos de $100, la fianza es $1,000 por cargo.
On the charge of use of a credit card to obtain goods 2 or more times, the bond is $5,000.
Hey, what up,
Por el
Jerome?
uso de una tarjeta de crédito para obtener mercancía 2 o más veces, la fianza es $5,000.
On the charge of unlawful possession of personal ID of another 5 or more, the bond is $5,000.
What up, Sarah?
Por el cargo de estar en posesión ilegal de la tarjeta de identidad personal de otra persona por más de 5 o más, la fianza
Polk County.
es $5,000.
Your bond on the possession of firearm by a convicted felon is $15,000.
Lifetime pen
Por
pal.
el cargo de posesión de un arma de fuego por un delincuente con condena previa es $15,000.
Una pregunta.
He has a
En
question.
One second, sir. One
Un
second.
momento, señor.
Your charge of possession or keeping stolen credit cards, the bond will be $5,000.
Por el cargo de estar en posesión o de retener tarjetas de crédito robadas, la fianza será $5,000.
Your bond on the charge of grand theft of a firearm is $5,000.
Su fianza por el cargo de hurto de mayor cuantía de un arma de fuego es $5,000.
And on the charge of armed burglary of a conveyance, I'm going to hold you no bond.
Armed burglary.
Y por el cargo de robo armado de un medio de transporte, voy a retenerle a usted sin fianza.
If you're able at some point to post bonds and make it onto the street, you'll be supervised by pretrial services.
Si en algún momento le es
What up,
posible
Tracy?
depositar
Thank
la
you.
fianza, si puede salir en libertad, quedará bajo la supervisión de la Oficina de Servicios de Libertad Condicional.
You
Linda.
have to immediately check in with pretrial services. Call them on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
En el momento que salga, inmediatamente tiene que reportarse
Hey,
a la
Freddie,
Oficina
thank you for
de
that follow.
Servicios de Libertad Condicional, firmar con ellos en persona y después de esa visita llamarlos todos los martes y jueves.
You have the following special conditions.
Y se le impondrán las siguientes condiciones especiales.
Impondrar.
You have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Tendrá un horario limitado de las 6 de la tarde a las 6 de la mañana.
Damn, that's a sucky
You must be
curfew.
in your approved residence during those times.
Y deberá encontrarse usted dentro de su residencia
He might be
aprobada
single,
durante
Michelle.
ese periodo de tiempo.
You're not allowed to possess firearms, weapons, or ammunition.
No se le permitirá estar en posesión de armas de fuego, armas en general o municiones.
You can't have any intentional contact with a listed victim.
His warranty's about to
No tener
get
ningún
extended,
tipo de
Jerome.
contacto y comunicación intencional con las víctimas nombradas.
Stay 500 feet away from the victim, as well as their home, vehicles, place of employment.
Tendrá que permanecer alejado 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, así como también de su hogar y sus vehículos y lugar de empleo.
What up, Katie? Hey, Big Ron, thank you for the Ronan, thank you for
Sir,
that
you had a
follow.
question?
Señor, usted tenía una pregunta.
Sí.
Sí. La pregunta mía es que ellos me ponieron un cargo de posesión de una pistola. A mí nunca me arrestaron con pistola ni nada.
He sounds Puerto Rican.
Okay, momentico, permítame. They have a charge against me about a possession of a firearm, but I never was arrested with a firearm with me.
All right, sir, you can talk that over with your attorney so y'all can discuss any potential defenses. And if I didn't, go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
Esto no sirve.
Y muy bien, señor, usted puede hablar todo eso con su abogado y hablar también de cualquier defensa posible que usted pueda tener.
Sir, and if I didn't mention it, for a charge of grand theft greater than $750, the bond is $5,000.
Y si no lo mencioné antes, la fianza por el cargo de hurto mayor de $750, la fianza es $5,000.
And I missed one, thank you. Judge Patey also wants you to have no contact with any co-defendant directly or indirectly.
Y si no lo dije, la jueza Patey también estipuló que usted no podría tener ningún tipo de contacto con ninguno de los coacusados, ni directa ni indirectamente.
Step to your left, please.
So this is, I wish this was my job, but now unfortunately I don't get paid for this. I just do this just for
Next up is Domingo
shits and giggles.
Hernandez.
Domingo Hernández.
Sir, you've been charged with fleeing or attempting to elude and resisting an officer without violence.
Señor, se le ha acusado con huir o intentar eludir y otro cargo de resistirse a un oficial sin violencia.
Want me to appoint the public defender?
¿Usted quiere que yo le nombre un abogado de oficio?
No.
No.
I reviewed the Florida Highway Patrol's affidavit and I find probable cause.
He revisado el informe de la Oficina de la Patrulla de Carreteras de Florida y encuentro motivo fundado.
Bond on the fleeing to elude is $7,500.
El cargo, la fianza por el cargo de eludir es de $7,500.
Bond on the resisting without is $2,500.
Y la fianza por el cargo de resistirse
Polk County.
sin es $2,500.
You currently have a hold from ICE.
En este momento usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE.
I will be signing a detainer.
Y voy a firmar entonces una retención para usted.
Have a great day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
Jorge Miramon Bautista.
What up, Florida girl?
Bautista.
Sorry. What victim wants to have contact with him, so he's going to ask for no violent contact.
Domestic violence battery.
Señor, se le acusa de un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar por agresión física. ¿Quiere usted un abogado de oficio, señor?
What up, Peaks Ahead?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
Adiós.
Finding probable cause.
Encuentro motivo fundado.
Setting your bond at $2,000 cash or surety.
Fijo su fianza en $2,000 en efectivo o con garante.
ICE will get a hold of them once their case is concluded.
Y lo estipulo como una condición de libertad condicional.
If you bond out, you must immediately check in with pretrial services.
Si usted sale bajo fianza, debe inmediatamente presentarse en la oficina de servicios de libertad condicional,
Call them on Wednesdays.
llamarlos después de eso todos los
He's gonna
miércoles.
call him in his
Their
dreams.
special conditions are
Y sus condiciones especiales son las siguientes.
you cannot possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition.
Usted no puede estar en posesión ni utilizar armas de fuego, armas en general o municiones.
You will be allowed to have contact with the listed victim.
That makes
Se
no
le
sense.
permitirá tener contacto y comunicación con
So
la
he could beat
víctima
her again
nombrada.
or him.
But this allowed contact is prohibited from being physically or verbally threatening,
Pero ese contacto y comunicación que se le permite está prohibido que
Polk
sea
County.
de ninguna manera amenazante, ni físicamente ni verbalmente.
you cannot be violent or abusive in any manner whatsoever.
Usted
Okay,
no
Your
puede
Honor.
ser violento ni abusivo de ninguna manera.
They request alcohol conditions.
La
In addition to
fiscalía,
that,
la fiscalía solicita condiciones de alcohol, además de esa.
or in addition to that, you're not allowed to be in possession of or consume alcohol.
Además de todas esas condiciones, tampoco se le permite estar en posesión ni consumir bebidas alcohólicas.
You cannot go to bars, nightclubs, or lounges.
Usted no puede ir a bares, cantinas o nightclubs.
You'll be subject to random breath testing at your
Queda
expense.
sujeto a que le exijan que se someta a pruebas aleatorias de aliento.
Have a great day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
Kevin Sanchez Cano,
Yeah, Florida does not play around. That's for sure.
has
Kevin
been charged
Sanchez.
with possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia.
Ha sido acusado con un cargo de posesión de
Damn,
cannabis y
son, where'd you
posesión de
find this?
parafernalia.
Driving while license suspended or revoked,
De manejar con la licencia suspendida o revocada.
and he has a warrant from Osceola County for failing to appear for court on a charge of no valid driver's license.
Y él tiene una orden de arresto dictada del condado de Osceola por un cargo de no comparecer en la corte en una audiencia que tenía por un cargo de manejar sin licencia válida.
Sir, do you want the public defender?
Señor, ¿quiere usted un abogado de oficio?
Sí, por favor.
Yes,
What up,
please.
Brooks?
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a asignar esa oficina.
Sir, I find probable cause for all 4 charges.
Señor, encuentro motivo fundado para los 4 cargos.
Your bond on each of the 3 Polk County charges will be $1,000.
Su fianza por cada uno de los 3 cargos del condado de Polk será $1,000.
The judge over in
Dr. Green
Osceola
Thumb.
set your bond
Hey, I'll look
on
it up.
that charge at $2,000.
El juez en Osceola fijó su fianza por ese cargo en $2,000.
Have a nice day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
Ulysses Villarreal Javier. He's been charged with operating a motor vehicle without having a driver's license.
Usted ha sido acusado de manejar un vehículo sin tener una licencia de conducir.
That charge has been upgraded 1 degree because of his unlawful status in this country.
Ese cargo ha sido aumentado un grado debido a su estatus ilegal en este país.
Sir,
The
do you want
judge?
the public defender?
What do you want to see the judge for?
Señor, ¿quiere usted un abogado de oficio?
Who wants to see the judge?
Yes.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
There's the judge.
Finding probable cause and setting your bond at $1,000.
Encuentro motivo fundado y fijo su fianza en $1,000.
Because you have an ICE hold, I'm signing a detainer.
Ya que usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE, estoy firmando una retención.
Have a nice day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
I think we're up to Dominguez Acosta.
Man, it's like
Domínguez Acosta.
It's like they picked every Spanish speaker up in Polk County.
Maria Dominguez Acosta
María Elena Domínguez Acosta
has been charged with offering or committing prostitution.
Señora, usted ha sido acusada de
I'm
ofrecer
shocked.
o de cometer prostitución.
The charge has been upgraded 1 degree
El cargo ha sido aumentado 1 grado
based upon her unlawful status in the country.
basándose en su estatus ilegal en el país.
Ma'am, do you want the public defender?
¿Quiere usted, señora, un abogado público?
It's like they rated Adelitas.
Yes.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
Finding probable cause and setting your bond at $1,000.
Encuentro motivo fundado y fijo su fianza en $1,000.
You currently have an ICE hold, so I will be signing a detainer.
En este momento usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE, por lo tanto estaré firmando una retención.
Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día, señora.
Next up is Yenis Ledi de la Fernandez.
So they busted a bunch of 304s, a bunch of Johns, and a bunch
Ma'am,
of.
you're charged with offering or committing prostitution.
She's thicker than a Snickers bar.
Señora, usted tiene un cargo de ofrecer o cometer prostitución.
Thicker than a bowl of
Upgraded
oatmeal.
1 degree based upon your unlawful entry into the country.
Ha sido aumentado 1 grado basándose en su ingreso ilegal en el país.
Do you want me to appoint the public defender's office?
¿Quiere usted que yo le asigne la oficina de abogado de oficio?
No, yo tengo uno.
No, I have one.
She sounds Cuban.
All right.
Muy
I'm
bien.
finding probable cause and setting your bond at $1,000.
Encuentro motivo fundado y fijo su fianza en $1,000.
Because you have a current ICE hold, I'll be signing a detainer.
Como usted tiene en estos momentos una orden de retención de ICE, voy a firmar una retención.
Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día, señora.
Her bill was 1,000.
The same.
Next up, we have Diana Gonzalez.
I'll be mad
Perez.
too.
Diana González Pérez
What do you guys think
Has
she did?
been charged with the crime of offering or committing prostitution.
Another
ha sido
one.
acusada con el delito de ofrecer o cometer prostitución.
Another one.
Ma'am, do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Señora, ¿usted quiere que le asigne un abogado de oficio?
Por el momento sí, pero necesito
Yes,
hacer una
for-
llamada y no tengo mi teléfono para contestar.
Oh yeah, she's
Okay,
Cuban.
permítame. Yes, for the moment, yes. But I have to make a call, but I don't know. I don't have the means right now.
No remember nothing number for my family.
Oh, no remember.
No,
If
I
you
don't
will.
remember the numbers.
She says,
Ma'am, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Voy a asignarle un abogado de oficio que la represente.
I find probable cause for the charge and set your bond at $250.
Encuentro motivo fundado
It
para
looks
el
like it's- it
cargo
looks
y
like they did a
fijo su
sting.
fianza en $250.
Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día, señora.
Hey, so this place is like co-ed.
We have Carla Martinez Vargas.
She can't be a 304. No way.
Vargas.
No way.
Never gonna get that again.
Hey, what up, Joe?
Ma'am, you're charged with 2 new crimes. They are
Señora, usted está acusada
There's no way
de
she's a
nuevos
pro. No way.
crímenes, los cuales son los siguientes.
resisting an officer without violence,
Resistirse a un oficial sin violencia.
operating a motor vehicle without a driver's license,
Manejar un vehículo sin licencia de conducir.
and knowingly giving false information to a law enforcement officer.
Y dar información falsa a sabiendas a un oficial de la ley.
Look at her. There's no way she could be
You
a
also have 2
professional.
violations of probation for burglary and grand theft.
Además de eso, usted tiene 2 cargos de violación de probatoria por un cargo de robo y otro cargo de hurto de mayor cuantía.
You want me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
¿Quiere usted
Her-
que yo
her
le
jaw
asigne un
dropped.
abogado de oficio que la represente?
Sí, porque yo sé que mis cargos, estoy limpia.
She's clean.
Yes, because I know I am clean of my charges.
I'll appoint that office to represent you.
Voy a asignar esa oficina para que la represente a usted.
Consuelo ain't going
Ms.
nowhere.
Smith, Ms. Ambers just told me that there's an amended affidavit. Do you have that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Señora Smith, la señora Ambers ya me
What
acaba
up,
de
Colton?
decir que hay una affidavit enmendado. Sí.
Go right ahead with any probable cause challenges.
Y bueno, adelante con cualquier recusación que usted tenga a motivo fundado.
I would point out that the resisting without violence charge
Yo destacaría que el cargo de resistirse sin violencia
seems to be based on the same information for the giving false information to law enforcement charge.
pareciera que está basado también en el cargo que tiene también de proporcionar información falsa a un policía.
And so I would ask for no probable cause to be found and for her to be released in her own cognizance on that
Por lo-
one.
Entonces yo solicitaría que se estipulara que no se encontró motivo fundado para el cargo y que ella fuera puesta en libertad bajo palabra por ese cargo.
This girl could sleep.
Mr.
I'm
Matthews,
concerned.
your response?
Señor Matthews, ¿su respuesta?
Oh, we got to the court, Judge.
She's been sleeping for the last 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
I will leave that to the court, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Voy a dejar eso a discreción del juez.
She either has like vitamin
Ma'am,
deficiency
I will
or
find probable cause for no valid driver's license.
Señora, encuentro motivo fundado por el cargo de no tener licencia válida de conducir.
Hey Joe, thank you for sharing the stream. Highly
Just so you
appreciate you.
know, all three of your charges have been upgraded based upon your unlawful entry into this country.
Para su información, le digo que los 3 de los cargos suyos han sido
CL20s.
aumentados basándose en su ingreso ilegal en el país.
So on the no valid driver's license charge, your bond will be $2,000.
Por el cargo de no tener licencia válida de conducir, su
And
fianza
this guy's
será
still going through it.
$2,000.
He's definitely going through
The charge
withdrawals.
of knowingly giving false information to a law enforcement officer, I'm going to set it at $6,000.
It is.
Y por el cargo de proporcionar información falsa a un policía a sabiendas, voy a fijar su fianza en $6,000.
On the resisting without, there's no probable cause. She'll be released on her own recognizance.
Por el cargo de resistirse sin, no hay motivo fundado, por lo tanto, usted será puesta en libertad bajo palabra por ese cargo.
There's probable cause for the 2 BOPs and she'll be held no bond.
Hay motivo fundado para las 2 violaciones de probatoria por las cuales usted se le retendrá sin fianza.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
Tenga
Una
buen
pregunta.
día. A
Or
question.
You decided to change it, Judge.
I missed it. I might have missed it. Yes.
Perfect.
Ma'am, you have an ICE hold, so I will be signing a detainer.
Señora, usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE, por lo tanto voy a firmar una retención.
Una pregunta.
A question.
What up, Lisa?
Right ahead.
Adelante.
Yo solo quiero salir y firmar y comprar mi ticket y irme sola para México.
Oh
The
yeah,
only
they're not
thing
gonna
I
do all
want is
that.
just to get out and be able to buy the tickets and go back to Mexico.
Y se lo puedo probar a migración que le enseño mi ticket.
I could prove that to immigration by showing them my tickets.
Ma'am, you have local charges and VOPs. And then when you're done with those things, folks at immigration might want to talk with you or have a case with you.
Señora, usted tiene cargos locales y además tiene cargos de violación de probatoria. Usted, una vez que usted haya resuelto esos cargos, la gente de inmigración quizás quieran hablar con usted para ver qué tipo de caso tienen contra usted.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
Yes, ma'am. We just don't do immigration here, so I really can't point you in any direction and I can't give you any advice. You have
Señora,
charges you have to deal with.
señora, nosotros no tratamos casos de inmigración aquí. Yo simplemente le puedo decir que puede hablar algún tipo, pero no le puedo dar asesoría. Usted tiene unos cargos locales con los cuales usted tiene que manejar esos cargos primero.
Puedo, pero quiero un abogado de un abogado de aquí.
But I want a lawyer here.
Yes, ma'am. I've appointed you a public defender because you have current charges that you have to deal with.
Sí, señora, ya yo le he nombrado un abogado público que la represente en los cargos locales que usted tiene que resolver aquí primero.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Damn, this is been a pretty long court just in Spanish.
Idomis Nahara Perez,
Damn.
who has been charged with offering to commit prostitution.
Y la señora Pérez, que ha sido acusada de ofrecer cometer prostitución.
The charge has been upgraded 1 degree based upon her unlawful entry into this country.
El cargo ha sido aumentado un nivel, un grado, basándose en el ingreso ilegal dentro del país.
Do you want the public defender?
¿Quiere usted un abogado de oficio, señora?
Sí, yo no vine ilegal, yo vine por parol, disculpe.
I did not come here illegally. I am under a parole.
They don't care.
Ma'am, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Señora, yo le asigno un abogado de oficio que la represente a usted.
They don't give a crap how you got here.
And we'll be setting your bond at $1,000.
Encuentro motivo fundado y voy a fijar su fianza en $1,000.
You do have an ICE hold, so I will be signing a detainer in your case.
Usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE y yo voy a estar firmando una retención en su caso.
Shit, I might have to go to the UK. You might be catching me out in the UK, Zaz.
Tenga buen día, señora.
And it looks like our last Spanish that I'm aware of.
Hell yeah. Show! It's about time.
Núñez.
Maisma Ramirez Núñez.
Maisma Ramírez Núñez.
Ma'am, you've been charged with offering to commit prostitution.
Señora, usted ha sido acusada de ofrecer cometer prostitución.
Another one?
That charge has been upgraded 1 degree based upon your unlawful entry into this country.
Ese cargo ha sido aumentado un grado basándose en su ingreso ilegal dentro del país.
Not yet.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender?
¿Quiere usted que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio?
Sí, por el momento sí.
Yes, for the moment, yes.
I'll appoint that office.
Voy a nombrar esa oficina.
Probable cause has been found and your bond is $1,000.
Se ha determinado que existe motivo fundado y su fianza es $1,000.
Because you have a current ICE hold, I will be signing a detainer in your matter.
Como si usted tiene en estos momentos una orden de retención de ICE, yo voy a firmar una retención en su caso.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
Tenga buen día, señora.
Ms. Hernandez, I believe that's everyone that needs your services, unless the bailiffs know of somebody that I don't.
Damn, an hour and like 20 minutes of
Deputy
nonstop
Fletcher says no.
translations.
What about Central or South? Anybody there? If not, Mr.
No,
Hernandez,
we good at South.
all right, thank you so much, everybody. All right, everybody, we're going to pick up the pace now a little bit now that we've gotten through the Spanish cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do the gentleman there at South and go right into the ladies. First up, we have Lester Allen.
Lester
Mr.
Allen.
Allen's been charged with battery with a prior conviction. Do you want the public defender?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Lester.
I've looked
Honor.
over, just so you and everybody else knows there, I've already reviewed y'all's affidavits. It took me about 3 hours back over lunch and before to do that. So I've already read them. But of course, I'll listen to the attorneys if they have some argument for me to take another look at it. Sir, I've read your affidavit. I find probable cause, setting your bond at $2,500, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you post that bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, call them on Wednesdays, all the standard conditions plus special conditions, 16 and 17, which says You can't have any weapons or firearms in your possession, and you're not allowed to have any intentional contact with the victim.
I think
Stay 500
Lester,
feet away from her.
he's pervert like Irvin.
Where she works. Have a great day, sir.
They didn't say what he did, right?
Step.
But
have-
my spider senses are definitely
Noah,
tingling,
very
if you
good.
will.
Sanders Smith, Defender's Office. In this case, I didn't want to waive the reading of all 4 of his counts. and
Waive his
any
readings?
special, conditions of pretrial release.
Oh, I don't like his glasses. Oh yeah, those
All right,
glasses.
sir, you've been charged with 4 offenses. There's a 2nd-degree felony, 2 3rd-degree felonies, and a 1st-degree misdemeanor. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
For right now, yeah.
Sure, I'll appoint the public defender. Sir, I've looked over your affidavit from the sheriff, and I find probable cause for these 4 charges. Mr. Matthews, go right ahead.
Regard to the top count on the docket, state is filing a motion for pretrial detention. It is an enumerated dangerous offense under 907-041 by a providing a hard copy to appointed counsel. May approach. Respectfully request the court review this motion, and if the court finds it to be facially sufficient, that the accused be held no bond on that count. So the hearing on this motion, which should be set for next Monday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you. Oh, and I would ask you to hear on special conditions. What's with passes?
All right. Ms. Smith, anything for you related to the motion?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, I reviewed affidavit finding probable cause for all 4. On the 2nd-degree felony, that is an enumerated offense, and pursuant to the motion for pretrial detention I'm holding in front of me, I am going to find this document is legally sufficient, facially sufficient. And as a result of that, I'm going to hold you no bond on that one charge, 2nd-degree felony. We're going to send you to see the circuit judge.
They cut it.
That's going to be on the 27th at 1 p.m.
Your Honor, Sanders Smith, Defender's Office, just for clarification, I believe it's a 3rd-degree felony. At least that's what's written in my motion and the state's motion for pretrial detention that
That's correct, Judge.
it should be a 3rd-degree felony.
I apologize. I was, it's a little bit backwards in that the higher degree is not a enumerated offense. You're saying that it's the
offense is enumerated.
It makes it so challenging when we can't say the charges, but I'm just trying to acknowledge that.
Yes.
We're dancing around it with the degrees, but the 2nd-degree felony is a higher offense, but the one you're doing that's an enumerated offense is one of the 2 3rd-degree felonies. So to identify it for purposes of clarity, it's the number 1 charge on the clerk's, pretrial release.
What up, Helen?
And it's also the number 1 charge at the top of the affidavit. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, and I do apologize, they're right, it's a 3rd-degree felony. It's just funny that one you're going to be held no bond, but I'm about to give you a bond on.
You can't,
something
Florida?
that's 3 times more serious as far as the number of years you can be held in prison. So on that 3rd-degree felony, I'll hold you no bond, and we'll send you to see the A2 judge on the 27th at 1 p.m. Now, turning our attention to the 2nd-degree felony, on that charge, I'm going to set your bond at $15,000. On the 2nd 3rd-degree felony, I'm going to set your bond at $5,000, and I'm going to set your bond on the misdemeanor of the 1st degree at $1,000. So if you add them up, it's $21,000 for 3 of them. But again, the 4th one, a 3rd-degree felony, you have no bond. I'm going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, and at some point can be released to the street, you'll have to be supervised by pretrial release services. Means you have to check in with them right away, sign up in person, calling that office Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Mr. Matthews, go right ahead with any conditions you're asking for.
State is requesting condition number 22, 22A, and 25.
All right, so sir, I'm going to order, in addition to the standard conditions, you have condition 22, 22A, and condition 25. That all will be explained to you in more detail when you get processed out of the jail if that occurs, and or when you meet with pretrial services. Have a great day, sir.
I hate when they're all secretive about these type of things.
Adolfo Blanco.
Sanders Smith, Public Defender's Office. I do have the stipulation with the state regarding the 2 drug charges, that on the cannabis charge and the possession of paraphernalia charge, that there is no probable cause, and he should be released on his own recognizance on those 2 counts, since there's no allegation of THC content in the police report.
Sir, you've been charged with 4 crimes. Do you want the public defender?
For right now, yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. I find probable cause for the charge of transporting someone to a building for purposes of prostitution. Your bond is $250. On the charge of aiding or abetting someone in the commission of prostitution, there's probable cause. Your bond is $250. On the other 2 charges, cannabis and paraphernalia, there's no probable cause. You'll be released on your own recognizance. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
That brings us to Alan Michael Brown Jr.
They got a bunch of Johns right now.
I do want to wait again the reading of these charges, or 4 charges, any special conditions.
Back in there. What want y'all, man?
I would point out that any of the charges on the docket.
Read him.
It's on the docket page, it's the 3rd charge down. On actual affidavit I have, it looks like it's the 2nd charge. It's labeled as a secondary misdemeanor. My point is it should have.
What?
Smith, hold on.
What did he say?
I let you slide when you came back and you dropped the F-bomb or whatever, the foul language, and I let it slide because you're just blowing off some steam. But you can't sit there in the front row and disrupt court, okay? So
hell yeah, he can.
Treat this as your warning, okay? Don't be doing it anymore, or you and me going to have a big old talk about why you shouldn't be held in contempt.
Tase him.
I understand you're kind of upset. That's why I let it slide. But don't make matters worse, okay? Just keep quiet till your name's called. I appreciate it.
Don't let it slide, Your Honor.
Well, on the charge, my position is it didn't actually happen, that it should be an attempt, which would lower it to a 3rd-degree felony.
Is this guy right here?
Similar to the other case that we just had, that the state filed a motion on. So I would say there's probable cause for an attempt on that charge, which would be a 3rd-degree felony, and that's all.
The state would be filing a motion regardless of the court's holding regarding that particular aspect, and so I will not make argument.
Sir, you've been charged with 4 crimes. They are, as you stand there, 2 2nd-degree felonies and 2 3rd-degree felonies. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and appoint that office to represent you. Sir, I've looked over the affidavit. I did it back in my office. I've just heard the arguments of Ms. Smith, the public defender. I think she makes a compelling argument. So I am going to go along, and on what, Mr. Devin, you have number 3 here, which is a 2nd-degree felony, which is the 2nd charge down on the affidavit. I'm not finding probable cause for the completed crime, but I will find probable cause for the attempt. And just to kind of point out that the last paragraph of the affidavit acknowledges that they meant to file the attempt, and just to get reflected in the degree in the charge.
So the ladies are in the other room.
Probable cause for the F3, and I find probable cause for the other 3 charges. Mr. Matthews, you want to be heard as it relates to bond or pretrial detention?
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to the count we were just discussing, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention, providing a hard copy to appointed counsel, if I may approach.
Sir.
Again, I respectfully request court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, that the defendant be held no bond on this count until the hearing on my motion, which should be set next Monday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. And at the appropriate time, I'll ask to be heard regarding conditions of pretrial release.
Ms. Smith, anything about the motion for pretrial detention?
Other than, I would say in paragraph 2, it should, since the court has found it probable cause for lesser charge, I would say it should be modified or like attempt.
Certainly, I'll understand it. Based upon my ruling, yeah, I heard Mr. Matthews say either way he was going to file it.
And I did draft the language with that anticipation, and so again, trying to respect our limitations. That paragraph speaks specifically to the arrest and charge. And then when it comes to the finding of this court, I think I was more broad so that this motion could be drafted ahead of court and would still apply regardless of the court's
Polk
ruling
County,
on
yep.
that specific matter. So I think that is before the court in this motion.
I would just note that it's flavor present, it's a third degree felony, because I don't have any, obviously, anything to say about that.
Mr. Brown, I reviewed this document. There's a law on the books here in Florida, 907.0415C5, and there's rules of procedure, Rule 3.132 of the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure. Based upon those two things I just mentioned in this motion, I do find that it's legally and facially sufficient as a result
What up,
of
Dabs?
making those findings. On the third degree felony that we just reduced from a second degree felony, I will be holding you no bond on that. The good news is you get to go see the judge quickly to have a full-blown hearing on whether or not you should stay being held.
I'm gonna go out and assume that he did
I find
something to
probable
kids.
Cause for the other three charges. On the one remaining, well, let's see. There's two more F2s and an F3. Let's just say on the F3, Mr. Devin, that'll be number one on yours.
It has to be. Look at him.
Bond at 5,000.
He has that look. He has that look.
Remaining two F2s, I'm going to set the bond at 15,000. So that's 35,000 for three of the four, but of course on the fourth you have no bond.
What do you think they're not saying what he did?
Conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up with them in person, calling them on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Mr. Matthews, any argument on the conditions?
State would request condition 22, 22A, and 26.
He just has that look. Look how he's standing, his body language. They're not talking about his charges. Yeah, there's all kinds of red flags that are going up right here.
The last gentleman, it was 25. That's why you threw me. But 26 just does not seem like it applies. I agree. Yeah.
Hey, this guy has more red flags than a parade in China.
Special conditions 22, 22A, and 25. Again, that'll be explained to you when you process out of the jail if that occurs, and or when you go see pretrial release to get signed up with them in person. Have a great day.
Have a great day. I hope this guy's up next right here. This guy, I want this guy to go off on the judge.
Next up, we have Iram Gonzalez.
Oh, what the? Oh, no, hold, this is not making any sense to me here. Man, that was a big forehead and long hair. She gators.
Mr. Gonzalez, you're charged with offering to commit prostitution. You want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over this affidavit from the sheriff, finding probable cause, setting your
mega mind.
I will say the standard bond I've been given to some folks that have residence much closer is $250, but I'm concerned that your residence is a long ways from here. I'm going to double it. I'm going to set your bond at $500. I think that's appropriate based upon your lack of any ties to the community. Have a great day, sir.
Damn, that's an ugly fellow right there.
Next up is Sean Haggerty.
Imagine waking up
Mr.
to
Haggerty,
that.
You're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you
Another
want me to
one.
appoint the public defender?
No, sir.
All right. If you change your mind, you can always ask at any time. Your case is
Another
pending.
one.
I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm going to set your bond on this first degree misdemeanor at $1,000. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Damn, nobody got, and he has a peg as a leg.
Julian Jayer.
Nobody got that kitty last night. Everybody got busted. Another ugly one.
Julian Jayer is charged with possession of synthetic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
Yes, please.
I'll appoint that office. I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit, finding probable cause on the possession of synthetic cannabis or synthetic drug, it's $5,000. On the paraphernalia, it's $1,000.
Smoke weed every
Have a great
day.
Thank you.
You said another ugly.
Tyrone McLean.
Hey man, look.
McLean, you're charged with one local new charge, and then you have 3 warrants out of Orange County. The local new charge is domestic violence, aggravated battery.
Why?
On that charge, do you want the public defender? All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over the paperwork that's been provided to me. I find probable cause for all 4 matters. On the 3 matters out of Orange County, they're VOPs based upon caused by this new arrest. So on those 3 VOPs from Orange County, I'm going to hold you no bond. And on the domestic violence aggravated battery, I'm going to set your bond at $25,000 and make it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post that bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, and call them daily. You have all the standard conditions that everyone has on pretrial, plus the following special conditions. You're not allowed to have any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives in your possession, and you're not allowed to have any intentional contact with a listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, as well as the victim's home, vehicles, place of employment, or any school they attend. Now, it looks like you resided with the victim prior to being arrested, so I'll let you, if you get out of jail at some point, let you go back there one time within 48 hours of getting out of jail, accompanied by the police to retrieve your essential items like medicine and clothing. I'm also going to instruct the jail, Polk County Jail, if you bond out, you're not to be released until you've been equipped with or outfitted with a GPS monitor. I'm not going to put you on house arrest, but I really want you to stay, when I say stay 500 feet away from the victim and have no contact, I really mean it. The best way to make sure that you're not doing that is to put you on a GPS monitor so I know where you go at all times and that you don't go within 500 feet of the victim. Step to your left, please. Derek Miller.
Why?
Mr. Miller, you're charged with trespass. Do you want the public defender?
So get to that
Not today, sir. We don't normally let folks plead out to charges at first appearances.
How much is the bond? How much is the bond?
We already represent him on another case, 2026 MM002369LD. He was just found incompetent to proceed on that on April 16th. I would ask for us to be appointed and for him to be released on his own recognizance.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to appoint the public defender on your trespass charge. I'm going to find probable cause, and I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. Have a great day, sir.
Oh, that's it. His world is over.
That brings us to Nicholas Murillo.
Your Honor, you gonna let that ride? Let him talk
Murillo,
like that?
You're charged with offering, committing, or engaging in prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, please.
I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause. You don't have a lot of ties to the area, but you're right next door over in Hillsborough County. So what I'm going to do is just set your bond at the standard bond of $250. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Fail.
Gabrielle Richard. Sir, you have 4 charges. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint them to represent you. I've looked over the Haines City Police Department's affidavit, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000 on the petty theft of the first degree, $1,000 on the possession of drug paraphernalia, $5,000 on the possession of meth, and $5,000 on the burglary of a structure. And make all those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up with them in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions that everyone has, plus the following special conditions. You're not allowed to have any intentional contact with the victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work or where they go to school. And I'm going to order that you stay 500 feet away from the event location. Have a great day, sir. The event location where the burglary took place.
Oh, I have no clue. It wasn't, I didn't burglar nobody.
Sure, I'm just letting you know that where the allegation is in the affidavit. They're
Thank
from
you,
the
Miss
City
Queen.
Police Department. They reference a burglary. You have to stay 500 feet away from that location. Have a great day, sir.
Another one? Ay, ay, ay. Oh. That's only a face a mom could love.
Pete Wyma,
Yes.
sir, you're charged with 3 offenses. You
Let
want
me
me to appoint
guess.
the public defender to represent you?
At the current moment, yes.
I apologize. I tried to hear you. I couldn't hear.
At the current moment, yes.
Okay, if you want me to appoint them, I'll absolutely do that.
Thank
So I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I have looked over the sheriff's affidavit. I do find probable cause for these 3 charges. Going to set your bond on the possession of drug paraphernalia at $1,000. On the possession of meth, it's $5,000. And on the offering, committing, or engaging in prostitution, a third or subsequent offense, going to set your bond at $5,000.
3 times?
Have a nice day.
Damn, that fucker got 3 times already.
All right, Deputy, I think that's everyone there at South. Appreciate all your help today. Moving on to the ladies. First up is Charity Alfred. Miss Alfred, you're charged with a VOP. Do you want the public defender?
Sure.
I'll appoint them. I'm looking at Judge Cole's warrant, finding probable cause. He wants you held no bond. We'll hold you no bond and you'll come see a county judge on May the 4th. Have a great day. Next up, we have Bernicia Bass.
She wasn't too
You
happy.
may know that the alleged victim in this case, Amazon Pierre Louis, was also arrested in this incident with the same charge on her. And I believe he wanted to have contact with her, so I would ask for straight pretrial release, no violent contact with the alleged victim, since they've both been arrested in the same incident.
I might go a different direction on this one, Ms. Smith, but candidly, I'm not sure I'm going to find probable cause on Miss Bass based upon the affidavit that I read.
We can't see. You can't see. Open your
Sounds
eyes.
like what I read is they're riding in a car together. She calls him a name, and he proceeds to strike her with a backhand to the left side of her face, and then that escalated it.
Damn, that when
to where
he uses the pimp hand, if you will.
That'd be fine. I don't know. I would
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. Ms. Bass, I'm going to find no probable cause and release you on your own recognizance. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Damn, they're happy for her. Hell yeah.
She can just.
Hey, that's the first. That's the first release. Hell yeah.
Next up, we have Linesha Berry.
Linesha. All right, we can't see. We can't see nothing. We can't see nothing.
I'm sorry, I didn't even see we had either good timing or he's very patient. Sir, are you an attorney here on Miss Berry?
No, Your Honor, I'm an attorney for John Eric Murphy.
Okay, well, hold tight.
Okay.
Let me do Miss Berry, and then we'll see if Mr. Murphy's with us. He might be, he might not be. You bet. Linesha Berry, ma'am, you're charged with a warrant out of another jurisdiction. It's Orange County for failing to appear for court. I cannot appoint the public defender, but you can always hire one if you choose, or wait till you get back to Orlando and ask for the public defender. I've looked over the paperwork. I find probable cause. The judge over there set your bond at $5,000. That will be your bond. If there's nothing else holding you in the Polk County Jail, Polk will notify Orange to come get you. And if for some reason you haven't either bonded out or been transported, if you're here next week on the 29th, they'll bring you back to talk it over with the judge. Have a great day.
But if I was intoxicated, how is it an FTA? I was in Polk County when I missed court.
Ma'am, your hearing's over. You need to step to the left, okay?
Hey, what up, Matthew?
Sir, tell me your client again. We'll see if he's here.
He's up
John
here.
Eric Murphy.
Murphy.
Eric Murphy. Yeah, Eric Murphy's doing pretty good if he could afford a lawyer. Maybe his mommy got it for him. What do you guys think? I know I couldn't afford a lawyer. I'm stuck. I'll be stuck like Chuck. I have to go with the PD, the public pretender. Better known as the public defender, if you will. For anybody that's just joining up right now, this is going to be Polk County, and this is live. This is happening in real time, real life. But what? Hold up. What time is it in Florida right now? Shh, it's 3:55, I think, if you will.
Mr. Murphy, you're here for 6 different charges. They are 6 counts
255.
of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Am I pronouncing it Douthard?
Yes, Judge. Sean Dothard on behalf of defendant John Eric Murphy.
Mr. Douthard, you're going to be representing him on the entirety of this case as far as you're aware?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so no reason to ask about a public defender. Mr. Douthard, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm about to discuss probable cause. If you have any challenges, go right ahead.
Hey, CG, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Respectfully, and may it please the court. In reviewing the arrest affidavit, it appears that the affidavit itself was based simply on inconsistent statements. The arrest stems from an alleged gunshot or gunshots. 6 counts, all relating to that same incident. The 2 witnesses, alleged victims, their statements do not even line up in the affidavit itself. One says they heard 1 gunshot. One says they believe they heard 5 gunshots. Neither saw Mr. Murphy discharge any firearm. And then reading further in the affidavit, it appears that the arresting officer who completed the affidavit appeared to take into account Mr. Murphy's history of prior arrest in reaching his decision to issue the affidavit. I would point out that Mr. Murphy has no prior convictions. So I don't believe that would be entirely fair to hold that against him. I think the credibility of the witnesses is called into question here. There is no one that saw Mr. Murphy discharge the firearm. We would ask that Mr. Murphy be released on his own recognizance. I'm prepared to go into detail with Your Honor as to Mr. Murphy's circumstances, his ties to the community, his history, and all of that as well.
I'll ask you as well. Sure. Just so everyone's aware, I'm looking at a warrant. So Judge Franklin has already reviewed the affidavit, and she's made the determination that probable cause exists for all 6 charges. So I'm just going behind her at this point, but just so everyone's on the same page, there is a warrant signed by a circuit judge. Mr. Matthews, go right ahead.
Your Honor, with regard to this case, aggravated assault is an enumerated dangerous offense. The state is filing a motion for pretrial detention for Mr. Murphy on all 6 counts. I will note that in the motion I drafted, I erroneously wrote 7 counts in the body of the motion. It should be 6. So I can address that in substance at a hearing. With regard to the 6 counts before the court, state is filing the motion. I do have a hard copy for defense counsel. Defense counsel is appearing remotely, so I'm not able to hand it to him. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Respectfully request the court review this motion, and if the court finds it facially sufficient that the accused be held no bond until a hearing on this motion, which should be set for next Monday at 1 p.m. on the A2 docket. Thank you.
Mr. Douther, I know you're at a little disadvantage. You're not here to read it. It's a 2-page document. I'm looking over it now. And it's based on motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Rule 3.132 of the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure. And section 907.0415C5 of the Florida statutes. I mean, that's what it's based on. Let me just take a look at the contents.
You guys had tornadoes in Iowa last week? Jeez, glad you're all right. Luckily, it wasn't a Sharknado, if you will. And just to give you guys a heads up, I'm going to be getting off soon. If you guys do want to continue watching this stream, I am going to leave it up on YT at Collect Call From. I got a doctor's appointment today to do a follow-up on that procedure I had on April 6th. So I got to get ready and head on out. So I'll go ahead and I'm going to be here for a few more minutes. Like I said, once again, if you do enjoy watching this stream, I will have this stream up on YT at Collect Call From. I do have 3 streams going on right now. So you want to hit Polk County.
All right, Mr. Douthert, any response? I know you're at a disadvantage, but any response to his motion for pretrial detention based upon that rule and that statute number?
Yes, Judge. Frankly, I've not had an opportunity to review the motion. I was not aware of that. I would like to give the court a better understanding of Mr. Murphy, his background, his ties to the community. I do believe this was a misunderstanding. First and foremost, I would like to point out to the court that Mr. Murphy is a veteran, a combat veteran. He was in the Marine Corps. Having entered at age 18, spent 5 years serving our country, most of that being in active duty combat. As a result, he does suffer from PTSD and other disabilities, of which entitle him to veterans disability. That's not Social Security disability, that's veterans disability. This is a gentleman that served our country in active combat for an extended period of time and has earned that right. Mr. Murphy has substantial ties to his community in Pasco. He owns a home here. All of his family is here, grandparents, fiance, son, numerous friends within the community, of which I consider myself one. It is important to go back to the disability there because Mr. Murphy is of sound mind. He is stable. However, he does require medication and consultations or visits with a therapist, which he has been without for going on 4 days now, given that he was held in custody in Pasco for several days before he was moved over here to Polk. I do believe that it would be considerably against his favor if he were to be detained further without having access to that medication, to those options.
It's likely they
he is not a flight risk. There's no possibility of danger whatsoever. Mr. Murphy does not know these alleged victims. This occurred from one purported run-in at this ranch facility. He does not know the victims. He doesn't know where they live. He has no intention to contact the victims, anything of that nature. Again, we would point to Mr. Murphy's history, the fact that he did serve his country, and that he does not have any prior convictions. He's not a flight risk. He will be much better served here at home in Pasco County.
All right. Mr. Douthert, I'll just tell you, for about better part of 2.5 years, I was the, we call it problem solving over here. It's all the specialty courts, and one of the specialty courts underneath that umbrella problem solving was Veterans Court. So I was proud to say that about 2.5 years I presided over that court. We dealt with a lot of veterans, so I certainly have an appreciation for anybody who served their country and understand some of the problems that folks have brought home from combat and things like that, because I dealt with a lot of folks there. So I commend him for that. I will tell you that I think my role here, based upon that rule and that law that I mentioned, is to look at this document for its, make sure it's legally and facially sufficient. It is. It's a 2-page document. I've reviewed it in its entirety. So once I made that determination, I think that for me to follow that rule and that law, I'm supposed to hold him no bond. I intend to do that. The good news is it's a quick turnaround. We get these things because of the nature of them being no bond. They'll go in front of the circuit judge. We call it the A2 division. They'll go in front of the circuit judge on the 27th. So going to get him in front of that judge
Thank you.
for a full-blown evidentiary hearing at that time, so they can take a closer look at whether or not he's a flight risk, whether or not there's certain things that can be done to protect the community. I will tell you, as far as the prescription drugs and his medications, I don't pretend to tell Sheriff Judd how to run his jail, and they certainly they don't want to deprive people of their prescribed medications. They don't always let every medication come through the door, but they have alternatives that they use. So certainly if you think Mr. Murphy's being neglected, I would certainly reach out to the sheriff about getting some access to his prescription or an alternative that the sheriff allows in the jail. But I'm going to go ahead and find that it's legally and facially sufficient. Hold Mr. Murphy, no bond. I won't be his judge assigned to his case. That'll be a circuit judge, but he'll go see one of those circuit judges on the 27th. Gentlemen, y'all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, guys, if you guys want to continue watching the stream, like I said, I'm going to have the stream up on YT at Collect Call From. I do appreciate you guys. And with that being said, I am Collect Call James. You guys are watching. You have a Collect Call From. And like I said here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, I'm out.
Enola Gay Brunel.
What?
Ma'am, you're charged with failing to appear for arraignment on a charge of petty theft, an M1 petty theft. Do you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them. Finding probable cause based upon Judge Gibson's capias. She's already set your bond at $1,000. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to watch parole board hearings after this is done? If you guys do, I could put parole board hearings
She
after
wasn't
this.
brought up, Your Honor. Can we bring her back tomorrow? I called down to the building and they also said that she's going to need a Spanish interpreter.
Okay. Miss Smith, I don't, not sure, but
I don't know why she's being held no bond. I did not see any record for her. That's my only concern.
well,
Immigration.
say that again.
Immigration was probably why she was held no bond.
Okay. Miss Smith, I can do one of two things. We can bring her back tomorrow. I was intending to set $1,000 bond. I can set a presumptive bond of 1,000 and bring her back tomorrow if you want to do that, or I can just go to the full blown.
All right, I'll put the parole board hearings after this is done.
Or
Okay.
the public defender and set her bond at 1,000. But
And this, yeah, I don't, that would be fun. Would somebody be able to let her know that she has a bond, of $1,000 today? So she can bond out. That's the only, another concern I have.
I don't want to give you any assurances. I don't know if that'll happen, but if you want me to just do a presumptive bond and bring her back for a full blown hearing tomorrow, we can do that.
That's fine.
I don't judge. I think it's before the court is an M2.
So you thinking that 1,000 is too much? Is that right?
I can't say that, Judge. I just wanted to point that out. I thought I overheard there might be an immigration issue which might elevate it. I did not see that on the affidavit.
No,
My affidavit has an M2.
I think pretrial has certain criteria where they'll tell the jail to hold them no bond. Like the one that always throws me is X number of arrests within so many months, because I don't know until you point that out to me. So here what you're saying is that you were unable to verify her immigration, that you confirmed she doesn't have an ICE hold. So I don't know if that's, yeah, and so you're right. If it was an ICE hold, I wouldn't have, but.
I don't have the information that it was elevated above an M2.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I'll just do the presumptive bond at $250 and we'll bring her back tomorrow. How about that?
That's fine. And she can ask for public defender tomorrow. If she doesn't.
Yeah, because I don't know of any, like you said, I don't know of any reason why she'd be no bond other than that concern about immigration.
And I would just, somebody at the jail could let her know in Spanish she has a $250 bond. And I'll put reset for tomorrow. Thank you.
Follow that, Devin. Yeah, so I think she shouldn't have been held no bond. She should have 250. And then if she's still here tomorrow, we'll do her first appearance. All right, moving on to Jocelyn Isabel Cotto.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warrantless BOPs. You want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them. Looked over your paperwork from your probation officer and the sheriff, finding probable cause, holding you no bond. You'll go see the circuit judge on May the 18th. Have a great day. We're up to Maria Elena. No, we did Maria Elena. I think that brings us up to,
Hernandez.
didn't mark through them. We did the Russian with the last name G. So, yeah, and I think we did Diana Gonzalez, did we not?
Yes.
So we are up to,
The H's.
say that again?
I said we're up to the H's.
H's, yeah. My goodness. Lillian Marie Hernandez? Now, Ms. Hernandez, you're here for 4 charges. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and appoint that office to represent you. I've looked over your paperwork back in my office from the sheriff. I find probable cause for all 4 charges. She was a bringback. Was she just not available yesterday?
She couldn't come to yesterday. I don't remember
I
why.
just want to make sure there's no other bringback issue.
No, it's not a probable cause challenge.
Okay, so ma'am, 4 charges. I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over your paperwork from the sheriff, finding probable cause. On your charge of battery on a police officer, there's 2 counts. I'm going to set your bond at $5,000 on each of those 2 counts. On your F3 resisting an officer with violence, I'm going to set it at $5,000. And your last one is a misdemeanor, resisting without. I'll set it at $1,000. Have a great day.
Okay.
Kalani Billman has been charged with offering to commit prostitution. Ma'am, you want the public defender?
Yes. I thought I passed.
Say that last part again?
I do.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $250. Have a great day.
Okay.
Rebecca Holly?
Your Sanders with what defenders?
What do I say this? Oh.
First appearance is back on April 15th, and this is her 7-day hearing. I know she was serving a 300-day sentence as of last year. I don't know if that was up, and that's why she came back to court on the 15th, but this is her second 7-day hearing on this.
Yes, sir. I was time served.
Oh,
last
that's
Tuesday.
okay. So that's why they brought her back last week. So Levi County hasn't come to get her in a week, so I would ask for ROR.
I'm seeing that they're scheduled to be from tomorrow.
All right. Ms. Holly, you have a warrant. A lot of the stuff I'm telling you, I know you already know.
Yes,
You're
sir.
probably, you're in our jail on local charges. We don't normally say, hey, other county, come get her. If you have local charges, we're worried you won't
Right.
ever come back. So
Right, I
we
was
make,
time served.
yeah, we make you finish, your local charge before we call them and say, come get you. Common sense says if it's right next door, like Highlands, Hardy, Osceola, Lake, or Hillsborough, the odds are they're gonna come get you quicker than Levy County.
Right.
Where's Levy County's way up there, going
It's
up,
2 hours away. It's up Chiefland.
yeah, it's up there, Gainesville to the west,
left.
right? Yeah,
Yep.
to the left, absolutely. So that's a little bit more of a hop, skip, and a jump, and they probably don't come down here as much quick as those others. I have reason to believe they're gonna come get you pretty soon,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
So, what I'm gonna do is, I'm confident that I'm not gonna see you a week from now, based upon what I've just been told. But, I'm gonna set you up a court date next week to come back. But candidly, I don't think you're gonna be here, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we'll set you up for, April the 29th, but I'm confident, yeah, you'll be long gone. Good luck to you, okay?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Brianna Hugel?
Your Honor, Sanders Public Defender's Office. This is a case where she and in her case, alleged victim is Lennis Henry. He's also charged with the exact same charges that she has. I would ask the court to take that in consideration for bond purposes.
Ma'am, is it Hugel? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, Your Honor, Hugo.
Okay. Ms. Hugel, you're charged with 2 crimes. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
And any waiving on the second
I would
charge?
say that the one charge be referred to as a third-degree felony negligence charge.
Okay. Ma'am, I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over your paperwork as well as your, I won't call it a co-defendant, but a cross complainant, if you will, the other person that's been involved. So I'm going to find probable cause for these two charges. On the domestic battery, I'm going to set your bond at $2,500. On the F3 negligence charge, I'm going to set it at the standard bond of $5,000. Going to make those two bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions that everybody has on pretrial, plus the following special conditions. You are not allowed to have weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives in your possession. And as far as contacts, you said that
I didn't have any information regarding contact, whether or not they want to contact with each other.
so, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to order that you not have any intentional contact with the victim, directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicles, place of employment, and any school the victim attends. Realizing that, keep in mind, I read the affidavit. From my review of the affidavit, it looks like you were in the process of moving out anyway. So do you still intend to go somewhere else and vacate that residence?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have a child together, so that's where cause yeah. I was leaving, the cop showed up whenever I was removing my stuff from the vehicle to take it to my mother's.
Right. So I just hope, because I'm going to see him in a minute. And last thing I want is for that house to sit empty, because I tell both of y'all to stay away from the other, where the other one lives. So if you're confident you're going to be going to your mom's, I'm going to let him go back to that house, but I'll give you a chance to go get your stuff if you want to with the police.
Yes, Your Honor.
And keep in mind, I'm not telling you, I'm not a divorce judge. I'm not a child custody judge. I don't pretend to do that. So I'm not telling you you can't have any contact with your child. And I'm not going to tell him that either when he comes up. That's for another judge to decide. So I am going to try to keep you two apart by telling you no in-person contact. For purposes of your child, do you want me to allow you to have like non-in-person, but maybe text messaging contact so y'all can arrange maybe a third party, like your mom, his mom, your sister, his sister, someone can be a go-between to exchange the child? Do you want me to allow that?
He's not on the birth certificate, so I'd prefer if we could just, have somebody be able to talk with her, because I have custody, so I just prefer if he wants to be able to FaceTime, he's more than welcome to do that with a third party.
Okay, so
like my mom or something.
At this point, since you're saying, sounds like you're saying, Judge, he doesn't have any rights to have visitation or anything with her, my child anyway. So I'm going to leave that to the people that do those kind of things. So I'm just going to order that you have no contact with him, and in a minute I'm going to tell him the same thing. Okay.
Can I have a third party? Because I don't want to keep him from his daughter or cut off any contact from his daughter. She's 2. So I don't want to cut that contact off, but are we able to have to where my mother is able to FaceTime with him for her?
Right. That's why you threw me when you started to talk about him not being on the birth certificate, because it made it sound like you're saying, hey, you don't have any rights. But you're saying, hey, he should be able to have contact, just not involving you.
Right. Yeah. With my mother, whoever he wants to FaceTime with, because I'll have her majority of the time. So if he wants to FaceTime, I just see if we could put that in there for my mom to be able to do that with a third party.
What's your mom's name? What's your mom's name?
Jamie Reyes.
Okay. Well, we'll do that. Well, I'm going to tell you that you can have no contact with him directly, indirectly, or through a third party. You're the one that's going to voluntarily leave the home you shared. So he gets to go back to that home. He's allowed to have third party contact through your mom for purposes of visitation. Okay. He can't have any in-person or phone call or FaceTime, anything with you. It all has to go through your mom. And candidly, I like text messaging because there's a trail. He can't call your mom and tell her, hey, tell your daughter A, B, and C, and then there's no paper trail. But if he texted, we can always go back and look and see exactly what he was doing. He's not allowed to harass you or anything like that. The only reason for third-party contact is to schedule visitation and to pick up the child, things like that.
Correct.
Okay, so make sure I've covered all my bases. Your bond is 2,500, 5,000. We did 16 no weapons or firearms, 17 no intentional contact. And do you feel like you got all your stuff out of the home, or do you need to go back there one time?
No, I have a large amount of things that were there still. So I was in the process when they came and arrested me. I was literally taking my stuff out. So
Okay, and so I think I've covered everything. The last thing I need to tell you is, my suspicion is they already know, but by law, I'm what they call a mandatory reporter. Because there's an allegation, not saying it's true, but there's an allegation that a crime took place in the presence of a child. I have no choice. I have to report this matter to DCF, okay? So I just wanted to shoot straight with you and tell you, yeah, I've got to do it. It's my job. It's the law.
Right.
So I'm going to report it to them. Have a great day, ma'am.
thank you, Your Honor.
And remind me when, I think I'll figure it out, but don't let me forget the
Yes, Your Honor.
the
Mr. Henry.
companion. All right, Regina Jewell. Ms. Jewell, you're charged with warrantless BOPs. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them. Finding probable cause based upon your probation officer's affidavit. They have alleged that you tested positive for methamphetamines. Going to find probable cause, holding you no bond. You'll go see the circuit judge on May 18th. Have a great day. Danielle Johnson is charged with offering to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause based upon this affidavit, setting your bond at $250. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you.
You bet. Amanda Marie Keller.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Keller, you're charged with a VOP. You were on probation for a DUI. You want the public defender?
Yes, please.
I'll appoint him. Finding probable cause, holding you no bond because that's what Judge Kaler wanted. And we'll send you to see her on 27th. So yeah, your timing's pretty darn good. Sometimes people have to sit in there on a misdemeanor for weeks. You're only going to be sitting in jail for days on a no bond. You'll go see her on the 27th. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah. Christine Lewis.
Your Honor, Sanderson Flood Defender's Office. You may not know this, and I didn't know it until Miss Lewis's name came on the docket a couple days ago. She's been somewhere else. But the alleged victim, Loretta Pitts, was arrested with charges on Miss Lewis. She came to court about 3 days ago. I believe it was over the weekend. And she was parkered on some other matters. But since they're both charged in the same incident, I would ask for either straight pretrial release. I didn't see any prior record for, at least in Florida, or a very low bond since they were both charged in the same incident. It wasn't clear from the affidavit. It says when Miss Pitts came through, I didn't know that they've both been charged until Miss Lewis's name came on the docket like the next day, and then I saw Miss Pitts's name as the victim. So, but they were both arrested in the same incident. I do have Miss Pitts affidavit if you wanted to see it, because it's not on the docket.
My guess is it's probably pretty darn similar, just because they allege. I'm happy to look at it if you want me to. Let's just tell Miss Lewis. Miss Lewis, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over the City of Winter Haven Police Department affidavit. I'm going to do it again, but I do find probable cause for your charge. Let me just look back at the details of the allegations.
And if I approach it, you can
Sure.
Miss Pitts affidavit as well.
Thank you. I'll give it right back to you. Yeah, what I was kind of alluding to is the police officers kind of showed both sides of the coin. They, in Mrs. Lewis's statement, they telling me what Miss Pitts claims. And I bet I'm gonna read, and Ms. Pitts is here, and it's gonna probably.
That's why I had no idea they were both charged until the next day when her name was on the docket.
There's some, my guess is they're both make some similar allegations. It's just almost like who went first. It kind of boils down to which one did it first. That kind of would determine who's the victim and who's the.
They didn't, write anything like that. Did we get a point for instance?
Yeah, I did. So you said Miss Pitts got a Parker?
Well, she's Parker in some other matters. She's in a different posture than Miss Lewis. I mean, I believe she, like the $5,000 bond with pre-trial release conditions, but then she's being held no bond on some other matters, so she can't get out right now.
Miss Lewis, a fine probable cause is going to set your bond at not the standard 5,000, but I'm going to cut it in half. I'll set your bond at 2,500. Going to make it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post that bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign it in person, calling them on Wednesdays. You have all the standard conditions that everybody has on pretrial, plus the following special conditions. Based upon the allegations in the affidavit, I'm going to order that you not be in possession of, nor can you consume any alcohol. You can't go to any bars, nightclubs, or lounges, and you'll be subject to random urinalysis that tests for alcohol. You're not allowed to have weapons or firearms in your possession, and you can't have any intentional contact with the victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, or school they attend. Now, it sounds like the alleged victim is in jail. If that's still the case and she's not at home, well, you get to go home and use that home. I'm not trying to keep the house empty. So if she's not able to use it, and that's your dwelling, you get to go home. But when she gets out of jail, if that happens and she moves somewhere else, you got to stay 500 feet away from wherever she moves. Have a nice day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Kristen Mallet,
Mallet.
my apologies. That would have been my second choice. Ms. Mallet, you're charged with offering to commit prostitution. You want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit and I find probable cause. It looks like you have an open pretrial release diversion case. But
Yes, I was making payments on it, and I haven't missed any payments, no court dates or anything. It was for resisting arrest, but I've been paying on that.
So you're still in diversion.
She's been breached.
She's been
Yes.
breached.
And
But
her bond was discharged on February 19th. I don't know if she's on pretrial. She's still in pretrial, still open.
Okay. She's still on, so she's on pretrial, but her bond's been discharged. I never quite understood why that
I
happens.
paid the bondsman.
I think there's a reason, but I don't know. That sounds more dismissive than I can. I believe that there is a reason for the way they do things. I'm just not aware of it.
Candidly, I think some of it might have to do with just convenience or, but because some of those diversions, I do arraignment week. I tell people they can get through y'all's diversion if they have their valid driver's license in a matter of hours, if not days. So it seems kind of silly to go, go ahead and discharge the bond, even though they still have a pending criminal matter. And a good percentage of them won't complete it and they come back. Bottom line is, it sounds like they discharged the bond for whatever the reasons are. They discharged it, but she's still on pretrial, has an open case. Your position on parkering, I would, at the very least, I would enhance her bond on this M2, but certainly Parker is in play, it sounds like.
Sir, I have nobody to watch my kids. And I just moved here from out of town. So that's why I'm like, I have to get back to my kids. I have a 10-year-old and a 3-year-old.
Well, ma'am,
That's time.
yeah.
That's affecting my request in the court.
And they live with me.
Yes, ma'am. I was just gonna say, if what you're telling me is, hey, Judge, no one's watching my 10-year-old and 3-year-old, well, I'm gonna leave here and go call DCF and send the
No,
police
sir,
out there
I
and make sure
have,
the kids are
I,
safe.
they're safe. My child father had came down here to grab him, but he's like, you need, because he can't watch him. He has to go back to work. So he's like, what's going on? Like, are you gonna come back home or what? Because he has a good job. And he doesn't live here either. So he just came down to grab the kids. But he's like, he gotta go. So I don't
So the
know.
bottom line is that there's someone, that responsible adult that's got them now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr.
So
Matthews.
I'm trying to get back to him.
Consider if the defendant has volunteered the charge before the court and the nature of the charge that was in diversion. The state's request is a pardon.
Yes, I never missed I never missed a court date or anything, a payment, anything. I apply like.
Well, ma'am, the Parker is when someone's out on bond or pretrial, and you would think that if you got, you're on thin ice, you're out there facing a charge, that most people would like to think that people that already have an open charge would be on their best behavior,
Yes,
not
sir.
out getting arrested for new charges. So that's the whole point of Parker.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to revoke your pretrial. You're in diversion. You were until you got breached. So you might end up having to deal with that outside of diversion. I do think an enhanced bond's appropriate. I'm going to set your bond on this at $2,000. Have a great day.
Yes.
Okay. Trial. Carla Perez.
One moment. We didn't.
Did I do her already? I think I did, didn't I? It's listed. Yeah.
Martinez Vargas.
Yeah. Thank you. So we're up to Adalmas. I think I did Nahara Perez as well, didn't we?
Yeah, she was also Spanish.
All right. Moving right along. I think we are up to Lamaria Neal. Ma'am, I apologize if I messed that name up. It looks like yeah. Do you have like a father or a man in your adult?
Yes, his name is, yeah.
I was going to
his
say,
name
I
is
grew
Lamar.
up with a girl named George Aino, and she was named after, like a grandpa named George. So when I see Lamar, I thought there must be a Lamar
Yeah.
in your background. Yeah.
Yes.
So ma'am, you're charged with offering to commit prostitution. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender. I'm finding probable cause, setting your bond at $250. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You bet. Robin Oldenburg.
Senator, well, my understanding is the alleged victim wants to have contact with her, so I was going to ask for no violent contact.
Miss Oldenburg, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Do you want me to appoint the public defender, or are you going to hire one you're on your own?
I'm gonna hire one because I have no thing.
Yes, ma'am. You have that right to hire an attorney if you want. So if you fail in that endeavor, you can always ask for the public defender later. And if you qualify, I'm sure me or whatever judge would appoint them. I have looked over your paperwork. I did it back in my office and even made some notes on it. Finding probable cause for your charge. You've been recommended for straight pretrial release. What that means is, if I go along with it, which I will, you'll be getting out of jail today without posting any money. You'll be getting out, but you have to be supervised while you're out on pretrial release. You heard me been telling other people. So you're probably not going to make it there today, unfortunately, but by the time you get out sometime this evening, you'll just have to go down there to pretrial release services here in Bartow tomorrow morning. Sign up with them in person, calling them on Wednesdays. We have all the standard conditions everybody else has, plus the following special conditions. You are not allowed to have firearms, weapons, ammunition, or knives in your possession while you're on pretrial. And because the alleged victim does desire to have contact with you, I am going to allow you to have contact with the victim. But this contact is prohibited from being physically or verbally threatening. You're not allowed to be violent or abusive in any manner whatsoever. So you get to go home and interact with the victim. It just has to be peaceful. Okay? No violence. All right. Have a great day, ma'am. We are up to Savannah Plumley. Ms. Plumley, you have 5 charges. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint them to represent you. I've looked over the paperwork, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $2,000 on the resisting without, $2,000 on the paraphernalia, $6,000 on the possession of heroin, $6,000 on the possession of fentanyl, and $6,000 on the possession of meth. Grand total looks like $22,000. Have a great day, ma'am. That brings us to Laura Riley.
Your Honor, she got sick while she's in the courtroom, so we sent her back to her housing unit. Can we bring her back tomorrow?
What? Oh, I guess.
I think our Deputy Fletcher, you said she got sick?
She was sick in the courtroom, so we sent her back to be seen by medical.
No, we set tomorrow.
Okay, we'll bring Miss Riley back tomorrow. Mr. Devens. Rashida Saunders. Ms. Saunders, you're charged with 4 crimes, 2 new and 2 VOPs. Do you want the public defender on the 2 new charges?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender on the 2 new charges. I'm not allowed to appoint them on the VOPs because they're not here. They're VOPs from Hillsborough. So you can hire a lawyer or wait till you get back to Tampa and ask for a public defender. I've looked over your paperwork. I find probable cause. I'm going to set your bond on the battery at $2,000. Your bond on the offering to commit prostitution at $1,000. And I'm going to hold you no bond on the 2 VOPs from Tampa. Now, the way it works is as long as you have these local charges, if you're in our jail, haven't bonded out, haven't resolved them one way or another, then they're not going to call Tampa to tell them to come get you. But as soon as you either resolve the cases or bond out the local charges, they'll call Tampa and tell them to come get you. Okay? Have a great day. We are up to Brittany Spivey. Ms. Spivey, you have 3 charges. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint them to represent you. Finding probable cause based upon the sheriff's affidavit. Going to set your bond at $5,000 on the possession of meth, $1,000 on the possession of paraphernalia, $250 on the aiding or abetting another in the commission of prostitution. And because you have an open felony case, I am going to revoke your bond on.
But I wasn't.
Hold on. 25 CF 7536. And I'm going to hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State. And I'll appoint the public defender if you don't already have them. Ma'am, just don't talk about your case, okay? Go ahead.
I was just, so what, like, I wanted to know, like, how was there probable cause when I didn't show anything to present myself in that manner?
Yes, ma'am. A probable cause is a lot lower than what's needed to win at trial. So it's a low standard, relatively speaking. So I've reviewed the affidavit, and from my review of the document, I found probable cause. Have a nice day, ma'am. Next up is Thanette Holly Turner. Ma'am, you're charged with domestic battery and domestic battery assault. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint him to represent you. I've looked over your paperwork from the sheriff, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $5,000 on the domestic battery and $2,500 on the domestic assault, making those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, calling them on Wednesdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16, 17, 18, which is no weapons or firearms can be possessed, no intentional contact with the victim, stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, and where they work. Since you live with the victim prior to being arrested, you get to return one time with the police within 48 hours to retrieve your essential items like medicine and clothing. Have a nice day, ma'am.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
Sure, just don't talk about the case, okay?
Okay, The victim and I do not live together, Your Honor. We've been separated since March of 2021. He has been coming to visit our 3 children that I live with in the home. Every 2 months or so, he comes and stays 2 to 4 days, and then he goes back to New York. He has been living in New York, I believe, for the last 3 years of the 5 that we've been separated. He should have a New York license. He has a apartment there. His vehicle should be registered there. So I am pleading with you to ask that I be able to return home, because once again, he's in the home on a visit. He arrived on Monday. He should not be staying very long. He has no clothes there. He didn't bring his furniture from New York like he was moving in or anything.
Yes, ma'am. Let me just tell you that where someone lives and where their legal residence is, it's not a black and white type of a thing. By that, I mean, I don't pretend to be an eviction judge. I don't pretend to be a divorce judge, decide who gets the house, who has to move it. That's not what I'm doing. That's not my role today. So if he's there and claiming that that's his legal residence, then you're going to have to find somewhere to go. If he is not there, he's back in New York, well, then I think once you confirm that with pretrial, then I don't want to deprive you from going home. And then once you're back in that house, what you choose to do as far as evicting people or having them, going through a divorce or whatever, that's between you guys. I'm just saying that wherever he's at, that's his legal residence, you're going to have to stay 500 feet away from there, okay?
Okay, so as long as he still has the New York address, I'm allowed to go home if he's not going to stay there.
All I can tell you is the police have told me, and again, I haven't talked to that gentleman. I haven't had him. We don't have a trial, but what I'm telling you is the police have identified him and have told me that his address is the exact same one that you're living in. Now, again, where someone's legal residence is not always, it's more gray than black and white. So, you're just going to have to sort through that. If he's there, I'm not rolling the dice and trying to convince the policeman that comes out, that that's not his legal residence unless you got some ammunition to prove that. If that's your husband and you have 3 kids there and he has some claim, I'd be worried if I'm you that that policeman's going to look at me going, why are you here? You have to stay 500 feet away from his home. Okay.
Yeah, and okay, I will look into that because we had a prior domestic violence case and he was told that he had to stay away because I was the one residing in the home. But I appreciate what you said, Your Honor. Thank you.
Well, that case, like I said, if you said prior, well, if it was dropped or it went away, it's no longer active.
No, it wasn't dropped. It was a case in 2023, I believe, for domestic violence. And they said, you got to stay 500 feet away from each other. And I said, well, I'm in the home. And he actually was in New York at that time in the apartment that he has. And I was able to reside in the home with the 3 children. It wasn't that they said anything about him still being able to come to the house because we are both still legally married. They said, well, if he has the New York apartment and you're in the house, then you both have somewhere to live.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if you're talking about like an injunction or something like that, and I'm not even pretending to know what you're saying. I'd be kind of shocked if there's an open case from 23 that's like a...
No, it's not open. I'm sorry. I may have misspoken. It is not open, but it was a domestic violence case, and yes, Your Honor, it was an injunction filed, and when the injunction was filed, it was basically the same thing that you're saying now, that we have to be 500 feet apart. But so that I wouldn't be homeless, that judge said he's got the apartment in New York, so he stays with that apartment. You're in the house with the kids, so you stay in the house with the kids.
Right. Yeah.
Because right now I'm going to be homeless if he decides that he wants to throw a fit and say, I'm going to sit here. I hope he doesn't do that. I hope that he returns to New York peacefully and I can go home. But if something happens right now, I have no say and I'm homeless.
So yes, ma'am, I think you understand the kind of predicament. And by that, I mean, it sounds like that judge that ruled that way previously probably had a hearing where everybody could be heard. I don't know what he would say because he's not here to tell me. So I don't even want to pretend like I know what he would say. he might be in front of me and say, hold on, Judge, that's my house. I've lived there for X number of years. What she's saying is not true. Or he could say, yeah, Judge, I live in New York. I just come down to visit my kids, so that's her place. I don't have a clue. He's not here. I don't want to guess what he would say. That's why these things need to get sorted out through more involved type hearings. So for today's purposes, if he's there, you got to go somewhere else. If he's vacated and he moved back to New York, well, you get to go home. I'm not trying to keep you from going to your house. I'm just trying to keep you to going to the house that he resides in.
Okay.
To be continued. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Darlene Young. Miss Young, you're charged with possession of cocaine, possession of paraphernalia. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $6,000 on the cocaine, $2,000 on the paraphernalia. It looks like you have an open case in 26 MM 1918. What is that charge? Are you able to tell me? 1918. Resisting without. Is that still pending?
I'm seeing previously, they had a court date for today where they were not present. Issues.
Is there an FTA for her?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. There's a FTA filed today.
I would just ask that we be served with the FTA that's already happened.
So you're saying I should go with the FTA versus the Parker? Maybe you can do both, Judge.
Well, I mean, that probably happened before, obviously it happened before her case was called here. So I don't know what the
It
case
happened
is.
before she got accused of the new crime. I mean, now we're getting into that, like tit for tat.
What is there a bond amount on it, or is it one of those?
It's set at 2,000 on the new tickets.
I mean, if that case is out there, she's gonna need to be served with it. That's all I got to say on that.
All right. What I'll do is Mr. Matthews, what's your position on what I should do?
Judge, this one I think is a little more straightforward. I'd ask for a Parker.
Yeah.
No, this is a different type of charge than the drug charge he's here for. I don't know that there's any nexus between the misdemeanor resisting and these charges. I would ask the court not to Parker her. And the thing that's going to happen is if you do Parker her, she's going to be held no bond on this, and then she's going to be served with the no bond with the capias for that's already happened and come back to first appearances tomorrow anyway on the $2,000 capias for the FTA.
Yeah. Ms. Young, it does seem a little more clear cut to me. You're out on a bond for resisting without. You pick up 2 new charges, and I'm going to Parker you. I'm going to hold you, revoke your bond on 26 MM 1918, hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State. Ms. Smith's absolutely right. You're probably going to be served with a $2,000 FTA capias, but the bad news for you is you're going to be held also on a no bond Parker. On these 2 charges, on the possession of cocaine, your bond is $6,000. Your bond on the paraphernalia is $2,000. Have a great day, man. Sure. Yeah. Just hustle back as quick as you can. Folks, hold your spots. We're just going to take a convenience break to get a sip of water. And we'll be right back with you momentarily.
I hate to ask for a second.
All right, thank you, everybody, for your patience. Let's start with the gentleman and try to get some momentum going and get through you guys quickly. I know those benches are getting a little hard. Let's start with Alderman, John Charles Alderman. Mr. Alderman, you have a warrant.
Did that one, didn't we? Or no?
Mr. Alderman, you're charged with possession of a controlled substance out of Jacksonville, Duval County. I cannot appoint the public defender because it's a different public defender's office. You can hire a lawyer or ask for the public defender when you get back up north. Finding probable cause based upon the paperwork provided to me. The judge up there set your bond at $15,003. Don't know why it's $1,503, but it's $15,003. So Judge Salvador up there. So you are able to bond out here on that amount. If for some reason you haven't bonded out and they haven't come to get you, a week from today, they'll bring you back so you and whatever judge is sitting here can have a talk about what happens next. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Yeah. Christopher Ayers?
Yes, sir.
Ayers, you have 2 VOPs. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir, please.
I'll appoint the public defender. I'm looking at Judge Hill's warrant. He signed it, looks like back in March. Finding probable cause. He wants you held no bond. We'll hold you no bond and you'll go see him on May 18th. Have a great day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You bet. Kevin Bartlett?
Bartlett.
Bartlett, my apologies. Mr. Bartlett, you have 4 separate charges that you're here for that you failed to appear for court. You already have a private attorney, Mr. Trans Michelle.
Yeah.
And I'm finding probable cause based upon Judge Carpenini's capias. Judge Carpenini wants you held no bond, but wants you to have a 5-day hearing. We've set that up for April 27th. Have a great day, sir.
Have a seat outside.
Stephen Berrien?
Ask the articles briefly, Judge.
Mr. Berrien is charged with battery with a prior conviction. Sir, do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint him to represent you. I looked over your paperwork. I find probable cause. Mr. Matthews, go right ahead.
I was looking for all my judge. I was respectfully withdraw my.
Okay. Mr. Berrien, the pretrial tells me you have an extensive history, and this is alleged to be a battery based upon dating or repeat sexual violence. Taking all that into consideration, I'm going to set your bond at $10,000 and make it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post that bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial services. Call them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions that everyone else has, plus the following special conditions. You're not allowed to have weapons, firearms, or ammunition in your possession, and you can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from her home, her vehicles, where she works, or where she goes to school. Have a great day, sir. I think we're up to Kelvin Brown.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, you're charged with domestic violence, battery. They also allege that you have a prior conviction, which would make this a 3rd-degree felony. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir. I have a quick question. Yes, sir. But this is a prior conviction. I haven't been in trouble in the last 6 or 7 years. This domestic was been a long time ago, and this person that was in my house is not there and wasn't supposed to be there. And if you look at she say I did this and changed it, I haven't been in any trouble, sir.
Yes, sir. Like I said, there's the fact that you have a prior conviction is what's used by the state to make this a felony. So I hear what you're saying. I'll factor that in when I go to bonds. I'm just telling you what the charge is, and the charge is based upon you having a prior battery. Yes. So did you tell me you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over the Lakeland Police Department affidavit. I find probable cause. Going to set your bond at $7,500 and make it a condition of pretrial release. If you post that bond, immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 17, which is you can't have any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives. You can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from her, her home, her vehicles, where she works or where she goes to school. Have a great day, sir. Jose Castillo.
You. We've got a couple of these before him, if you wanted to do those.
Let me just see, I'm working off of, let me see, I'm just working off paper and I'm working off of, sometimes the staples will stick together. So yeah, we did Mr. Brown, so let's do Christopher Burnside. Mr. Burnside, you're here for failing to appear on 4 charges. You want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over a habeas by Judge Hill, the circuit judge, finding probable cause. He had originally set you at no bond, but wanted to have your bond set at first appearance. So that's what I'm going to do. Having reviewed the document, I'm going to set your bond on the possession of cannabis resin at $6,000. On the paraphernalia, it's $2,000. On the attaching a tag, not a sign, is $1,000. And on the failure to have insurance, it's $1,000. You add it all up, it's $10,000. Have a great day, sir.
Bird, Lawrence.
Lawrence Bird is charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want a public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Have a great day, Mr. Bird. Joshua Campo is charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit, finding probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. Have a great day. Now we're up to Jose Antonio Castillo. Mr. Castillo, you have 5 charges. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit, finding probable cause, setting your bond on the failure to maintain insurance on your motor vehicle, that's $250. On the possession of marijuana known as cannabis, it's $1,000. Paraphernalia possession is $1,000. Operating an unregistered motor vehicle is $250, and the big one is possession of a synthetic drug. That's $5,000. Have a great day, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're up to Troy Clinton.
Yes, sir.
Clinton, you're charged with failing to appear for court on 2 charges: domestic violence, felony battery, and domestic violence, felony battery count 2. Sure, yeah, these are different cases. 4485, 4485.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I only have 1 charge.
Yeah,
I was on.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, I had my concerns about this. There's 2 capiases and they're the same charge.
I think
and,
one's from.
Same case number, and for some reason they got put on the list of things that are being held twice. So Mr. Matthews, looks like the same charge to me. Do you see anything different?
That case has 1 count.
Yeah, CF 254485, and he just happens to have 2 entries from the jail. So you're right, sir. So I'm going to find probable cause based upon Judge Cumby's capias. She wants you held no bond, but with a 5-day hearing. So we've set you up for a 5-day hearing. Your timing's pretty darn good. You're going to see her tomorrow.
What time is that?
That'll be 8:30.
Okay, is he ROR'd on one of the
I
counts?
think that's what we need to do. Mr. Devon's already beaten us to the punch. It's on the, and again, I will tell you what it is now that I'm looking at what Devon has here. I remembered seeing this. One of them was for failing to appear. The other is order regarding pretrial release. So there's 2 bases for the same. But it is when you get right down to it, it's a duplicate. It's 1 count, 1 case number.
So you'd like to be released from the second one?
So
I think you could hold, the court could hold him on 1 count for 2 reasons. The only, how the court wants to do it, of course, is up to the court. My only concern is if there's competing findings on the same count, it may not be clear later what your intention was today.
Yeah, no, what also concerns me is if the jail gets this and says he's ROR'd on this case number, disregarding that it was for the order regarding pretrial release versus the FTA.
Yes.
He could be on the street tomorrow.
Yes.
So I think that we probably shouldn't put ROR. We should basically just put some designation to say these are two reasons holding for the same charge.
Yes.
He's not being held for two charges, he's held for one charge, just two reasons are causing him to be held. And so that's abundantly clear. I'm just, otherwise, if I did anything else, I'd be confused. It would be misinterpreted. He could be on the street. And that would not make Judge Cummey happy. Okay.
I have one question, Your Honor.
Sure.
Being I was in custody during the time of my court date, is that going to be resolved in the end?
Well, that's why you're going to see her tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow.
So yeah, you'll go see her tomorrow and you can let her know, hey, I was in custody. Now, that might not explain why you have an order regarding pretrial release, because they revoked your pretrial. So that's one reason why you're being held no bond. The other one is you didn't show up for court.
Yes, sir.
You being in custody might explain the second one. I'm not sure if it's going to explain the first one. You can talk it over with her.
He already has public defender, right?
Say again?
Yes, they were previously.
Oh, thank you.
Joshua Coleman?
Your Honor, Coleman was combative and was not brought up.
I'll reset tomorrow, Your Honor.
Boy, I did a lot of work on Coleman. He's got 13 charges. Seems unfair that he gets to decide that some other judge has to do this all over again.
State's ready to go, Judge.
Yeah. Bottom line is he's being held on no bond, so if he wants to be combative, he'll stay held no bond and maybe he'll be in a better spirit tomorrow. So Mr. Devon, have him come back tomorrow, please. Joseph Congrove? That's you. Sir, you're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint them. I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit. I find probable cause. The standard bond is $1,000, so I'll set you at $1,000. Have a great day, sir. Next up, we have Dewey Orban Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, you are charged with violating your probation on a petty theft charge. You want the public defender?
Hold on, I got a new charge?
No, sir. You're on probation for petty theft, and Judge Patey signed a warrant for you because they alleged a handful of things here. They're saying you haven't done your community service, nor have you done your ACS milepost class, and you owe them $473.50 for cost of supervision. So when she got that, she signed a warrant for you to be picked up. So you want the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll appoint him, finding probable cause, holding you no bond. Have a great day, sir. You'll go see her.
What's
on
my
May
next court date?
May the 18th. Have a great day. Joseph Evans.
Sanderson public defender's
He
office.
he had to go back to the holding cell. Can we call him last? He is having a
Waive his appearance, Your Honor.
uniform issue.
Your Honor, I can waive his appearance, Sanderson, on his behalf. I would ask to be appointed. I would ask for ROR. We do represent him on other matters. He has been found incompetent to proceed in 2025 MM002281BA.
All right. Well, Mr. Evans, I'll appoint the public defender, finding probable cause, setting his bond at $1,000. Harry Fleming. Mr. Fleming, you're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yeah, I'll take a public defender.
All right, I'll appoint them, finding probable cause based upon the sheriff's affidavit. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. Have a great day, sir. Jarvis Floyd has one new charge and 2 warrantless VOPs. Do you want the public defender for all 3 of these matters?
Yes. What is the 2 warrantless VOPs?
Well, you picked up a new charge of knowingly driving while license suspended, and you're not allowed to pick up new crimes while you're on probation. So when they arrested you for driving without a license, they bopped you for the 2 charges you're on probation for, the burglary and the petty theft.
Okay.
All right. So I'll appoint the public defender for all 3. Finding
Yes, sir.
probable cause, setting your bond at 2,000 on the knowingly driving and no bond on each of the VOPs. Have a great day, sir. Aaron Matthew Buston is charged with a VOP. Looks like what you went on probation for was violation of injunction for protection against domestic violence. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. Just so you know, I'm looking at Judge Taylor's warrant. She signed it after she got this affidavit. In the affidavit, it looks like the probation officer alleged that you didn't report the probation office on February 27, nor did you report on February 20th, and you owe cost of supervision. So she signed a warrant. I'm finding probable cause. It's no bond. You'll go see her pretty quick. You'll go see her on the 27th. Have a great day. John Carlos Garcia. John Carlos Garcia.
He's approaching.
All right. Coming from the side over there. I didn't see you. Mr. Garcia, you're charged with possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis resin. That resin is a third-degree felony. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
Appoint the public defender. Looked over the Lake Wells Police Department affidavit. I read it back in my office. Finding probable cause. Your bond on the possession of cannabis is with intent to sell is $5,000. The cannabis resin is $5,000, and the paraphernalia is $1,000. Have a great day.
Next court date?
Yeah, I'll be happy to tell you. Let me see if Mr. Devin can pull it up for me. May 26th. All right, Roberto Gomez Santee.
No, Your Honor, that he was one of the Spanish ones. This one is
All right.
Gomez Arturo.
I didn't pull it out of my stack of paperwork. Thank you.
Oh, yes, sorry, sure.
I think we're up
Tried to do
to
earlier, but
Travis Biggin.
isn't this the one we tried to do earlier, but he spoke English?
Yeah, there was a mix up.
Yeah, the two.
Yeah.
So who is this gentleman?
Gomez Arturo, or yeah, Arturo. Gomez.
Yeah, Arturo Gomez is charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender? I think you said yes.
You're muted.
Yeah, and you're muted. Sir, you want the public defender?
No.
No, okay. Yeah, you were muted. That universal symbol for no. Okay. I'm looking over the sheriff's affidavit, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Have a great day. Travis Grace is here for 2 VOPs, the warrantless variety. Mr. Grace, do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them to represent you. I'm looking at your probation officer's affidavit. They allege you tested positive for meth. Gonna find probable cause, hold you no bond. You'll go see the circuit judge on May 18. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Bronson Grooms.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great.
He's charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over your affidavit from the sheriff. I find probable cause. I'll set your bond at $1,000. Have a great day, sir.
Is there a date for the trial, sir?
It won't be a trial. That'll be a little bit further down if you're wanting one. Your arraignment, which is your first chance to go see a judge and enter a plea, is May 8th. May 8th. And it looks like that's the M4 judge, which is Judge Gibson. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bet. Clifford Hart.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hart, I'll make sure because I had you down as 1 count of driving while license suspended or revoked permanently. And then you had VOPs. It looks like we have you down for a total of 15 VOPs. That one just kind of jumped off at me because the affidavit didn't reflect 15 counts. It just showed violation of probation. Ms. Smith, have you or Mr. Matthews had a chance just to confirm that DOC, if they have him actively on probation for 15 different charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't want to hold him in multiple charges if he doesn't, if he's
Well,
not.
I'm looking at the Department of Corrections website, paperwork that I received. It says his probation expires December 31st, 2028.
And you're confident, and I'm not asking because I'm doubtful, I just want to make sure he's got 15 counts.
Look at the showcase, I guess, and not rely on the Department of Corrections website like I normally do.
Looks like when he entered the plea, there were 34 counts. Another case.
Okay, so yes, sir, long story short, you committed a new crime of driving a license suspended, which violated the probations that you were on. I just want to make sure we had a confident count of how many you were on. The police arrested you for 15 counts of BOP. So do you want me to?
Judge, that was when I pleaded out, they dropped all the charges down to one charge, like them old charges, like that's what I'm on probation for.
That's not what I should.
Yeah, I'm looking at, Devin, scroll down a little bit. No, just scroll down so I can see the date at the top there. No, there you go. On August 29th of 2023, you pled to counts 1 through 15, and you got 48 months of probation on each one of those to run concurrent with each other, but consecutive to the prison stint. So yeah, that makes perfect sense that you have 15 counts. So do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender, looking over the paperwork, finding probable cause. The one that caused all this is the driving while license suspended. They have it as a permanent suspension as an F3. So I'm going to set your bond on that at $7,500. And it would hold you no bond on the 15 counts of VOP. Have a great day, sir.
When I go to court,
May 26, May 26. Adinsky Henry,
Yes, sir.
you're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. Looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Have a great day. Now I think we're at the companion, Mr. Lennis Henry.
Yes, Ron.
All right, Mr. Lennis Henry, who's a companion to the young lady I saw earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Henry, you want me to appoint the public defender? You're here for the charge of domestic battery and a F3 neglect charge.
Yes.
All right. I'll appoint the public defender who represents you. Sir, I've looked over the paperwork, finding probable cause for the charges. I'm going to give you a lower bond on the domestic than I give most people who, for the standard bond, taking into consideration the allegations. I'm going to set your bond at, I'll say, I'll give it $1,000 for the domestic battery.
And for the other bond?
The other bond is an F3, and the standard bond for that is $5,000, so $6,000 total. I'm going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. So if you're able to post bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up with them in person, calling them on Wednesdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions, 16 and 17. 16 says no weapons or firearms can be possessed. 17 says no intentional contact with the alleged victim. Now, the exception is, as we talked about earlier with her, you have a child. She's saying that she's not going back to that residence, so you get to go back to that residence. She's going to go to her mom's. She says that you have a right to see your child. She's not depriving you of that. And that's me paraphrasing. So she says you're allowed to have third-party contact with her mother for the sole purpose of arranging visitation and child exchange. Okay?
Okay.
Then they have third-party contact with the victim's mother, Jamie Reyes, for purposes of the shared child, text messages only. Right, remember I said I only want text messages, so there's a paper trail, so you can't go off on a rant or say things that aren't related to child exchange. You know, have a great day, sir.
Bye.
Jason Halasnik.
No, just so you know, this is the Pasco County case.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that always helps to know that before I put my foot in my mouth. Mr. Halasnik, you have 3 BOPs out of another county. They're warrantless BOPs. I cannot appoint the public defender. You can hire a lawyer if you want, or wait till you get back to Pasco and ask for the public defender. I've looked over the paperwork. The allegation is you must be being supervised here on a Pasco charge, but the allegation is you tested positive for meth. So I find probable cause, going to hold you no bond. We'll notify Pasco to come get you. If you're still here a week from today, they'll bring you back to talk it over with a judge. Have a great day. DeAndre Horner.
Sanders Smith, Public Defender's Office. I do have a stipulation with the state regarding the petty theft. There should be probable cause for a secondary misdemeanor, which is a lesser misdemeanor charge. And I did also notice that he has been recommended for straight pretrial release, so we're gonna ask for that also.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You're here on 2 charges. As you stand there, you're charged with petty theft. They've alleged it's a first-degree misdemeanor. And then count 2 is possession of liquor, of alcohol by a minor, someone under the age of 21. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
No, I had a question about the second charge. What exactly does possession entail? Like it being on me when they arrested me?
No, sir, they accused you of, and I know where you're going, they accused you of stealing it from a store and drinking it. So the evidence may be that it wasn't on you when the police came to see you and you told them you drank it and threw the can away, but that doesn't mean that they can't charge you with possessing it on the theory that you took it from the store. They have video of you taking it from the store and you acknowledge that you drank it. So I can't give you legal advice, but possession doesn't mean that the end result when you came into contact with the police, it can mean you walking out of the store on video with it in your hand.
Okay.
So do you want the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, if you change your mind, you can always ask later. Sir, I've looked over the paperwork, finding probable cause. You have been recommended for straight pretrial, but I don't feel comfortable, candidly. I don't want a straight pretrial yet, so I'm not going to. I'm going to set your. I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, I was right in the middle of talking. I was right smack in the middle when you were. So what would you like to say now that I'm stopped?
I'm sorry, we had stipulated, the state and I, that it was probable cause for a secondary misdemeanor petty theft, not a first.
Right, yeah, exactly. I'm not going to deviating from that. So I'm finding probable cause for the petty theft and the possession of alcohol by a minor. Your bond will be $250 on each count. Have a great day, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't mean to get snippy with you, but I was, yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're allowed to correct me, but I just prefer you do it when I'm not right in the middle of talking.
Understand.
Say again.
What's the bonds on that one?
What was the what?
The bonds on that one?
$250 for each of the 2 second-degree misdemeanors.
Yes, no, it's not for petty theft and 2.
Yeah, they charged it as an M1, but clearly it's not an M1, it's an M2. That's why they stipulated that it's an M2. And so with an M2, the standard bond's $250, so it's $250 per count. Yeah. Next up is Jair Jackman. Mr. Jackman, you're charged with solicitation soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. Have a great day.
Yes, Your Honor. Quick question. Arraignment's May 8th, Your Honor.
No, sir. Your arraignment's well, no, I apologize. You're right. May 8th. And you're clairvoyant. You know, but yeah, it's May 8th with Judge Gibson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a great day. Alicia Johnson.
Elisha.
I apologize. Elisha Johnson. Possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause. $5,000 for the meth, $1,000 for the paraphernalia. Have a great day. Timothy Jordan. And I think we already did Mr. Jordan, didn't we? We did the other.
He's in jail.
Timothy Jordan is charged with driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender. Sir, do you want me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Sir, I've looked over a habeas issued by Judge Hill, Gerald Hill, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $5,000. Now, it does appear, I'm just trying to gauge it, you have an open case of 26 CF 1996. Was he out on bond on that one prior to February 25th, the date of the alleged offense on this one?
No, sir.
Matthews, he doesn't think so. Giving you a chance to disagree with him.
My case originated February 27th. Bear with me. Information filed on March 12th.
Hey, man.
I'll need to look at the sale case, find out when that was served. Oh, sorry. Looks like the PD filed a plea on March 30th. So I suspect that he was, but I would need to ask the clerk for a look and showcase. We don't typically track it unless it's like a DV or something like that. So I have to look and showcase.
Yeah, he's on open bond on that case. So it's just a matter of either he went to first appearance or he bonded out before.
No, Your Honor, can I
Yes.
speak? So what had happened was they added this charge from a case behind the day that I got bonded out.
So he went to first appearance. Then
You're talking about 1996.
yes, on 26 CF 1996. So he went to first appearance on February 27th. Then I see that he paid substantial bonds to or with the bondsman, Rico Greenville bonds. The information was then filed some days later on March 12th. And the latest minutes, seems counsel was present, he had his presence waived.
And that was for the day they charged that for the day before I got arrested.
Bottom line is he was not out on bond when the allegation was February 25th.
Yes, sir.
That's all I was trying to determine. All right, sir. So your bond on this charge that you're here for, 2605, the bond is 5,000 cash or surety. Have a great day. Colt Kersey.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kersey, you're charged with grand theft. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Appoint the public defender. Looked over the city of Winter Haven affidavits, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $10,000, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you post that bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up in person, calling them on Wednesdays, all the standard conditions, plus special conditions 17 and 21. You can't have any contact with the alleged victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work or where they go to school. Here it's a business, clearly. It's Walmart. So you're not allowed to go to any Walmart, Sam's Club, or Murphy gas stations. And that's what 21 says. Stay away from the event location. So no Walmarts, no Sam's Clubs, no Murphy gas stations. Have a great day.
Second song.
Timothy King.
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office. He's only violated for owing money. I would ask for an earlier court date.
Yes, sir.
Mr. King, you're charged with violation of probation on a grand theft. You want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir. Please.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender. I'm looking at your affidavit. Judge Harb signed it. He's holding you no bond. And Ms. Smith's right, the two allegations, unless there's an addendum of some sort, but the two violations are based upon money.
Correct.
$200 in arrears, and then $4,500 with 61 cents for restitution. So, Mr. Devin, what got him down for May 18th? Ms. Smith was hoping he could, if Judge Harb was available earlier. Might not be a bad idea to get him in there earlier since it's purely financial.
He would need to be out immediately.
Your Honor, may I?
Well, you can talk, but I mean,
Talk about
I'm doing what the public defender wants me to do. And I'm asking the clerk to look, to find you a closer date. So I'm not
No, I
quite sure
appreciate
what you can add to that.
No, I appreciate it. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I just, like I said, it's another
Yeah.
judge signed the warrant, so I'm not gonna say, oh, he's wrong.
No.
Warrant's
I was
in
just,
place. He was clear. He wants you held no bond. So I'm trying to get it moved up so you don't sit in jail only because you owe money.
With
I
that said,
appreciate-
it looks like they have a mock date next Monday that we could try.
Sorry.
Next Monday. I'm guessing you like that better than May 18th.
Yes, yes.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you
so
very,
You're welcome, sir. And again, I don't know what Judge Hart will do, but at least I'm gonna get you in front of him quickly so y'all can discuss the money aspects of your case.
It's April
I appreciate-
27th,
At 8:30.
8:30. Thank you very much.
Have a great day, sir. You'll go see Judge Hart Monday.
thank you very much. You as well.
Bet. Saiba Karapa? Mr. Karapa, you're charged with soliciting another to commit a prostitution. You want the public defender?
No.
All right, if you change your mind, you can always ask later. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Have a great day, sir. Martin Moscoro. Do we do Craig's? He got stuck. We'll do Craig Long next. Martin Moscoro is charged with possession of meth and paraphernalia. You want the public defender?
Sure.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. Finding probable cause. Looks like you have an open case, 26 CF 2785. Can you tell me what the charges are?
Possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of meth.
All right, sir. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set your bond on these charges at $6,000 on the meth, $8,000 on the $6,000 on the meth, $2,000 on the paraphernalia, a grand total of $8,000. Going to make these two bonds conditions of pretrial release. Apologize. $6,000 and $2,000. I'm going to, based upon me finding probable cause for these two, I'm going to revoke your bond on 26 CF 2785. Going to hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State, and I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you if you don't already have them. Look, you wouldn't say something. No. I was going fast and it's been a long day. So just gonna take a breath and drink some water and.
The next number was 26 CF 2785 on the Parker.
Can you pull that back up so I can tell straight up? $26 CF 2785.
Okay.
So he'll be holding Parker on that one, no bond with the public defender. His bonds on this case are 6 on the meth, 2 on the paraphernalia. All right, now let's circle back and do Craig Long. Mr. Long, you are charged with solicitation of another to commit a prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, if you change your mind, you can always ask later. Sir, I have your affidavit in front of me. Finding probable cause, your bond is $1,000. Have a great day, sir.
We have Knowles Desmond here.
Knowles with a K or Knowles
Yes, sir.
with a
Knowles with a K.
Knowles with a K? We were told bonded. That was what was represented to us by the jail.
Yeah, oh, well, they did not tell us that.
Yeah, Miss Leatherwood called over there and got status on these folks that were in the SPC category. They told us he bonded. I'm happy to do him if he's there.
I mean, if you don't want to, I mean, either way is fine. If he bonded out, we just were not informed that he was bonded.
So that gentleman standing there, he's not Mr. Knowles?
That is Mr. Knowles, yes.
Yeah, well, Mr. Knowles, might as well, you're here. I'm here. You waited patiently. You're charged with driving while license suspended with knowledge. It's a first conviction. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll go ahead and appoint that office to represent you. I've looked over the paperwork, finding probable cause. The standard bond for an M2, which is what this is $250. So you may have already have your people bonding you out as we speak. So you might be there shortly, but that's the bond amount, $250. Your court date looks like it's May the 8th. Unless you do bond out, they may move it up. Have a great
Thank
day,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Kirk Mooney.
Your Honor.
Yeah. Oh. Mr. Mooney, you're charged with knowingly driving while your license is suspended with knowledge. You want the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender. Mr. Mooney looks like he's out on 25 CF 10189. What is that charge?
Burglary was assault or battery.
He's picked
Your
up
Honor.
knowingly driving while license suspended.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would have not have drove. I had a court date here and I haven't driven at all. It was only a fear of getting a failure to appear in court that I made a decision to drive here.
Don't talk about the case, okay? I read the affidavit. I just wasn't aware that you were in on that significant of a charge. Because you have an extensive history. All right, sir. I'm going to set your bond a fine probable cause because I did read the affidavit. It indicates that there's a child support seems to be the driving force, but you also have some failure to pay fines and a judgment suspension. And so going to find probable cause for the new charge, going to set your bond at $2,000 cash or surety. Mr. Matthews, you asking for a Parker on this one?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go along with that, sir. Because I found probable cause, I'm going to revoke your bond on 25 CF 10189, hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State, and I'll appoint the public defender if you don't already have one.
As the attorney named Leanna set side ledge, is that still the case?
That's what stack shows.
So, sir, if you already have an attorney on that old case, then she'll continue to represent you. I just didn't want you to be sitting there without an attorney if you weren't able to bond out.
I do not. The reason for my court was that she withdrew from my court case. I would have not have even have been here at all. I wouldn't have drove here to this county had she not have withdrawn from my case.
I see that the motion to withdraw was granted. Was yesterday.
Oh, he's about to be appointed then. It looks like he's got court.
It looks like they were
tomorrow.
appointed on that already.
So, yep. So Judge Cumbie, looks like they already appointed him, you said yesterday. All right, sir. So you have the public defender now on both cases. Have a great day. Adam Parker.
Sure.
Mr. Parker, you are here for orders regarding pretrial release on a burglary and a grand theft. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sure.
I'll appoint the public defender. Looking over Judge Rapel's habeas, finding probable cause. Once you held no bond, we'll hold you no bond. You'll go see him on May the 7th. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Have a seat, Lisa.
I think we're up to Amoson Pierre Louis.
Yes, it's the Public Defender's Office is the one where Ms. Bass was released from recognizance, but they were both charged with the same incident.
Yeah.
I will take a different view of this defendant's alleged actions than the other.
All right, sir, you're charged with domestic violence battery. You want the public defender?
Sure.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Jogging my memory here because I'm going to cross-reference the alleged victim. And on the alleged victim, Miss Bass, on hers, I found no PC, and I based that on me reading the affidavit, where clearly it indicates that a name was called, and then a reaction to the name called was you striking her as the allegation, and then only after she was struck did she reciprocate, if you will, in self-defense. So I felt like that was a no PC for hers, but on yours, clearly the allegation is words led to you smacking her in the face is what it comes across. So yeah, I'm going to find probable cause for this one. Sir, I'm going to set your bond at Can you get your intake sheet? Make sure there's nothing I'm overlooking. Yeah, so I'm gonna set your bond at the standard bond of $5,000 cash or surety, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post that bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial release. Sign up in person, calling them on Wednesdays. You have all the standard conditions plus special conditions 16, 17, and 18, plus it looks like y'all resided, well, actually you don't, you have different addresses. So 16 is you can't possess or carry weapons, firearms, or ammunition. 17 says you can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from her home, her vehicles, where she works, or where she goes to school. Have a nice day, sir. Yeah, they live in separate addresses. They were just allegedly out delivering food like Uber Eats or something when this went down. James Powell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Powell, you are charged with battery by strangulation, and then you have a warrant out of Walton County for child support. Do you want me to appoint the public defender for the local charge?
Yes, sir.
Appoint that office. I've looked over your paperwork. I read the affidavit back in my office. Finding probable cause, going to set your bond at $5,000. Because the battery by strangulation, so you're aware, it is a felony. The strangulation part bumps it up from a misdemeanor to a felony. So it's $5,000, going to make it a condition of pretrial release. If you post that bond, immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on, we'll do Wednesdays, all the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 17. You can't have any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives. You can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from him, his home, his vehicles, where he works, or where he goes to school. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. We're up to Ariel Rangel.
Sir.
Sir, you're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Tristan Rollerson.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. The alleged victim wanted contact with him, so I was gonna ask for no violent contact.
Mr. Rollerson, you're charged with domestic battery. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. I'm just looking over the victim comment sheet.
I have a question.
1 second. Do you object to the defendant returning home? That one's a yes. Okay.
I guess I'm looking at a different one. Words for Rollerson, is that right?
Yeah.
It said at the very bottom, the one that I have, says she would like to drop the charges if possible.
But you,
Yeah, I see what you're saying about the returning home, so I don't understand why that was a yes on that.
Yeah, we agreed to go our separate ways. He's in jail here right now. We share the same car, both of it in our names, the title. We had an altercation the other day saying.
don't talk about it. I think I've got a good handle on it now. So
I'm joining the Air Force. I have the ASVAB scheduled next week. My recruiter has been working with me. My dad is also in the military. But like I said,
let me get this out real quick, okay? Sir, you're charged with domestic battery. Do you want the public defender? If you do, I'll appoint them.
Yes.
I'll appoint them. I've read the affidavit. Just jog my memory right here as we are all addressing it. Finding probable cause. I'm going to set your bond at $2,500, and I'm going to make it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post the bonds, immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, calling them on Wednesdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 20. 16 says you cannot use, possess, or carry firearms, weapons, or ammunition. 20 says you are allowed to have contact with the victim. You are allowed, but this contact is prohibited from being physically or verbally threatening. You can't be violent or abusive in any manner whatsoever. Have a great day, sir.
I also have another question.
Sure.
With the car, it's in both of our names. And he's also here in the jail with me. How would that work?
Sure, I can't give you legal advice, and I'm not making any rulings as it relates to joint property. So I really can't advise you one way or the other, but if it's in your name.
I don't have a way to contact my family. No one knows I'm here. Is there a way so I can contact them?
Well, I've appointed the public defender, so you have them. And I think they'll most likely, Ms. Smith will be sending out an investigator or someone to interview her to talk to him.
Yeah, they usually go out within a day or so.
So you should have someone coming out from her office that'll be able to talk with you. And maybe assist you in anything you need assisting on.
Thank you.
Have a great day, sir. Christopher Robb is charged with tampering with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine. Do you want the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause, your bond on the meth is 5,000. On the tampering, it's 5,000. On the paraphernalia, it's 1. Have a great day, sir.
When's my court date?
Oh, see if Mr. Devin pulls it up. I can tell you it's May 26th. Have a great day. Jose Sanchez?
Speaking.
Mr. Sanchez, you're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
No.
All right. I'll find probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Have a great day.
When's my next court date?
May the 8th. May the 8th. Have a great day. Akeem Smith,
Yes, sir.
or you have 4 charges. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them. I've looked over your paperwork from the Winter Haven Police Department. I'm finding probable cause for these 4 charges. On the charge of possession of cocaine with intent to sell, I'll set your bond at 15,000. On the oxycodone, it's 5,000. On the possession of drug paraphernalia, it's 1,000. And on the keeping or maintaining a shop or vehicle for drug use, it's 1,000. Add it all up, it looks like it's 22,000. Have a great day, sir. Diego Souza?
Your Honor.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, sir. You're charged with soliciting another to commit prostitution. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them. I've reviewed the sheriff's affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. Have a great day.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Sure.
In theory, I was supposed to see you yesterday, Your Honor, but I wasn't able to for some reason. Is there any way I could possibly get bonded out today? If I have people on the outside, Your Honor?
Sure. All I know is I've set your bond at $1,000. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
all right. Thanks.
Yeah, you have a bond, sir. It's $1,000. So as quick as you can get it posted, yeah, you can bond out whenever.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Leo Stewart? Mr. Stewart, you're charged with trespass. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint him. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at 1,000. Have a great day, sir. Travis Thrasher?
Yes.
He's charged with battery. You're here because there's an order signed regarding your pretrial release. You may already have the attorney. You do. You have the public defender. I'm finding probable cause. Judge Gibson wants you held no bond with a 5-day hearing. I don't know if y'all have a 5-day hearing yet. Looks like you're going to go to pretrial. Pretrial is on April 29th. So you're going next week to pretrial.
So April 28th.
I have no idea. Devin, you didn't set one. You didn't set one yet? Gibson's in pretrial. That's certainly within 5 days. I mean, it's the 5 business days.
I think 5 days is a custom, not a statute or rule. I don't object to it being within 5 days. I don't think there's a legal requirement.
Because he's going to first appearance so quick. My business. Clearly, I don't know how you're going to get in front of her any sooner unless. Good luck if you have a JA here right now, but. It's your try.
I'm just saying, usually it's set in court. That's why I was asking.
He overlooked it, is what he just apologized. I overlooked it.
Because the list was so big today, we had many different clerks instead of just the ones focused on first appearance today. Sure. And so maybe some did 1 or 2 and then they neglected 2.
I don't, Annalee Smith, at this hour, I mean, he's going to first appearance on, not first appearance, what a pretrial on. 27th, what day is that?
So yes, the 29th, which is what he's listed as the next PD jail date for F4.
Not even enough stock it, so.
Smith, if you want to move it, if you want to get with Judge Gibson and move it up sooner than the pretrial date, certainly you can.
We'll need to contact her office.
If you want to move, if you want to get a date, sure.
I mean, of course I want a date because he's entitled to the date based on the capias. So since it wasn't done today, I'll let Miss Amanda Toto know if she can try to get a hearing as soon as possible.
Please, Velasquez. Sir, you have 3 charges of warrantless VOP. You want the
What did it say?
Velasquez.
Yeah, I know. I mean, did he ever say anything about my case? No.
Sir, you're going to pretrial on the 29th. That's your next court date. Luis Velasquez. Sir, do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
Appoint the public defender, finding probable cause based upon the probation officer's affidavit. Going to hold you no bond, and you will go see the circuit judge on the 18th. Have a great day, sir. Nicholas Winkle.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Winkle, you're charged with knowingly driving while your license is suspended with knowledge. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
Appoint the public defender, looking over your paperwork, finding probable cause. Your bond is $250. Have a great day, sir.
Do you know when my court date is, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can tell you. Hold tight.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Happy to do it. Sir, your next court date as it stands now is May the 8th. May the
Awesome. I
8th.
appreciate it. Have a good day.
Great day. Joshua Wood.
Yes, sir.
Wood, you're charged with domestic violence, felony battery based upon a prior conviction. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir. And I have a question.
Of course you do. Hold tight. Let me get through this and just don't talk about the case, okay?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I've looked over, appoint the public defender. I've looked over the affidavit from the sheriff. I'm finding probable cause. They allege that you have a prior battery from 2015. Setting your bond at $5,000, making it a condition of pretrial release.
Yes, sir.
If you post that bond, immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions, 16 and 17 and 18. 16 says you can't have any weapons or firearms, ammunition or knives in your possession. 17 says you can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work or where they go to school. And you get to return to your home one time within 48 hours accompanied by the police to retrieve essentials like medicine and clothing. Go right ahead, sir. Just don't talk about your case.
Never mind. I get with the public defender. I had a question about what is battery? Is a battery a touch or strike? Like what? Why would they call it battery?
Yes, sir. There's alternate theories of battery, but one is touch or strike. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Have a great day, sir. Jonathan Worley?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Worley, you are charged with 5 different offenses. They're all warrantless BOPs. Do you want the public defender?
5.
Yes, sir. 5 things that you're on probation for.
Oh, yeah,
One
yeah,
thing
okay, yeah.
that's caused you to violate, and that's allegedly testing positive for methamphetamine.
Yes, sir.
You want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause based upon your probation officer's affidavit holding you no bond. You'll go see the circuit judge on May the 18th. Have a great day. You bet. Thank you, deputies. Deputy Fletch, thank you for all your help today.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God, man.
I see your names and stuff.
That's a Mark. Are we gonna go in the order we came in?
Yes.
Want to close the door?
Yeah, you can.
Morning, Mr. Cross.
Good morning, sir.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
All right.
Morning, my name is Frost Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation for this hearing.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Clarence Cross, 254-219.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Clarence Cross, inmate number 254-219. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 3.5 years, followed by 5 years probation for evading responsibility death. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 1st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 1 is currently enrolled in GED program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I've taken the responsibility of turning myself in when the situation happened. I really deserve a chance to be able to go back into the community because I want to do something different with my life. You know, I've always kept a job. I always helped out my family, and I really would like to go back to being a person of society. I told the family I was sorry in court. I want to express to this panel that I'm very sorry for the situation that I have put the family through. And I just hope you guys grant me parole.
All right, Mr. Cross. Oh, you all set?
Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background, the case, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to start the question this morning with Board Member Barry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So Mr. Cross, we appreciate your expressing your remorse for your actions and for your acceptance of responsibility. Let's talk a little bit about the accident. Tell me what happened exactly.
On the morning of the accident, I was on my way to work, and I guess my brakes didn't really catch, but I guess they said I ran a light, which I was trying to hit the brakes, but I guess I was going a little too fast. And we met up in the middle of the intersection. And when the situation happened, I was only like down the street from my house. I didn't have a cell phone to make a phone call to like get any help immediately. So I thought me being the best option for me was to go back to my house, get my cell phone that I left.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cross. I want to just go back to what happened. So you're using words like I went through or my brakes wouldn't stop. I'm asking you what happened with the motor vehicle accident. Were you speeding?
Yes.
Were you supposed to be driving? Did you have a valid driver's license?
I had a permit. I had just got my permit.
Oh, did you have a valid driver's license?
My permit, it was all I had
Did
at
you
the time.
have a valid driver's license?
No, ma'am.
And was the car insured or registered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was
Because
registered,
I
it wasn't
saw-
insured.
It says
It was
that there
insured, it was insured with minimum insurance, but it wasn't registered.
well, the police report said that you didn't have any insurance or even the car wasn't registered. So why would you be driving a car to work that without the proper coverage?
From my understanding, the person I bought it from, it still had insurance. I didn't know it wasn't registered. I thought it had minimum insurance. I was going to get insurance and re-register the car, but this happened.
Okay. So you couldn't stop the car when you were going through, like, was your light green?
At the time, it was green. I guess it turned before I got there. I'm not totally sure because,
So
like I said,
before it turns red, it goes yellow, and then it turns to red, and then the other car turns green for them to go. So was your light red?
At the time of the accident, ma'am, what I seen in the video, my light had just turned red, right before I got here, I guess. Yes.
So, okay. So you were trying to stop or you weren't trying to stop?
I was trying to stop, but I guess the brakes didn't catch.
Okay. All right. And so when did the brakes catch?
Too late.
So when you hit this car at the intersection and then you saw it flip over to the side, what did you do then?
Got out of my car. I looked at the person inside the car. I couldn't get them out, so I ran down the street to my house and called the ambulance and the police. And I told them that I got into an accident on the street where it happened. That the police told me to stay at my house. They'll come and pick me up from there. Don't move. That's what I did. Then they came and picked me up, I guess, and took me to jail, and I've been ever since.
So the police report reads a little differently, but that's neither here nor there. So I really, when you say you accept responsibility for your actions, I really expect you to say, I was driving a car with no registration and without the proper licensure. I went through a light and I struck this car and I caused somebody's death. That's accepting responsibility, not using words like my brakes wouldn't stop, my car was registered, I had a driver's permit. If you do have a permit, you're supposed to be in the car with someone with a valid driver's license at all times. You're not supposed to be operating a motor vehicle with just a permit. So, I mean, I need you to work on that because someone died as a result of your actions. And it's really important that you own up to all of that. Let's talk about your criminal history. So I show that your history dates back to 98. Tell me what was going on with you. I see some domestic stuff in here, operating under the influence, operating a motor vehicle without permission. What was going on?
Well, back then I was having a lot of fear. A lot of my family was like dying, and I was going through a lot of things back then. And I was young, and I was just doing what I chose to do back then.
Okay.
And that's just some of the things that happened in my life.
And so what about the domestic stuff?
Those was accountable for me having alcohol in my system. That was when I was used to drink. And me and my kid's mother got into a couple situations.
So how do you stay away from alcohol now?
I don't choose to drink because I know the action that it has caused me in the past. So I haven't had a drink in years.
All right, because I see you smoke marijuana and I wrote down alcohol. I must have just did that, but all right. So let's talk about where you are in school now. So I see you took the Tier 1 program. I'm assuming that you took that when you were at the county jail.
Yes.
Hartford. Where are you with the academics?
Well, I graduated school. They just don't. I don't know how they can't find my education level. I don't understand how they can't find it.
Okay. So where are you now in classes? The officer said you're currently enrolled in school. Are you in school for your high school diploma, or are you in school for a trade?
I am not in school at all. I'm not in school.
And so what do you do all day then?
Right now, I go to the Voices program and I read a lot of books.
What books are you reading? About what?
Books I'm reading right now. Self-help books, alcohol and drug addiction program books, things of that nature.
And are you still working in the kitchen?
No, I was trying to get a job in the kitchen, but I had that job in the county when they transferred me over here to this jail. I've been trying to get a job. They just gave me a job in the bathroom where I am dormed at.
Okay. All right. And I show that in the community you have your wife, or are you guys not married? I know you were married and you got divorced.
We were
and you're
married,
still
we got
together.
divorced. Yes.
And you said that your brother, your sister's, your girlfriend's brother-in-law, is that right?
Yes.
Will help you
Yes.
with the job.
Yes, he's
right.
waiting for me to get out now. He's gonna give me a job.
So, just so that you know, Mr. Croft, your, the last time that you were on parole, and the panel voted you to parole, you violated, you had some drug admissions, some misconducts and incident reports, while you were out there. Tell me, how you intend to complete parole if.
They said, I had a drug, what? I didn't hear you.
You had 2 drug admissions. You must have been smoking marijuana or something when you were out there while you were on parole. I'm telling you what I saw.
I'm listening.
And you had 1 parole violation, which means that you violated the terms of your release. And you had 3 misconducts, probably curfew and.
Yeah, because I got away from work a couple times. Yes, you're right.
But I'm saying that overall, you had some issues with parole the last time that you were on parole. So I'm asking now, what is it that you are going to do that is going to help you if granted parole completed successfully?
If granted parole, I will successfully complete parole by trying to stay away from certain individuals that I used to see when I get on the bus. That's the only thing that used to mess me up. Now that I know the difference of my situation with people, I choose not to be around certain people. And I'm looking forward to just like trying to stay focused on doing the right thing this time. My understanding of me is now a person of self-conflict. I don't want to hurt me so that I don't hurt others.
All right. So I don't know what's going on with you and your license, but you know that when you are released, even to probation, you're not going to be permitted to drive. You do know that.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And so you have a job. It says you may have a job with your brother-in-law at this restaurant. And how do you intend to get there?
I have to take the bus for now until I can find Uber or ride shift or get the money to take Ubers or Lyfts.
And just one last question and then I'm done. Did this family sue you civilly for the loss of this person's life?
I have to pay them something. I forgot the numbers they have on it. My lawyer has all the information. And I have other groups that I have to take when I'm out. I got to do community service. The judge deemed me to do a lot of other programs when I get out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Sister.
Thank you, Board Member Chance.
Thank you.
Mr. Cross, I'll tell you what my concern is because, during your interview with the parole officer, what you said is you went through the light, she went through the light. And today you're saying your brakes didn't work. Yes. I would have just liked to hear you say either you were going through the yellow light and you were going fast and ran into the woman. And why was your phone at home?
Because it was dead it was dead. So I had to let it charge and I wasn't gonna take it to work with me because I really don't use it at work. And I did run through the yellow light and I'm sorry for the life I took. I really am. Like I apologize to the family at court and I really I struggle to go to sleep at night every night because of this situation. You know, if I could change places with her, I would. I really would. Like, it's nothing I could do to make her come back, but I'm very sorry for the situation. I don't set out to hurt people or take lives. I'm not that type of person.
Where is the place of employment where you're going to work or the job that you were offered?
In Burlington. It's a restaurant called, I forgot the name of it. I'm so nervous.
Is there public transportation there?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you living?
Right now, my wife just moved to East Hartford. So we moved out of Hartford. She moved to East Hartford on Silver Lane. So I will be traveling from there if granted to go there.
Why
If I'm
can't
not
you get a
traveling,
job in East Hartford?
I gotta get out to try to find a job. If I don't get the job with my brother-in-law, that's what my plan would be, is to try to get a job in East Hartford.
Okay, Mr. Cross, I have no further questions for you.
Thank you. Board Member Barry.
Thank you. I just looked it up, Walter Sandberg, thank you. It looks like he's not done with voices until May 9th. He's eligible for parole on May 1st. I really don't think that Mr. Cross did well today with his interview with me. While I can appreciate his accepting responsibility for his actions and his expressing his remorse, I really do think that he skirted around exactly what happened at the scene of the accident. I understand he's freaking out and all that stuff, but he did turn himself in. He did contact the authorities. At first, he said somebody was in an accident. I mean, he was in an accident. Okay. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We're not here to really dispute the facts of the case. That's not our job. Our job is to look at his suitability. And in terms of suitability, he rates out low in terms of risk to recidivate. He's taking the Voices program. I heard him say that he used to drink. He admitted that he had a problem with alcohol, and he stays away from it now because he understands that it's mind altering. It sounds like he has support out in the community. He has no disciplinary infractions. He has, although he has criminal history that dates back to 98, it is minimal in comparison to what some other people have, or some people that we've seen. So he has some place to live. He has potential employment, and I would be in support of parole today. I think that it would be helpful for him prior to his starting the 5 years of probation that he has to follow his incarceration. And I think that with parole having arresting powers, that heightened level of supervision would be beneficial to the community to ensure that he's not driving and things like that.
Board Member Chance.
I understand that Mr. Cross, is not acknowledging, did not acknowledge what he did up front. I would have liked him to have finished the Voices class and the GED class so that it would make him.
He said he's not in school.
I mean, I wanted to interject there for a second as well. I'd like to vote on parole May 15th.
Okay.
Because that's a week after he's done with Voices.
Okay.
And make him finish.
Yep, that is what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
I don't know if we can do contingency for Voices.
We can.
I thought it was only the tier 4.
Well,
but we can
still give him the date.
But we can set the date that we want. Okay.
I also have no consumption of an alcoholic beverage, a halfway house just in case that's needed.
No operation.
And no victims of
TP.
TD, yeah.
TP, right?
TP, that's the harm, yes.
Yeah.
The victim is TD.
Right. So, no alcohol, halfway house, no operation, motor vehicle, victim TP, and voted to parole. May 15th, 2026.
Executive time voices.
Regarding Clarence Cross 254-219, move to grant parole on or after May 15th, 2026, contingent upon the completion of the Voices program. The following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim TP. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Cross has been voted to parole. The date that we set was May 15th, which is after your completion date of Voices, and your parole is contingent upon you successfully completing that Voices program. Okay?
Correct. Thank you, guys.
Thank
That's
you.
it?
Good luck, sir. You're all set. Send in the next person, please.
Y'all have a great night. Thank you. So I come back on May
Clarence Cross, inmate number 254-219.
I come back on
May 15th.
I come back.
No, you're being released on or after 5:15. Sorry, Mike. Sorry.
Okay, so thank you. Recall.
Morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Committee of Board of Pardons and Removals. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Panel member Barry, good morning.
George Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hayward, last name Smith.
Inmate number, please.
318-172.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Hayward Smith, inmate number 318172. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 6 years, followed by 5 years probation for assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 30th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, anger management, currently has a janitor job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Why do you believe you should be paroled?
I did all my programs. I'm working. Staying out of trouble. When I get out, I'm trying to get his support. You know, what I did, I accept what I did. And I just want to do a better life with lots of support.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. What we're gonna do is, we've read your background, what you've done since you've been in. And based upon that, we have some questions. We're gonna take turns asking those questions. Then we're gonna discuss your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, so the first thing, I appreciate what you said, but what I didn't hear is anything about the victim. And in this particular case, what did you do?
I assaulted the victim with a weapon.
So how did you assault the victim with a weapon?
It was a stabbing issue.
Okay. And, so, and this is somebody that you knew, right?
Yes.
And how do you take somebody that you knew and stab them?
The issue is, I was working 3 jobs, and the person had a drug problem that's like me, and the person was taken from me, wasn't honest. We always getting high in the house that night. For some reason, the victim started something that really scared me. She had lots of people in the house saying something, and I was afraid for my life. And I had to get myself out of that situation by calling the victim out, talking to the victim outside the house, and that's when I did the stabbing. And when I finished with the stabbing, I turned myself into the police station, and then I take the punishment. I was here for a while, and I think so.
So you were afraid inside the house, but you found yourself outside the house, and when you were outside the house.
I'll call the victim outside the house so I can talk to the victim. And I released. Yes, I understand.
With a knife?
Yes. I assaulted the victim, yes. And I tore myself in after that.
Were you asking him, sir, if he called the victim outside with?
Called the victim outside, and he had a knife. Yeah.
Both times?
I say like 3 times. And I tore myself in.
Okay. And so, okay, so back to the original part of the question. I didn't hear anything in your opening statement that had anything to do with any kind of remorse or anything like that when it comes to the victim.
Well, I tried speaking to the victim, and then it just happened. So when it happened, when I turned myself in, when I was in front of the judge, I told the judge, I know the victim might not I forgive the victim, but she might not never forgive me, and I asked for forgiveness, and I went from there. So.
Right, but the reason why you were in
I admit
court.
it, but I did. I was wrong, but I did, and I take full responsibility for what I did. In that type of moment in time, I was fearful for my life because she had other people in that household where I was getting high with, and she was saying something for me to get jumped. So I had to try to get out and call her out in the hallway. Yes, and that's what I did. And I got on my bike and I went down to the police station. And I turned myself in after that.
And you were on crack. You're on
yes,
crack.
crack cocaine. Yes.
Anything else?
A little bit of drinking, but wasn't that much. That's mostly crack cocaine, though.
Okay, and one of the programs that you were supposed to have taken is Voices, and you haven't taken that, right?
I did I did 2 of the programs.
You did Tier 2, which is a drug program, which barely scratches the surface with you having a 5 when it comes to substance use, right? There's no 6. 5 is the highest it goes. And you did anger management.
Yes.
So anger management's a good thing.
That was required. And when I went to court, and I did both of them in Osborne.
Voices is also on there, and Voices is about harming people and taking responsibility.
I didn't, nobody mentioned me about that, tier 2 in the program, so that's what I did.
It's on there. So my concern is, you know, is that you've stabbed somebody on more than one occasion. At the same time. So it's like, you know, usually it's like in a case where you hurt somebody, if you hurt somebody and immediately it's like, oh my God, what did I do? But then how many times are we going to do it? You know,
this is the final out, because this is something that wasn't supposed to meant to be. And I've been with the person like 3 years, and it built up, and I reacted, and it was a wrong doing, and I feel bad, and it shouldn't have never happened that way. And I learned a definitely lesson from that. I'm not a perfect person, things happen, and now I'm feeling the pressure, and it's like, it's eating me up, it's like, son, I can't do that, I know it's wrong, it's a scary wake-up call, and I know I can't be doing something like that.
so what I really think is that when you come out, you're going to wind up, doing another program. I do want to say that on your tier 2 program, you had excellence across the board. And it said that you participated and asked questions, especially on topics that you weren't familiar with, right? So,
yes.
What I have is that you want to come out to a halfway house. You don't have any offer for employment yet. How are you going to do that?
Get on DSI, and because I have a learning disability, I'm dyslexic, so I will have to ask questions, get on disability and some other stuff, and try to get me a little job while I'm out there, and get a support network. Go get a fellow job, because I do go to church.
What about recovery type stuff?
Yes, most definitely. I would definitely get a sponsor. That is first, definitely.
Have you ever been involved in recovery in the community before?
Yes. And I didn't last that long because my addiction was so heavy. But yes, I have been treatment out there.
Okay. All right, I'm going to see if any other board members have questions. Board member Chance, anything?
Now, Mr. Smith, when you stabbed the victim, you said you were high in drugs.
Yes.
Okay. And your drug scores of 5, you did tier 2. But you seem to have issues while you are there. You had all those disciplinary reports, and they're very simple DRs because you're not listening, or you're not paying attention, or you don't want to follow the rules.
When the incident happened, I was under influence of drugs and alcohol. Okay, you go into blackout, and I had an anger built up over 3 years' time, and I just released it. That's a bad thing. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have did that. That's why I turned myself in, so I can get the help. Okay, I accept this punishment. It's for the good. Okay, I'm up in age now. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay,
Have you completed the treatment programs in the community that you participated in before? Did you complete them?
I did programs, yes, when I was enrolled, yeah. But
so what happened while you started using it then?
It just happens to be around that type of activity, though. It's hard. I finished the programs, but it's hard when you surrounded by that stuff. Now, I'm being honest with you, so No, I'm not alone in this situation. You got other people, but it's just
But
me.
Mr. Smith, let me stop you. You have a really high drug score. And so you're in the community. First of all, if you are in recovery, and you're around people that are using, you have a plan in place that you know what to do. It sounds to me like you need to do some more recovery plan, like having a sponsor and maybe working on the 12 step. Because you committed this serious offense while you were under the influence. And I did not see you have a good release plan, and it was pretty serious what you did.
I understand.
And especially the fact that it was someone that you knew and you were using drugs with, so you must have been pretty high or out of your mind.
That's why I will need this help when I get out. I'm really serious about this. That's not one.
Yeah, but I think you need to be serious about where you are now. And for me, you know, I don't know how far Tier 2 went for you. You got good report from completing the programs. But I think you need to have a good aftercare plan in place for when you go back in the community. And you did not have that. And for me, this incident is just pretty serious. So for me, I just think you need to do some more work there, Mr. Smith. I think you need to figure out what you're going to do when you go back in the community. For me, it's not enough to just attend NA meetings, because you did all of that before. And obviously, you were still having anger issues.
You go back years back. I'm talking about now. You got to give you got to give some type of chance to believe me. I'm talking about now. You need to go back like almost 20 years ago. I'm talking about now. This is you just said this was serious. But you just said this is serious. This is the new one here, and now I'm telling you I'm serious. This is so serious. This is not going to happen again. That's why I just told this man I'm on the network, church, and all that. This is something serious this time. I'm not doing that thing 20 years. This is something that I want to do because I'm tired. You got fentanyl, all kinds of stuff. I don't want to die. It's about the job. It's about me dying.
I'm all set.
Okay. I lost 20
Mr. Smith.
Okay. Board Member Barry, any questions?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Smith, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. So in this particular case, of course, I'm very concerned about the offense. It wasn't one and done. And I understand his headspace when he cracked. He's also only taken a Tier 2 program. He has not been reviewed for halfway house. Is he? Well, it says. Okay, so he is. Okay. Okay, so he was just approved on March 20th?
Yeah, March 20th.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, so he has that option with PCS. I'm concerned, there isn't a voices program front. There wasn't much said about taking responsibility. So where I'm at is that he's not out until or parole eligible until October 30th, so almost November. And he's halfway house approved. So I'd rather have this PCS handle the case.
I agree.
Have nature and circumstances for institutional adjustment and adequate institutional program participation.
Yeah.
So, okay. So regarding Amy Smith, 318172, I move to deny parole based upon the nature and circumstances of the current offense for institutional adjustment an inadequate decision of program participation. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Smith, we weren't able to give you parole, but what we also understand is that we already reviewed and approved for a halfway house through DOC. And so that's the process that you use for release. Okay? We wish you well, and I really hope that when you get out, engage with the recovery community. That's what'll keep you from coming back in.
So I gotta go in there. I'm going in the halfway house or?
Yeah, you'll go out through parole and community services. You were reviewed for a halfway house. So, but not on parole through us. Okay? Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Hayward Smith, and number 318172.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Armenta. How are you?
I'm good today, sir. How are you?
Good. Are we good to go with Mr. Armenta?
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay, sir.
Good morning. My name is Officer Shimmery. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Bull.
Okay, Member Barry, good morning. Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Matthew James Amenta, inmate number 436978.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the application for Matthew Menta, inmate number 436978. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 6 years, followed by 20 years probation for sex assault second, illegal sexual contact with a victim less than age 16, violation of protective order, and unlawful restraint first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of July 9, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence, unlock your thinking, new thoughts, alternatives to violence, both basic and advanced, short track sex offender program, voices, and people empowering people. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, I do have a speech. I may begin right now.
Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the board. I thank you for today for allowing me this opportunity to speak before you. I want to begin by apologizing and taking full responsibility for my offense. I am deeply sorry to the victim and her family for the pain my behavior caused. I live each day knowing that what I did was wrong and that my poor choices hurt an innocent person and affected many lives beyond my own. Since my incarceration, I have worked to honestly confront the nature of my offense. By doing this, I had to face uncomfortable truths. I have completed several programs, including New Thoughts, Voices, and Domestic Violence. Through these programs, I learned that my thinking, poor coping skills, and secrecy played a significant role in my offense. I wish I had the knowledge that I have today. I wish I had asked for help. These programs have taught me that asking for help is actually a strength. Today, I am more aware of the seriousness of consent, personal boundaries, power dynamics, and the lasting impact trauma has on people. Throughout my incarceration, I have focused on meaningful change by using this time to reflect and prepare myself to live responsibly, honestly, and productively in the community. I have developed a detailed release plan that includes employment, housing, and a strong support system of family. I recognize that therapy is vital to my continued growth and success. I will attend therapy consistently with Dr. Gason, a CATSO-aligned therapist. I understand that I cannot undo the pain I caused, but what I can do is take responsibility every day to ensure that it never happens again. I know trust must be earned through actions, not words. I am prepared to do that work every day. I respectfully ask the board to consider the growth I have made and allow me to demonstrate that growth. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Menta. So what we have done is read about your background, what's available to us, and what you've accomplished since you've been in, and your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we're going to take turns and ask you some questions, and then we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to start questions this morning with board member Chance.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Armenta. First, I want to thank you for that opening statement that you read. Did you write it yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you get any help with it?
No.
It was very thoughtful and well written.
Thank you very much, Miss.
I certainly appreciate it.
Thank you.
So one of the things that you talked about are the number of programs that you completed. And I wanted to ask you, so you completed the domestic violence.
Yes.
New thoughts.
Yes, ma'am.
Alternative to violence.
Yes, ma'am.
And the short-term sexual behavior treatment program.
Yes.
And I heard some of the things that you talked about that you mentioned. You mentioned that of all the programs, one of the most important things you learned was to ask for help.
Yes.
So tell me, as you think about the offenses that you are serving time for, at what point do you think you should have asked for help?
I believe I should have asked for help before I even started the relationship with this young lady. I believe that I should have asked for help. I shouldn't have kept secrets to my family. I've hurt somebody because of my own wrongdoing and because of what I wanted, and that's not okay. And I didn't ask for help. I kept doing the things repeatedly, violating protective orders, and I was not thinking.
So I also heard you say that one of the things that you learned about was personal boundaries.
Yes.
Can you give an example of that?
An example I would give you is, say if I'm in another relationship later in the future, if my girlfriend says, no, I don't want to hang out with you right now, or I'm hanging out with friends, accept that and don't try to be controlling. Don't try to control her and make her do things that she doesn't want to do. I had a lot of problems with that with the previous relationship, even though it was illegal because of her age, but I was very controlling and I'm very sorry for that.
So you are what now? Oh, you're going to have a birthday in a couple of days.
Yes, ma'am. April 25th.
Yes. So happy birthday when it comes. It's like in another 3 days.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So one thing I want you to understand is that I know you have already completed the short-term sex offender program. But do you understand that when you go back in the community, you're also going to have to take another program, another sex offender program? Okay. What else did the short-term sex offender program teach you? What else did you learn from it?
That program has taught me how sexual abuse honestly can impact the victim in this case, her sense of safety, her also sense of trust and her emotional well-being, perhaps for life. And again, I'm sorry for that.
One of the other things that you mentioned as the reason for committing the offense is that you were looking for someone to love.
Yes, ma'am.
So have you figured out how to do that in the right way?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Can you give an example?
Finding a woman, of course, who is of age. Being with somebody who loves me back, being with somebody who cares for me as I care for them, and doing the right thing, not being controlling, not having power over somebody, an honest relationship that is, of course, legal.
Okay, so tell me about what you remember in the domestic violence program.
It was a long time ago, it was a while ago, but I have learned there was a pyramid or a diagram of steps of how things escalate in domestic violence. I don't have the paper with me, but as I remember, it's like a chain reaction. One thing happens, then another thing happens, and it escalates and escalates into something worse. Forgive me, I'm sorry that I don't remember exactly, but I do remember that diagram, and I wish I had it today to discuss that.
Well, that's okay. You pretty much remember.
Yes, I do.
One of the important factors of how to avoid domestic violence.
Yes.
And I think what you were probably trying to say is that during that conversation or confrontation leading up to that one of the things that you can do is walk away or really listen to what the person is saying.
Right.
So can you share with me what you plan to do when you go back in the community?
First steps, I did not give this to the parole liaison, but I do have a release plan with me today. So of course, the first thing would be to discharge. I would be going to my grandmother's house. I'll be living with her. I would be, as soon as the next day or the same day, I would go and register as part of my parole conditions as a sex offender. I would work with my grandfather at his concrete business in Southington. I would contact my doctor, Dr. Gason, who I would be having one-on-one meetings with weekly and consistently. Again, like you said, the sex treatment program that I would have to complete out in the society, I will be attending that as well. as well as other anger management courses that I would ask to participate in society as well. I would like to do that as well.
So you want to do another anger management when you go back in the community?
Yes, I think that would benefit me as well, as I started one already here.
Right. And you wrote that release plan yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you did pretty well, Mr. Armenta.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So you want to live with your grandmother in Bristol?
Yes.
Where does your grandfather live? Or the business is in Southington?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your grandfather already knows that if and when you go back in the community, that you would seek employment with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that with the protective order, what is your understanding of the protective order?
My understanding of the protective order is to not have any contact with the victim or the victim's family and to stay away from her and to leave her alone, which I will do.
Okay. Who else do you have for support in the community?
Can you repeat that again, ma'am?
Who else do you have for support in the community besides your grandparents?
Support would be mostly
Friends, other family members?
family members. Yeah, I don't really have friends, ma'am.
But you know you're going to be 24 soon, so it is normal for you to have regular friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
It is.
Okay. Okay, but you do have other family members besides your grandparents?
Yes, I have my, if you want me to go in detail, I could. I have my biological.
No, you don't have to. I just want to make sure that, you know, for a young man, that it is okay to have friends in addition to your grandparents and your family members.
Okay.
And the concern is that you will have a balanced life.
Right. I understand.
All
that.
of us. Right. Okay. All right. Well, I have no further questions for you, Mr. Armenta, and I certainly appreciate all the hard work you did to prepare for the hearing today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Board Member Baird.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Armenta, I'm curious to know, what role does your grandmother play in your decision making?
She is my conservative person, but I don't think you're asking that, right, ma'am?
No.
Okay. So she is a person who will be there for me to make sure that I'm making the correct choices. She's already told me that she will be on me every day to make sure that I'm doing the right thing, going to therapy, going to groups, working, getting up. And I want that for myself. But she plays the role as someone who's going to be looking out for me in a way, despite my age.
So tell me what happens if you are released from the prison but you're not permitted to stay with your grandmother.
If I'm not permitted to stay with my grandmother, ma'am, I would stay with my grandfather in Southington.
So that's your backup plan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And tell me why, because you talked with my colleague about this protective order. You have this understanding that you are not to contact this victim, but the protective order had been in place previously. What made you violate it that time?
We it was a legal relationship, but as we were still in relationship, we were still talking to each other. She was coming over the house. I would go over there. And I just wanted to see her. I loved her at the time. I thought I was in love, and I understand that was wrong. I can never be in love with somebody that age, and I take responsibility for that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Tell me why the protective order was put in place.
Because I would keep visiting her, and I would keep talking to her.
So you were harassing her, sending her messages.
Yes.
And she, was there ever any physical violence prior to your offense?
Not before this offense, no.
And it said in the official documents that you physically assaulted this victim. Did you hit her, strangle her, punch her? What did you do to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Beat her up?
Outside, I did hit her, ma'am. I did do that. I think it was the May incident. But before that, there was no physical violence or domestic. But I did assault her, yes, ma'am.
And my last question is about the disciplinary infractions that you've received since you've been in the facility. I show that 2 of them were your most recent ones. They were dismissed. One was in January this year for refusing housing. Why was that dismissed?
That was dismissed. I got transferred from Brooklyn Corrections to Carl Robinson, where I did not feel safe. I believe it was a day or 2 after I got there. I told them I couldn't be here because I was there before, where I had gotten assaulted.
Correct. And what about the violation of the unit rules?
That was dismissed that was in McDougal Corrections. I had in the cell, I had a piece of paper on the window. I believe it was 3rd shift lieutenant came by and gave multiple people tickets because of this destruction of view on the window. But
under what premise was it? Under what made them dismiss that case? Were you not properly served? Did that ticket get dismissed?
Everyone's ticket got dismissed, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Chance.
So Mr. Amenta is going to be 24 years old in a couple of days. He's here for the sex assault 2nd and the violation of protective order and unlawful restraint. I think through our questioning, including Ms. Barris, he acknowledged what he did was wrong. The violation of protective order, he understood that he wasn't supposed to, so he was in love with her. When I asked him about the programs that he participated in and what insights he gained, he was able to share that. And he explained in regards to his DRs. He did indicate that he's going to be living with his grandmother. She's not suitable. His grandfather, he has the support of his grandparents as a job, knows what he has to do when he goes back in the community. And he did complete the short-term sex offender program and the domestic violence. So based on his program completion and his response to what he's learned from the program, I would be willing to grant Mr. Amenta.
Board Member Barry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So I'm taking a little different approach on this. So while I can appreciate that Mr. Amenta has completed a number of positive programs, and he really did seem to, his evaluations that were submitted to indicate that he performed at a good level. I'm concerned about the nature of this crime. I'm concerned about the fact that he violated the protective order in the past. I'm also concerned that his grandmother, whom he calls, who is his sponsor, is also listed as a co-defendant in his current case. I'm also concerned with the number of disciplinary infractions that Mr. Amenta has received during this period of incarceration. The nature of this crime, coupled with the disciplinary infractions and the release plan that maybe that's not solidified, for me is cause for concern. So I would not be in support of Mr. Amenta's early release. I will be voting to deny discretionary parole based on the nature and circumstance of his offense, his inadequate, his poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate release plan. I'll take the inadequate release plan off because he did provide me with the backup.
So what's striking to me today is that every question that was asked, I really believe we got an honest answer from him. I certainly share Board Member Barry's concern. I think Parole and Community Services are going to take a look at where he's going. Especially, part of the offense here was committed on a cell phone that wasn't produced when it was being looked for. I do believe that he had grown since we're going on. This happened 5 years ago. So I would also support his release in July when his parole eligibility date is. I have halfway house placement in case it's needed.
Yeah, I have.
I have a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary based upon his score. I have problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and enhanced internet and device monitoring based upon that piece of the offense, and no contact with the victim IB. Is there anything?
And also domestic violence.
And domestic.
And behavior management for DV.
Yeah. So,
7.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, regarding Matthew Amenta, 436978, move to grant parole on or after July 9, 2026 with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions.
Was it July 9th or July 10th? I apologize, sir.
9. I have 9.
No, you're fine. And with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions, halfway house placement if necessary, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, behavior management for domestic violence, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, enhanced internet and device monitoring, and no contact with victim IB. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
And on a vote of 2 to 1, Mr. Menta, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to release.
Thank you.
And you heard the concerns of Board Member Barry. You should pay extra attention to make sure that nothing happens out there that we're going to regret our decision over.
Well, sir, thank you very much.
Sir.
All right.
Well,
Well,
sir,
sir.
can you ask the officer to send the next person in?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, guys.
Concludes the hearing for Matthew Amenta, inmate number 436978.
Next person.
How you doing, Mr. Moss?
How you doing?
Good. We're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing in the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Pools. Following board members are present this morning, by state your names on the record, certified I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Councilmember Barry, good morning.
Joy Chan.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jermaine Moss, 250774.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for full application for Jermaine Moss, inmate number 250774. He is serving a sentence of 3.5 years for possession with intent to sell expensive narcotics. As of today, record for the parole eligibility date of March 3rd, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed 5 programs. Tier 2 voices, currently has the recreation clerk job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I have wrote a little letter if it's okay if I.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I want to thank the board for being heard today. I'm truly grateful and blessed to be here. And the reason I say I'm truly blessed is because when this offense transpired in 2022, the outcome of my relapse could have been an overdose that ended my life. I thank God for saving me. Since that relapse and arrest, I've been drug-free for about 4 years now. The reason I should be granted parole is because if I was to be granted parole, the board will be helping continue the work I've been doing in the sense of allowing me to walk on the legs of a man who knows what's at stake, a man who understands that my decisions don't only affect me, they affect my family and those who believe in me. When I speak of my family, I have children who rely on my guidance. Specifically, I have a 15-year-old daughter who was struggling based on my absence, and that's putting it lightly. Over these past 4 years, I've learned many lessons that have strengthened my core, and I've gotten excellent training in plastic engineering and CNC work, which will help provide for my family and contribute to the household. I've connected with the proper sponsorship to be able to fight any addictive triggers that may arise. Since I've been incarcerated, I participated in several programs such as Tier 2, Smart Recovery, Voices, and Helping Men Recover, which all have been in reaffirming help I need. It has allowed me to deal with the past issues while creating plans for my future. Again, I'm truly blessed to be a part of such great groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. So we took a look at your background, what you've accomplished since you've been in. You're interviewed with a parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions. We're going to take turns and ask those. And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
We're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Bear.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Moss, in review of your file, the chair said it does indicate that you recently received a sentence modification. Is that right? Just last month?
Yes.
And it reduced your original sentence of 54 months down to 42 months?
Yes.
And what was the premise of your asking for that sentence mod?
It was based on the needs of my family, and, you know, the work that I've been doing since I've been in prison. As I said in my letter, I have a 15-year-old daughter who's struggling with some issues
Yep, I see that. I saw that was part of your release plan was to motivate your daughter to focus on her academics.
Yes.
So I did see that. So do you remember me by chance, Mr. Moss?
I can't say that I do. I apologize.
Different hair, different gap glasses, but same mouth. I've been on your prior panels. For the same kind of thing. You were granted parole back in 2021 with myself and Ms. Chance on your panels and you were in for sales. At that time, you took the tier 2 program, you had outside clearance, you had voices, you know, and you even received transfer parole. And then on transfer parole, you got arrested twice for the same thing. So now my question is, and you want to go back to living with your wife, were you selling drugs out of your house?
No.
Where were you selling the drugs from?
I had got arrested in a bad neighborhood. I went down there to, you know, engage in trying to get some things for myself and things like that. And the arrest transpired. And as far as my arrest, and the reason what transpired was I was struggling with my daughters. I have 2 daughters. I was struggling with some custody issues, and that was kind of the reason that I fell into the relapse of me going back to that type of lifestyle and indulging in that type of stuff while I was on parole. I understand that, and I made that mistake of doing that. While I felt as though I was doing pretty good with the things that was going on, but I was just struggling with the custody court situation, and you know, I didn't think that I was getting the right answers that I felt as though I should have been getting.
So Mr. Moss, can I stop you? And I appreciate your sharing with that about that, because all of us, every single one of us, faces adversity in the community, in our lives. People die. We can't find some place to stay. We don't know how a bill will be paid. You don't know. It's just a part of life. And saying that I resorted back to what I've previously done to cope with the problems, you should have known it only makes things worse. So I'm going to ask you, sir, what is the difference between now and then that we should believe that you're going to return to the communities and no longer sell the poison that you were selling? They said you were selling it. I know you said that it was for your own consumption, but I mean, it says that they saw you conducting drug transactions with your co-defendant, Mr. Orlando Garcia. So I'm just, tell us how we can expect you to do something differently than you have been doing in the past.
To put it plainly, I'm different based on the things that I went through, and you know, those reality checks that I had inside of like making those mistakes, and for not a bigger reason, I really just don't want to see, like I told you, I know that my daughter is struggling with some of these issues. You know, she's 15 years old. She's going through a lot of life changes and things like that. I don't want that cycle to continue. You know what I mean? So I'm making a decision to try my best to try to break that cycle from transpiring and keep moving forward.
Yeah. You've been doing this stuff for a very long time, Mr. Moss. And I hope that you're successful with getting your daughter to change her thinking so that she doesn't follow your path. But we have to lead by example. If you can't do it yourself, how can you convince her not to do it? Mm-hmm. You have to lead by example, and that means staying out of prison for longer than, you know, a couple of years. That means staying out of prison forever, not coming back. not choosing the drugs over your family, making better decisions. Because guess what? Those drugs that are out there in the community that you continue to sell to support your own habit is destroying someone else's life. It's destroying someone else's daughter's life. Could be your daughter that someone sells drugs to. It could be any other mother, father, sisters, brothers. All those people belong to some family and they're struggling. So, I mean, I would love to say that I would be in support of your being released early, Mr. Moss, but because of your history and your continued decision to participate in illegal activity in our communities, I can't support that. I tried it once. You came back, not with one charge, but with 2 new charges, and now you have a longer sentence. So for me, I appreciate everything that you're doing, and I hope that you prove me wrong. I challenge you to prove me wrong, that you are worth taking a chance, a risk on, and go out there and do great things. But for me today, I'm not comfortable. I don't think it's suitable. So thank you for speaking with me.
Board Member Chance.
I have to say, I was also on Mr. Moss's docket on March 19, 2021. And I remember we granted him discretionary parole. I was just totally shocked to see Mr. Moss back here and saying the same thing today that he said 5 years ago. And I agree with everything Ms. Berry said. I have nothing more to add to it. I'm certainly not in favor.
Okay. Mr. Moss, I'm glad to see that you participated in Tier 2, that you're in Smart Recovery, and participated in that. How did you find Smart Recovery? What do you think about that?
That was actually very helpful because it helped me deal with it wasn't just only the addictive side of dealing with the things. It helped me deal with all the other things, like as far as family issues and being able to try to get through things and not just revert back to my old ways of living and doing those things like that. And it's been a true help to help me reconnect with my family, and they haven't been, I had to work through a lot of different things. I had to ask for forgiveness. I had to figure out a way to make them believe that, my behavior has changed and that I'm willing to do the work and I'm willing to show up and get through all of the things that I have to get through in order to be successful and be in the community for forever type of time. I'm extra retired of this being the reality of my life, and I've been working at it tirelessly to try to help prove that this is what I want. I don't want to continue to just let this prison thing be the thing that I go through. So I appreciate everything that Smart Recovery has been able to offer me.
And out here, those meetings aren't very, there's not a lot of them in the community. They're very much on the internet. They're like Zoom-based meetings. So I encourage you to continue to participate in those, because it's not just about going through 12 steps or whatever. It's about everyday decisions, and that's really what Smart Recovery is about. So that's a good thing that you focused on there. As well, you have excellent ratings in your job that you've done there as a rec worker. And you have excellent ratings in Tier 2 as well. When you come out, you're looking to stay connected with recovery-based meetings?
Yes, absolutely. I'm looking to be involved with anything in the community that's going to help me uplift and be a productive member to the community, to give back to the community in any form or fashion that I can, because I know that I've done some things to hurt my community. So I believe that I'm at a time and an age that whereas though I should be doing more to put more positive things into it.
Right, but when it comes to like your own personal recovery, you're gonna stay involved with like AA, NA type things?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's
How about like sponsorship?
I have sponsorships. I have supported people that's helping me along the way, things of that nature.
And finally, you know, you're in Cybulski. Have you connected at all with recovery coaches?
Yes, the C-Car program. I've been talking with them, and we've been working to try to get me into that group of things of that nature. I'm actively involved in all of those things as we speak.
Right. There is a recovery community center here in Waterbury.
Right.
And coaching is a big thing. And certainly with your background and you're not having a whole lot of success there, it's important that you stay connected as much as you can, because you use again and you know, and start doing that again, you're going to wind up where you're sitting again.
Yes.
You know how it goes, right? Board Member Baird.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So Mr. Moss does rate out as a high risk to recidivate. He has completed the appropriate program to address his substance abuse score, which when assessed by the Department of Corrections is listed as a 5. He hasn't had the best history on community releases. He failed 8 times out of 10. He did receive a couple disciplinary infractions when he first came into this facility. And he was on parole when he committed his new offense. I appreciate that Mr. Moss has really, sounds like he really has a reason to go out to the community and stay clean and sober. He told us at the very beginning of his statement that he's been clean for 4 years. I don't remember, prior to that, he had been clean for 3 years and he relapsed, so he made 1 more year. It does sound as if he has some support in the community. He wants to maintain his sobriety. It sounds like he has a reason to go out there and make better decisions. So I would support discretionary parole today because he's serving a flat sentence. And I think that parole supervision would help him stay on the right path.
Board Member Chance.
I'm going to deny Mr. Moss today. Everything that I heard him say is what I heard him say several years ago, and he had completed the same programs and, you know, said he had all that support, had employment, and had everything. And today I hear him saying the same thing. And so I'm denying him for current offense on role, for performance, and for institutional adjustment and his criminal history.
Okay, and
So I'll go on the minority.
and what would we have them do? I have OG, Orlando Garcia, and co-defendants, and
No alcohol.
no alcohol. And we have, what's our date?
3/3/26, so it's already passed. I really,
So it's today.
it is.
That's why the dates don't match. Okay. Regarding Jermaine Moss, 250774, move to grant parole on or after April 22nd, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption and no contact with co-defendant Orlando Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
Right.
And Mr. Moss, you've been voted to parole. You understand the concerns that were expressed here, right?
I do.
So, I mean, you come back and it's like, I mean, the third time's it's not gonna go well.
Not the third time, that's fine.
So it's,
I understand what's at stake, and I appreciate everything that was said, and I hear y'all loud and clear, and I'll do my best. I give you my word on that.
Mr. Maltese, I really did have you denied coming into this hearing. I really did. You have to do better. Stop saying that you're going to do better and just do it. You're a grown man now. You have a family. It's time, seriously, or you're gonna die. You said you don't want to die? Don't.
I understand.
Until it's time. Good luck.
Thank
This
you.
concludes the hearing for Jermaine Lawson.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Markovitz.
Morning, sir.
Good to go with Markovitz?
certainly.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Morning, my name is Rob Sherman. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation at this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Panel member Barry.
By chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
It's Matthew Markovitz, number 246882.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Max Markovitz, inmate number 246882. He's serving a sentence of 5 years for violation of probation with the underlying offense of burglary third, 2 counts violation of probation. Violation of probation with the underlying offense, burglary third, 2 counts violation of probation. Larceny of a motor vehicle, first offense, and failure to register sexual violence. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of March 10, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender is completing the following programs. Tier 4, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. Offenders overall scoring the SRT falls within the use of this for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you. Dear board members, my name is Matthew Markovitz, inmate number 246882. I am currently being housed at the Cybulski Reintegration Center facility. I'm serving a 5-year sentence for a violation of probation on 2 counts of burglary third. Prior to this violation, I already served 18 months. At this time, I've been incarcerated for approximately 2.5 years, totaling 4 years altogether. First and foremost, I would like to express to my victims that I'm sorry for the things I have done. I hope you're here today so that I can stand here before you to do so. You deserve for me to look at you directly in the eyes, admit my fault, and express to you my most sincere apology from deep within my heart. I'm not doing this today for the simple relief of release of incarceration. Regardless of the outcome, it does not change the level of remorse that I have for what I've done. I'm extremely sorry. My behavior was unacceptable. You have worked very hard for everything you have earned. I had no right
Mr. Markovitz, would it be easier for us to just ask you questions?
I need you to hear this.
Okay.
I'm very sincere, and I need you to know. Regards to the outcome, it does not change the level of remorse that I have for what I have done. I'm extremely sorry. My behavior was unacceptable. You worked very hard for everything you have earned. You had no right whatsoever to damage your personal property and to take items that you care for. My misbehavior is unacceptable. I had no pride, no happiness, no smiles or laughter for the wrong that I've done against you. It was immediate shame, guilt, and sorrow as the act occurred. In one incident, I can remember apologizing to the dog as he did his best to protect his master's domain. As I selfishly and recklessly rummaged through the place for a man.
So, Chair, I'm sorry. So, Mr. McAfee, it's very difficult to understand what you're reading. I know you want us to hear it. So maybe you need to take a minute and compose yourself, because I can't understand what you're reading, and it looks like you have a few pages there.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Let me start that paragraph over again then. I had no pride, no happiness, no smiles or laughter for the wrongs I have done against you. It was immediately shame, guilt, and sorrow as the act occurred. In one incident, I can remember apologizing to the dog as he did his best to protect his master's domain. As I selfishly and recklessly rummaged through the place where a man and his family should be able to feel safe at all times, night or day. I'm more sorry than words can express. Please know that this is not my normal behavior. This is not something that I have ever done before. I'm very ashamed. I'm very disgusted within myself. Even 12 years later, as time moves on, I've been dealing with the disease of addiction and its nasty attributes for a great portion of my life. By saying this to you is not an excuse for my actions. When actively using drugs, as I was at the time, drugs caused me to become someone that I am not. I was actively, intensely using drugs. Being sober, I would never do something like this. Again, I would like to express my most sincere. Excuse me?
Don't keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'd like to express my most sincere sorrow, atonement. I would like you to know that I would like the board to know that I am doing something to fight this disease. In fact, I have changed my way of thinking in this aspect completely and put everything I have heart and soul into making myself better. Throughout this incarceration period, I have made it all about change. By taking the necessary steps to do anything and everything I can through the programs these facilities have to offer. Work hard on myself to get a little better every day, to become truly honest with myself, along with the desire to become the best person I can be. The person my loved ones know who I am. Honesty about everything in life, big or small, is the key to my success of sobriety and happiness. Upon my entry to the DOC, I immediately took part in a Tier 4 program at Osborne Correctional Center. The Tier 4 program is an excellent, extremely intense, the best program that the DOC has to offer. Is a 6-month inpatient program with over 108 rules to follow on a daily basis under extreme supervision. I entered the Tier 4 program in order to exert myself under intense rehabilitation, to work on every aspect possible in a safe environment with structure and teamwork. My intentions for joining this program was to gather more information from my sober toolbox to learn where to go in time of need if and when struggling in society. My goals and expectations were taking others' experiences and information from an outside point of view in order to open my mind without prejudice. 3 habits that I improved on while in the Tier 4 program were self-maintenance, prioritizing tasks, and communication skills. I believe that the Tier 4 program will benefit me by helping me reintegrate back into society as well as continuing to stay sober, just as I have done now for these past 2.5 years, during the most horrific drug epidemic that the Department of Correction has ever seen. May I add that every single cellmate that I had actively used drugs pretty much every single day of not being when I was not in the Tier 4 program, or the additional 4 months I spent through the Tier 4 aftercare program, although some still used. I provided the board with successful urinalysis results mandated by the DOC's methadone program, CHR, along with my personal detailed performance record from every group I went to since the beginning of my incarceration. Unfortunately, for the approximately year I spent in the Tier 4 and aftercare program, I wasn't able to participate in any work performance or other programs. However, it was extremely intense. It was pure dedication and performance from day one. I have also provided the board with another successful certificate called Preparing for Release. This program assisted with reintegration and treatment plan. My treatment plan is as follows. Immediately following release, I have taken responsibility to prepare my start and concrete foundation for success. First, I made a doctor's appointment with Holly, the APRN at Pro Health Physicians in Bristol, for a checkup and to discuss my treatment plan and referral for another one-on-one therapist, seeing that the one that I have been seeing for approximately the last 20 years has retired. Contact with Danielle from Bristol Hospital Counseling Center has also been made, where she secured my place in the intensive outpatient program as well, to discuss my treatment plan and to assist my doctor in finding that one-on-one therapist. Yesterday, I met with a CHR counselor here at Cybulski, where I signed paperwork for a referral to join the methadone program with the Root Center in Bristol. Also, I have been an electrician for over 20 years. This is the foundation of my life. I went to school for 4 years to ensure a successful life. My boss from Brad Phillips Electric has provided a promise of employment and letter of support to the board through fax yesterday. I'm looking forward to joining his company yet once again. He is a great sober man whom I greatly respect. His support means a lot to me, seeing he was around to see me make some of the mistakes I have made that affected him as well. Also provided is a wonderful letter from the home that I've happily been seeing for the past 7 years or so. Please review this letter. It is a great support. Also, I grew up on the family farm where we have several horses, as well as other animals. Gratefully, my father has found it in his heart to yet give me another chance to help me as my normal support this is where I will reside. This is in no way a free ride. The farm is a full-time job within itself. As my father grows older, it's up to my brother and I as the 4th generation to tend to the farm. This consists of feeding the animals daily, working on industrial farm equipment along with their maintenance, where we bale our own hay, which will start soon. Proper maintenance never ends. Horse shows and riding lessons are a very involved extracurricular reward. I am looking forward to more experiences and memories with my father. The best man that anyone could ever meet. His support is the best thing to happen at this point. I don't know what could happen in this aspect if denied parole. I'm begging for the chance that I've been given with my father. show him that, as he said to me one day, you know what you are? You are a waste of a good man. This was the most constructive criticism I have ever heard from him. Please take into consideration the honesty mentioned earlier in this letter to you all. I am being completely honest with all my heart, and I'm sorry for the mistakes I have made. Please do not let my mistakes, please do not label me by the mistakes I have made. As far as my past arrests, those are mistakes, in and out of prison. Please agree that I am not a criminal. My addiction has been the source of these mistakes, so I take my recovery seriously. I've done many programs with complete surrender and honesty, which is needed to make change in order to be a productive member of society. I have a great treatment plan. I have a great support. Everything I need for success is in order at this point. Again, I would like to say that I'm sorry for the wrongs I have done. Please give me another chance. I've never been given, please give me the chance I've never been given before by the DOC in any manner. I will do my best to be a good man. I will do my best to no longer be a waste of a good man. Please give me a chance. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Markovits, we're starting to repeat ourselves and stuff like that. So we're going to move on to questions and that. We really appreciate your statement and the sentiment. By it, what we're going to do is we've looked at your background, what you've accomplished since you've been in, the reason why you're here, your interview with the parole officer. Based on that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case to give you a decision, okay? So why are you here right now? What are the reasons why you're sitting in that chair right now?
I've made several mistakes in society.
No, but specifically, why are you sitting in that chair right now?
To ask for forgiveness, to be released.
You violated parole. You violated parole by doing what? By doing what?
Using drugs.
Okay, so that's continued drug use. Have you addressed that?
Yes, sir.
You took tier 4, met with CHR, right? Working on things like that. You're a part of aftercare, right?
Yes, sir.
You're in the MAT program, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you think you can get out there and utilize those services to continue to stay in recovery?
Absolutely. That is my best intentions.
So also, do you, are you going to engage in any kind of recovery communities out there?
Yes, sir. I'm also associated with a sober house in Bristol called New Horizons. I've been in contact with the director since incarceration, and he's a great support as well. And I'm welcome to join the program and enter his facility if ever need be. Right now.
Okay, good backup plan. How about any of the recovery-based programs?
Just a one-on-one therapist, and Bristol Hospital Counseling Center. They
Any
have a
kind
great,
of like AA, NA,
I do AA, NA, excuse me.
Okay.
Yes, I'm associated with, I do have a sponsor that I have not been in touch with since incarceration, but yes, I do intend to do the AA and NA thing as well.
Okay, you got the Bristol Recovery Club right there that has meetings all the time.
Oh yeah, it's a great facility. Yeah, great facility.
All right, and have you done anything with connecting with the recovery coach? You're at
yes, I've been trying to get into the CCAR program since I found out about it when I came into this facility.
But that's to become a coach. I'm talking
Yes.
about having a coach on the way out.
Yes, so as associated with the addiction services supervisor, I spoke with him several times, and he's provided me with all the information that I need for the recovery coach to participate with CCAR, yes.
Okay. And that's really important. You know, it's like you were off the rails here, right?
Yes, sir.
Having
Yes,
a
sir.
coach there to support clinicians is an important thing. The other
Yes, I
thing,
mean-
why else did you violate your parole or probation?
I would, well, when I was residing with my girlfriend at the time, her parents and I didn't really see eye to eye when they found out that they weren't really informed about my past. They found out, about my past. We discussed it with them, and they weren't too keen on me residing there. I left for a few days.
That's great, but what was the violation? That wasn't the violation.
That was for the theft of a motor vehicle.
Yep. Failed to register?
And failure to register, yes. Well, that's what I was getting. That's what I was getting into as I was.
What's your plan with that?
With what specifically, sir?
Registering.
Oh, obviously that's the immediate thing I have to do day one as soon as I get out of here. That's mandatory. And I've never meant to, and it was a total accident. I've never meant it to be deceptive in any way whatsoever.
I mean, you were just talking about your girlfriend, her parents, things like that.
Well, what I was saying is
where you can't register,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so that's welcome to my father's house, and that'll be a great place for me to go. That's the best thing for me.
Good. I appreciate what you submitted to us. Your request for programs, I saw all of that information. What you're doing with MAT inside, that's important.
Yes.
The monthly reports that you submitted, that's something that's important, showing your stability with that program.
Yes, sir.
And the fact that, after tier 4, you did go into aftercare.
Yes, sir.
With aftercare, did you were you a mentor then in the tier 4 program? Or
No,
just an aftercare?
no, I was not. No.
Okay. All right. And you have the job that you were just talking about. I don't know, when I read the file, I didn't have your father having confirmed yet or not. But if the case is that it's not at this point, we'll deal with that later. But I want to see if anybody else has questions for you. Board Member Chance, any questions?
So, Mr. Markby, one of the things that you said is that if you couldn't go live with your dad, you would go to New Horizon.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that still on the radar for you? I'm very familiar with that program.
Yes.
And the gentleman, Mr. Crandall.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So is that where you will end up going? Because we didn't get any response from your dad.
Did you already try to contact him? I mean, if there's contact,
he did.
Okay, so
Did
yes,
you
that's
hear
where I'm
from
going to
him?
be going.
So my concern is where you're going. To see,
Okay, yeah, so
I read,
if there is a
let me finish. I read in 2018, when you came up for discretionary parole, we denied you for many, many reasons. Your drug addiction being a primary one.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to figure out what's different this time. Because you have a serious problem, addiction.
Yes, ma'am.
And I appreciate Mr. Chair reminding you that you do need support in the community. and support like CCAR.
Yes,
Not only does the recovery coach important for you, but they also teach you how to live in a sober community, because it's obvious you haven't been able to do that since 2018 and before.
correct, ma'am.
So I hear about the aftercare today, and I'm familiar with the Bristol Counseling Center. So I
Right.
hope you're gonna follow through and go back there.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a great place.
Okay. In just looking at your criminal history, it all focuses on your substance use.
Yes, ma'am.
So hopefully what you're saying today, you're gonna walk the talk.
Yes,
Okay.
genuinely.
All right. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you,
Board
ma'am.
Member Barry.
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
All right. So where I am here is that we're here on violation of probation. There's failure to register. There's a failure to attempt programming, and they're all based in substance use. Since Mr. McAree's has been back, he's taken tier 4, gone into aftercare, participated in the MAT program, completed preparing for release. He has set himself up in the community, most recently as of yesterday with CHR, to transfer out into the MAT program. He supplied information that shows us that he's complied monthly with what he needs to do. And he has specifics when it comes to a release plan. Obviously, the concern here is that he's got 0 for 9. All 9 are probation. He has not been on parole. Parole, it's like we do any of this stuff and we're right back. We're going right back into, in the facility. There is no stopping at the courthouse. We're just coming back.
Right.
Until June of 2028. So I would like to see the support of parole and community services, because he does not have probation or supervision afterwards. And I think he's taken an appropriate programs at this point. So I had halfway house just in case, no contact with AR or ES. Those are underlying. I don't know if we.
Those would be like general.
So
just leave. Yeah.
So Chair, I appreciate and I do understand your position and the sentence being flat. I did not have Mr. Marquis granted. No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, he does sound good here today for the same reasons that you said, the 9 failures in the disciplinary infractions for non-compliance in the facility. I will not be in support.
Okay.
But I did have the halfway house.
So you had your reason for institutional adjustment and
For performance on community release.
Okay. And halfway house, you want, the 2 victims are underlying, just yes, didn't have.
I didn't, but
I would just put the general no contact.
I wouldn't even do that because these happened in 2013.
Yeah.
That's my.
So halfway house, in case it's needed. So regarding Matthew Markovy's 246-882, the grant parole on or after April 22nd, 2026, with the following condition, in addition to standard parole conditions, halfway house placement if necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Nope.
And by a vote of 2-1, Mr. Markovich, you've been voted to parole. You understand the concerns here. You have the things in place. You need to follow through on it. Seek our recovery coach, recovery programs.
Yes, sir.
Right?
I'll do my best, sir.
Don't You don't go back to court for parole.
Correct.
You would just go
I
back to jail,
understand.
right?
I understand, sir. All set?
This concludes the hearing for Matthew Markaby's and number 24682.
All set, guys?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Yes, ma'am, sir.
Just curious, are you guys taking a lunch break at any time?
No, not at all. We're just gonna keep
Okay.
working through it. And thank you.
Yep. Sounds good.
He wants to go eat.
Sir, it's Dudley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be right with you.
Pete?
Good.
All right, Mr. Dudley, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Right.
Good morning. My name is Officer Chamberlain. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Tools. My board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation for this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Family Member Barry, good morning.
Joy Chance, good morning.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Brian Dudley, 336687.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Brian Dudley, inmate number 336687. He is serving a sentence of 5 years for 2 counts possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics, criminal possession of a pistol revolver, 2 counts failure to appear first, possession with an intent narcotic substance, violation of probation with the underlying offense sale of narcotic substance, violation of probation with the underlying offense evading responsibility of injury, property damage. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 22nd, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the programs. Tier 2, currently had janitor job, utilized in the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe again.
Mr. Dudley, we received the well put together letter that you sent to us. So if that's the same thing, we've already read what you sent in to us. If you want, we could proceed to questions.
No, this is something different.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for granting me this hearing. I want to start by taking full accountability for my past, took advantage of people battling addiction and thought that carrying a firearm made me safer, which now understands is wrong and only increases danger, putting myself and others in the community at risk. I was selfish, destructive, and reckless, making poor decisions, impacting the community, my kids, and myself in a negative way. I deeply regret the choices I made, the lives I affected, and the lifestyle I was living. I changed my way of thinking and outlook on life. I know now that a man stands up for what's right, who works hard, who has integrity and resilience when times get rough, providing guidance, structure, and support for his kids and family. I no longer associate with the people from my past life. I changed where I'll be living from the north end of Hartford to Broadmoor, Connecticut. I started school at Nantucket Community College for Business Administration this August. To continue my recovery, I'm already signed up with Transitional Case Management through CRT. My case manager is Shaquana Leggett. CRT provides drug and alcohol counseling along with drug testing up to 4 months post-release, and we'll be using all the other resources. I got employment when I come home with Rough Construction as a laborer. My boss name is Nick Daniel Ruff. I have his number if needed. My first day home, I'll be going to an NA meeting to get the sponsor, and I'll be leaning on my support system if anything along my journey. Demonstrated my commitment to change, remaining ticket-free, completing 13 programs. I worked for 16 months at Hartford Correctional Center, and now I've been working as a janitor since March 18th in the Second Chance program here at Cybolski. Looking forward to reuniting with my kids who needs me as much as I need them. Can't erase my past, but moving forward, can promise to keep proving through my actions. I am committed to living a productive, responsible, and sober life. Given this chance, I will not take it for granted. Thank you for granting me this time.
All right, Mr. Dudley. Well, thank you so much for the additional statement. We did read all about your background, what you've accomplished in EDORM, which is a lot. So that's a good thing. What we're going to do is we're going to ask you some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
All right.
So we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Chance.
So, Mr. Dudley, I guess what I want to ask you right up front is what's going to be different this time?
This my way of thinking. I don't know what changed. It starts with people, places, and things. And where I'll be living is away from everything and everybody that I associated with, that I no longer associate with. I have employment when I come home, which is a head start for me. See that I had a rough time finding employment working through temp agencies. And I'm continuing my recovery. I know with me doing programming, it always kept me on the right track and always kept me headed towards the right things. So that's why this time around I'll be doing a TCM program. And I already got my case manager, which is going to support me with everything that I'm doing now, continuing my recovery and programming. And they help with job training and job placement and vouchers for everything else that I may get.
So one of the things that you said is drug use is the reason why you've committed these offenses and that you were using drugs to try to support your addiction. Your drug score is a 3. And, you said you were employed part-time at UPS.
Yes.
Are those correct? Why didn't you have a full-time job?
Most of my jobs because of my criminal record, most of my jobs I obtained was through temp agencies. I know through temp agencies, they give me a foot through the door. Once I get a foot through the door, I'll be able to prove my worth as an employee. As long as my work productive is great to them. Most of my jobs are through the temp agency. So if the contract ended and the job didn't hire me, then the temp agency sent me out to another job placement and so on. But that was my most reason for like employment, right? Reason I was going through temp agencies. But as far as me going to Asnuntuck Community College, I'll be taking up business administration. And then once that's done, I'll be getting a certificate for CNC machinery. So that way I can take a job I got a career off of and not just work a dead-end job through the temp agency.
So here's what I'm going to say to you, Mr. Dudley, because you have a lot of drugs. You were selling drugs, whether you want to admit that or not. But just in looking at your criminal history, that's what you're doing. I am happy to hear you say you're going to do that CNC course so that you can have a fairly decent job. Now, I'm going to say to you what an offender said to me at one time. He did have the CNC certification, but what he said is because of his criminal history, he couldn't get a job utilizing it. So I'm going to ask you, have you looked into what are the requirements to get a job once you get the certification?
I've been looking into all the requirements, but my cousin Anthony Jones, he worked doing this work as of now. He told me that as long as I can get my feet wet or get certified to do the job, that he can get me hired at the company he works for, which be paying $27 an hour. Besides me having employment with rough construction when I do come home as a laborer, but I'll rather have something that I know that I can work for a amount of years and make a career off and be successful at it. I've never had a problem with working. I worked at multiple jobs through the temp agency. I was at Mr. Sparkle, being the guy that greets the customers, that washed the car with a brush. I did all type of jobs in all type of different industries. I never had a problem working and just have a problem keeping the job, seeing how it was just temp. But if I wasn't get the CNC machinery certification, my cousin already works, doesn't doing this work and said he can get me in at his company.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that. So I looked at all the programs that you did. I know you did the Second Chance, the 7 Future Laundromat, the Rage, Daily Dad, and then Emotional Intelligence, Live Transitional Support. Tell me what insights you gained from the Emotional Intelligence program.
Decision making, different outlooks on life, seeing the situation clearly, knowing not to just react off emotion and putting everything into perspective that I need to see clearly before making any type of decisions, and knowing that anything and everything that I do has to be an intelligent choice and a smart choice to be made. Other than that, I'll be making a mistake and put myself in a worse situation.
Okay, so I was, and I know all the other courses that you took are all, you know, they all have some kind of meaning focusing on what you just shared. I wanted to ask you, you're on the list for voices and CCAR.
Yes.
Now, where your sponsor live? Is there a CCAR close to there? I know where she lives.
I'm honestly not sure if it's a CCAR close to anywhere in the vicinity of Broadbrook, Connecticut, but I know anywhere that there is a CCAR, I'll be able to make it to and participate in. Seeing how my sponsor drives and my support system don't have a problem supporting me in any way that I need them.
Because if you say your drug problem is as serious as you say it is, CCAR will help you with, you know, staying sober, and you can have a recovery coach that will help you. Because somehow your youth sort of leads you back to committing other offenses that you shouldn't be doing. The other thing I like about this time for you is that you have been working as a chairman for 16 months. So I think that's very positive. I want you to know that I read your letter in full. I took notes from it because you truly expressed remorse for what you did. And you figured out what the impact to the victims and their family and your community and your family. So I'm hoping that if you did this letter by yourself or whoever helped you, that all of that information will stay with you and have some meaning when you go back in the community.
Yes, it definitely will. Yes, it definitely will. And I had, but I didn't really have help, but I had guidance with my tier 2 counselor. I expressed to her that I expressed to her everything that was going on with me. She said the only way you'll be able to complete this program and change successfully is if you be honest and upfront. So sometimes after group, I'll stay with her and I'll let her know exactly what's going on with me, where I was at in life when I did this, when I did that, and I just let her know like, this is what I have, this is what I have prepared for myself for parole. And she gave me pointers, and from the pointers I went from there. But I'm definitely looking into CCAR. I'm already enrolled with TCM. They do 4 months post-release drug alcohol testing, and they help me along with everything else as if CCAR does. But CCAR is definitely something I'm going to attend and do when I go home.
Okay.
Along with I'm sorry.
You need 18 more credits to get an associate degree as non-doc in business?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you known your girlfriend?
I know her, I could say probably like 2017, 2018.
she's been your girlfriend throughout all those years?
No, we've been good friends for all those years, but we became closer and kind of, well, I can't say tied in knots, we're not married, but became boyfriend and girlfriend during this incarceration.
And so, does she live by herself? You're going to live with her?
She lives with her and her 2 children.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, I also looked at your release plan. I don't know if some things have changed, but I know you had said you're going to CPA where they will help you with some job training and employment. And before, I think you had Catholic Charities.
Yes.
That you said was going to help you with staying sober and work on your recovery. And then you're going to attend NA and AA meetings. You also talk about your support systems as your grandma, your aunties, and your childhood friend. Is that the same as your girlfriend?
No.
Someone different?
Yes, I believe she wrote a character reference letter on my behalf, my childhood friend, but good friend that I knew probably like I was 12 or 13. She always been around in a positive light. She's the good angel on your shoulder whenever you thinking something wrong. She tells you things that I need to hear, not that I want to hear. And since I've been just dedicating myself to change and doing things differently, she's been back around in my life, giving me advice and how I should go about things. Being a man about to be 37 years old, I should have my life and priorities together. So she's been back around, yes, and my grandmother, she always been a great support system. Always been the right word, and had the right words for me to say. She's a deacon at the
But you just
first
weren't
cathedral.
paying any attention, right?
Yes,
You just weren't listening. Right.
Stuck in my own
So
ways.
how many children do you have?
I have 4 kids, 3 girls and 1 boy. My son's the youngest, he'll be 11. My daughter's about to be 12, June 29th. I got a 14-year-old and my 16-year-old daughter, she'll be 16 in this December.
So, Mr. Dudley, you're going to be 37 in June.
Yes.
You have 4 children.
Yes.
You know what that means?
Yes. It's time
That
for
you
me.
truly have to start demonstrating an adult responsibility. You have not done very well in the past. You have 10 failures.
True.
Make sure you don't have an 11th one.
No, that's a big part of my everything. Why I decided to change and the steps that I've been making is to demonstrate to my children the life that I want them to live, the life that they can live. I know that only can show them the right way by demonstrating the right way.
So you have not gotten any disciplinary reports this incarceration. That's good. You completed several programs. You are rated very high to recidivate. And I think it just goes back to, you know, your criminal history and the fact that you've had so many failures out in the community. So whatever our decision is today, if it is for you to go back, you need to ensure that you are successful in completing this discretionary period, because parole can bring you right back. You understand that?
I understand that.
Okay. It's not like probation that you have to go through the courts. You violate and you go right back.
I understand that. That's why I employed. That's why I made sure this go around that I got all my ducks in a row. I got school that I'll be starting. I work already, and I already have a drug program that I'll be attending along with, and they get a sponsor. So that way, that my day straight structured and scheduled, and I have no time to do anything. I lost all communications with people from my past life, and I'm no longer living in Hartford.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Bradley, and good luck, Mr. Kira.
Thank you.
Board Member Barry.
Mr. Dudley, you're running out of opportunities. The sentences are only going to get longer and longer. And unless you like being in prison, I would suggest that you find a different choice of employment or different career, because they're going to keep, they know that this is your history. So they're going to continue to watch you. So enough is enough. All right?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I would support Mr. Dudley's discretionary parole. He does rate out very high. But he has taken some the appropriate programs, as Ms. Chance has stated. And he does seem to have a good work. So that's where I am with it. Thank you.
Board Member Chance.
So, Mr. Dudley wrote a very detailed letter. Despite the fact that he's rated high, he has completed several programs and have gained some insights into what it is that he needs to do. He has not gotten any disciplinary reports. In his opening comments, he expressed remorse for his actions and apologized to, victims, his community, and his entire family. He has set up an extensive release plan that I think was well done. And I hope that he does follow through with everything that he says. So I'm in favor of granting discretionary parole today.
What would we have him do besides no contact with Brett?
I had no consumption of alcohol because he said part of his addiction was drugs.
I also have no driving.
And
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Regarding Brian Dudley, 336687, I move to grant parole on or after May 22nd, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions.
Is it May 22nd or May 21st?
May 22nd.
Oh, 22nd. Oh.
No alcohol consumption, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, and no contact with co-defendant Frank Robbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Dudley, you've been voted for parole. Your condition could be explained to you prior to your release. You're all set. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing. Brian Dudley, May number 16. How you doing, Mr. Garcia Duran?
Good, how you doing?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the case. Morning, my name is Officer Sharon. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this morning must state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, and available pertinent information preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Pohl.
Panel member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Reynaldo Garcia Jerome, inmate 420281.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Reynaldo Garcia Jerome, inmate number 420281, serving 17 to 5 years for 3 counts. Violation of large capacity magazine requirement, interfering with an officer resisting, failure to appear first, possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics, burglary third, violation of probation, the underlying offense is larceny first, failure to appear first, violation of probation, underlying offense burglary third, and a violation of probation, the underlying offense larceny first. As of today, record reflecting full eligibility on July 17th, 2026. There is no victim included in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offenders. It's been reviewed and shown the offenders in the programs, tier 2, utilized statewide evaluation system. The offenders overall scoring SRT falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should grant a parole.
So, Mr. Garcia-Jerome, we have your letter that you submitted. So we've read all of that. If you would like us to proceed to questions, if we can do that.
Well, I have a small letter that I wrote.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So I would like to start off by saying good morning to the members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I realize this is a privilege and I truly appreciate the board for taking the time out for this hearing today. I take full responsibility for the actions that led to my incarceration. At the time of my offense, I made choices in poor judgment and unhealthy thinking. I do undermine what I have done. I do not undermine what I have done, and I understand that my actions cause harm to others and affected families in my community. I am sincerely remorseful for that harm. During my incarceration, I have taken this time seriously to change. I have worked to understand my thoughts and patterns that led to my incarceration. I have taken responsibility for correcting my wrongs through programs, education, and self-reflection. I have learned healthier ways to cope with stress, make better decisions, and take accountability for my actions. I've worked to change my thinking that led me here to my incarceration, especially my attitude towards fast money and risk-taking. I am not the same immature, careless, reckless, and self-serving young man I was when I first entered prison. I have focused on maintaining positive, participating in groups, programs, staying productive with my time. When I've made mistakes, I've owned them as well as learned from them. Today, I plan to live differently. I have stable housing, support from my family that will hold me accountable, and plans for employment and continued self-improvement. I understand the importance of structure, accountability, and following all conditions of parole. I'm fully committed to do so. I'm committed to staying away from people and environments tied to my past lifestyle, especially my attitude towards fast money and risk-taking. I know trust must be earned through actions, not words. If granted parole, I will continue to show responsibility, make the right decisions, and contribute positively to society. I respectfully ask the board to take my personal growth, accountability, dedication, and overall rehabilitation into consideration as well as the man I am today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia-Jerome. So what we've done is we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
We're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Baer.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Jerome, the chair and I were on your prior panel. Do you remember us?
Yeah.
We voted you to parole back in 2021.
Yeah.
So why is it, and you even got transfer parole back then, right?
Yeah.
So why is it that you were released onto for parole in June of 21, and then by July you were already selling drugs?
When I went home without a plan. I thought I had a plan, but I realized, like me being so young, when I came home, I was making so much excuses for myself as to why I was committing the actions and the choices I was making. I feel like I used to make a lot of excuses as to why I would do the things I would do, pretty much because I would always tell myself I'm doing this to provide for my family, but in all reality, I was doing it for my gratification and, self pleasure, pretty much.
Right. Because even when you were interviewed by the officer, you told him that you were in the car with your friend, and as soon as the police saw you, they pulled you over. That's not what happened. What happened was I had a weapon because I was selling drugs.
Yeah.
That's truth. Why did you feel the need to minimize what had transpired between what happened when you were out in the community? Why did you feel the need to minimize that?
Well, no. I feel like.
Well, no.
No. What I'm saying is, as I was speaking to him, I didn't feel like I minimized. I was just pretty much saying like I was in my neighborhood, and I was parked up, and then I was selling narcotics. I had a.
You didn't say that, though. That's not what you told him, and that's the problem that I'm saying. it's a minimization when you don't say what it is that you did. You should have, had you said that to him, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
So do you realize the harm that your selling drugs in our communities have on, the impact that they have on our communities?
Yes, I do.
Tell me a little bit about what the impact is.
Well, you know, since I've been incarcerated, I've been able to reflect on my choices. And I see now that my actions were cowardly, and me polluting the streets with narcotics wasn't the proper thing to do. Instead of me just going to get a job and, you know, being a law-abiding citizen, I chose the easy route to, you know, to pretty much, like I was saying, I feel like I had an addiction to a lifestyle where I was really fulfilling my needs, and I was using excuses as to why I was doing it. Just
Right,
so
no,
I
I
could.
understand that, but my question to you was, what was the impact that your actions had on our community? So how do you think that you're selling drugs? What is your role in selling drugs in our communities? How does it all impact all of us? Do you know how?
Yeah, because I gave people access to narcotics, and I was pretty much like the people, my community. I degraded the area I was in. I'm sorry, I'm nervous right now, but.
So let me tell you how so here's the thing. So the drugs come in, you know, they need someone to distribute the drugs. So they, you know, it dwindles down from the people who have the real money down to you all so that you can sell it on the street. And then it impacts us how? Because we have people who are trying to combat their addiction. They're committing crimes to support their habits. And you as a drug dealer, you feel the need that I need weapons now because I got to protect myself because people know I deal drugs and I have money. So someone may try to rob me. You know, it's just, it keeps that vicious cycle going. And you, as a father of a 9-year-old, should know that you're selling drugs to someone else's son, someone else's daughter, someone's mother, someone's father, who need to be home with their children instead of in prison or out on the street, you know, selling themselves to try to support that. It just keeps the whole wheel, the hamster wheel, going round and round. Honestly, that's the bigger picture. And you really need to be aware of that because it may not impact you directly now. You said you're addicted to the lifestyle, but you don't know what's down the road for you. And I don't wish this on you. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying that it's somebody else's loved ones. So I see that this time you don't have any disciplinary infractions, which is a good thing. And you do have support in the community. I saw your sister was listed as your sponsor. You want to, you have a girlfriend, out in the community. Your mother's out there. Your son's mother is also another form of support. And you potentially have a job at a local corner store based on something that your friend told you, right?
I spoke to my sister's daughter's father, and he's willing to give me employment at his barbershop in Beacon Falls.
Okay, and doing what?
Cleaning up the barbershop, pretty much just temporarily, just till I'm able to find a stable employment.
And what are you willing to do for stable employment?
Well, I plan on going back to school for HVAC. Okay. And
until HVAC, what are you going to do?
What I was when I go home, I'm gonna get my license, and then I'm gonna go sign up for the flagging course, and I wanna do that.
So you realize the HVAC, the flagging, cleaning up the barbershop, they're never gonna pay what being a drug dealer pays. You know that.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, but you do, here's a swap. You don't have to keep looking over your shoulder. You don't have to worry about coming back to prison from having a legitimate job where you pay taxes on the money you earn. Exactly. And you get to stay home with your family. But Mr. Duran, you're running out of opportunities. You've been under supervision. Our records indicate 3 times, and you failed all 3. This is your second time coming before the parole board. And we granted you parole the last time and you messed that up. And now you're asking us for another opportunity to go out into the community, and you've upped the ante by having these large capacity magazines now. So, I mean, you rate out very high in terms of risk to recidivate. So I'm really grappling with your decision making. You haven't taken the New Thoughts program, which is on your OAP.
I'm currently, sorry to cut you off. I'm currently enrolled in that now.
And when you finish?
I just started it last Monday. So I should be finished. So I should be finishing it up in another like 7 weeks.
Well, I'm hoping that you know your brain is fully developed now. You're 27, so you need to understand that there are consequences for your actions. And no program is going to teach you common sense. Just so that you know, common sense is I've been trying to sell drugs in my community since 2017, and the police know that, and they're going to be watching. That's common sense. You do the same thing and you expect a different outcome, it's not going to happen. If you're addicted to selling drugs out in the community, you must be addicted to coming to prison. You must be addicted to wanting to be around all those men that are in that facility and eating that food and working for, what, 70 cents a day?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done lecturing. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Board Member Chance, anything further?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Garcia Garan, you applied for a sentence modification?
Yes, I did.
Was that because you completed all those programs?
No, I do feel like my sentence was fair, but I have worked on myself to become a better man. I want to be able to come home and be the role model my son deserves and the father that he can rely on day-to-day basis. So pretty much.
And how did you become a better man?
Because now that I have spent time reflecting on my life, I'm able to realize where I was going wrong, and now I want to come home and just be the right man for him. Like, staying home, not only being able to provide, but actually being able to spend quality time with him.
So all the programs that you took did not help?
Yeah, the program definitely helped because it gave me a lot of understanding to why I was committing the things I was doing, and also being able to get insights from the brothers that was in them groups too. It really helped out a lot.
Really don't have any questions, but good luck.
Thank you. Board Member Baird.
So, Sir, I just want to ask one more question of Mr. Duran. I heard you talking to him, Ms. Chance, about the sentence mod. Was that ever granted? It said on 4/29 you were supposed to have a decision.
No, when I went down there, they gave me a random court date, so I wasn't aware of when I was going down because I had gotten transferred to this facility.
Okay, so you
don't
know.
No. Now I got to go back on the 29th for the actual decision. So pretty much to present what I have done and all of that, all the programs and all that stuff.
So, Chair, I'm willing to support Mr. Duran's discretionary parole today. He does rate out high, but my review of the file does not really show any indication of violence. While I don't like the weapons conviction, he is serving a flat sentence. He has taken a number of positive programs: C-Card, Daily Dad, trucking, TED Talks, Florence to Kings. He has received no disciplinary infraction, and he appears to have a viable release plan. So for those reasons, I would support his discretionary filter.
Okay.
With no driving, because he doesn't have a license, and no co-defendant.
The three of them. Board Member Chance.
I agree.
Regarding Ronaldo Garcia Jerome 420281, and move to grant parole on or after July 17, 2026. With the following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions: no operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, no contact with co-defendants Julian Jackson, Adam Guzman, and Dylan Mayo. there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Garcia Jerome, you've been granted parole and your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. Okay?
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Concludes the hearing for Ronaldo Garcia Jerome.
July
Committee number
7th.
420281. You all set?
All right, thank you.
Right?
Mr. Smith, correct?
Last one.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Appeals. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information referenced in this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Hannah Berry.
Joy Chance,
Sir, please state your name and your main number for the record.
Jocelyn Smith, 427387.
Hearing being conducted in consideration of the full application for J. Sean Smith, the main number 427387. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years probation for criminal possession of firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon, and illegal possession of a large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 15th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Voices currently has a recreation clerk job. Google has a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Officer Shamroy, I apologize. I didn't have that he was in rec work. I had it that he's in school. Are you in school?
Yes, ma'am.
E, and GED, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you currently have a recreation job?
The rec worker job.
Okay.
Who?
So that's his primary job.
The rec worker.
Secondary is the
Rec clerk.
So that's the secondary.
Okay, okay, all right.
Mr. Smith, so we received your letter that you sent us about what you've done and things like that. So if you want us to go to questions, we can do that.
I actually have something that I typed up for y'all, if y'all like to read it.
In addition to what you sent in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to begin by saying thank you for this opportunity to speak today, and most importantly, to express what I've done to fix myself. I realize this is a privilege, and I truly appreciate the board for taking the time off for this hearing today. I take full responsibility for my action that led to my arrest. I understand the seriousness of my offense, which led to my incarceration. I am sincerely remorseful to the pain I caused to my family and community. I have since committed myself to change and being the best version of myself in order to create a bright future. During my incarceration, I used my time to reflect, accept accountability, and work on meaningful change. I enrolled in the Second Chance program because I truly wanted to change. I have participated in programs that have helped me address the issues that contribute to my past behavior. I successfully completed Voices, understanding the impact on victims, which helped me understand how my actions affect not just me, but victims, family, and the entire community. This program opened my eyes to the harm my behavior can cause. There is no such thing as a victimless crime. My actions are like throwing a rock in a pond, causing ripple effects, reaching far and wide and touching many. During this time, I realized I had a false perception of what a real man was. Being a man is not about carrying a firearm, trying to handle situations the wrong way. A real man does the hard things, especially when odds are stacked against him. A real man takes responsibility, lead by example, and protects his family by making wise decisions and choices. I also taken parenting classes to better prepare myself to be the father my daughters deserve. I'm learning responsibility, patience, and accountability on how to be present in a healthy and positive way. I no longer want to be someone who make impulsive decisions. I want to be someone my daughter can look up with pride to. I have been blessed to have a beautiful 2-year-old daughter who also has autism, and being away from her has been the hardest part of my incarceration. She needs stability, love, guidance, and protection I was not provided in a way a father should. I no longer want to live a life of causing corruption and chaos throughout my community. I have now walked this journey of peace, love, and enjoying, and productivity, and being a productive member to society. Thanks for this time to consider my letter and for the opportunity to show that I am serious about becoming a responsible and productive member to society. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. There was a lot there in the letter that you had sent. Certainly, you're in E-dorm, so you've had the opportunity to a lot of things, in terms of programming and such. In addition to what we've already talked about, we also have your release plan and the contingency plan connected with it. So, it shows some thought in terms of your release and such. Why are you in prison right now?
For carrying a firearm and being inside a stolen car.
Okay, and so that's not the first time that you've had a firearm, right?
No, sir.
So, and this happened 2 years ago in another month. So you were 23. We keep carrying guns, we keep going to prison.
Yes, sir. You're absolutely right about that.
And that's really need to take a look at that. So I'm glad that you committed to the programs. I'm glad that you had the opportunity to take voices as well. You did talk about in the statement here as well, about what your impact on the community has.
Yes, sir.
That's what's really, something that's concerning. You, as well, when it comes to this particular offense, you actually discharged that firearm, right?
You said, did I discharge that firearm?
Yeah.
No, sir. Prior to my arrest, I didn't know anything about a shooting until I was arrested. And then when they brought me inside the interrogation room, that's when they told me about the shooting. I didn't get charged for any shooting or anything of that sort.
Okay, so when this happened and simultaneously, somebody was shot in the face.
Yes, sir.
So, but you see where we are, and you see the impact of guns in the community.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So you want to go to your partner in Hartford?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything further? I mean, you have down here that there's potential for you to get a job with Amazon.
Yes, sir. And also, my fault not to cut you off, so, and FedEx too. The warehouse.
Okay, you'd look at FedEx, the warehouse.
Do y'all know anything about the CT VIP program and the Emerge program? Yeah, I attend. If I am granted parole, I plan to attend there too.
Okay, I mean, that's reintegration stuff is really incredibly important. And trying to navigate it. I mean, you're 25 right now. You're out there when you were 23. Navigating this by yourself, you don't get any extra points for that. Letting people help you and asking for help is how you get through this.
Yes, sir.
So that's a good thing. I'm glad that you've connected with that. I'm going to see at this point if other board members have questions. Board Member Barry, you have any questions in this case? Board Member Chance, you have any questions in this case?
Here's a few for Mr. Smith. So, Mr. Smith, next month you're going to be 26 years old, right?
Yes.
How many gun charges do you have?
2.
Did you have one back in 2020?
2020, well, that's when well, it was 2019 when I caught my first gun charge. And then that's when I got sentenced in 2020, March 2020.
Okay, so you are not working. The last time you were employed, you were 21 years old and you were working at McDonald's.
Yes, ma'am.
Why weren't you working? Why didn't you go back at that time to get your GED?
The mindset I had was, it was just wild. It was just crazy. Like, I didn't want help. I was afraid to ask people for help. I felt like I had all the answers. I felt like I knew everything. And now that I've been inside, right now that I've been incarcerated, now I know that I didn't have all the answers.
What you indicated that when you go back in the community, you're going to go to attend therapeutic sessions.
Yes, ma'am.
What therapeutic sessions?
You said what therapeutic sessions?
Yeah, because that's what you said you were going to attend when you go back in the community.
But when I was younger, my mom tried to put me inside. This is a program called Clifford Bears, and I didn't want to talk to anybody. And now that I've been inside here, I understand like it's okay to talk to somebody because you never know what you might get out of them. So just me just talking to somebody else, it'll probably help me up in the long run because mental health is a real thing.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear you say, because I know in the community, it's kind of not good words to be using.
Yes, ma'am.
But in your case, I wanted to make sure that that's what you meant.
Yes, ma'am.
It's important for you to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm all set. Thank you.
So where I am on this case is that Mr. Smith is in E-dorm, and he's had the opportunity to take a number of programs. In addition to working on school and working with the rec department there at the facility. It's concerning that he's had a previous gun charge. This happened, this one here was from May of 24, a couple of years ago. You know, he expressed his thoughts and how he used to think and how that's not helpful any longer. He has a sponsor to go to. He is headed towards employment that makes sense. We talked about Connecticut CTVIP. You know, so an opportunity to get connected and try to do the right thing. You know, based upon where he is with Cybulski and the second chance unit, I would like to give him an opportunity. Board Member Barry?
So I understand exactly where you're going with this, Sir Chair. And for the very similar reasons, I not support parole. I think that he's in that dorm and he is in pursuing his education. I think that would be important for him if he's able to complete it prior to his being released out into the community. He has demonstrated a level of offender change. And I do commend him on his efforts towards rehabilitation, but the nature of his crimes where someone got shot in the face, and even on a prior gun conviction, I support it today. I think that he's headed in the right direction. I think that he's doing the right things. I think he just needs more time to demonstrate that he's capable of following through. So my vote will be to deny today.
Board Member Chance.
So I guess what was concerning to me, I wish he had acknowledged something about that gun that went off. because it did go off and it did hit someone. And, you know, I thought because of all the programs that he took, he would have gained some insight into his maturity and know that he had to acknowledge what went on. But when he was asked about that, he didn't. And I don't like the fact that he had one at 19 and here he is again. So those were concerning for me. He's rated very high. I would like him to get his, he's enrolled in GED. He needs to complete, or I don't know where he is with it, but it would be very good if he did that. He needs to gain some work experience, which I know he's gaining there, considering the last time he had a job was at, you know, age 21. I do think he needs to have some more maturity. He received 2 DRs. I know one was almost 2 years ago, when he was using, you know, multiple PIN numbers from other inmates. And when he had an opportunity to go to court, and he did. It's concerning to me, the gun charges. He's had 4 previous failed community releases and rated high. So I had it denied. I was hoping.
What did you have for reasons?
I had probation. And I also said it's criminal history. That said, Sir Chair, I mean, I did have him denied with no new hearing date, but because he's headed in the right direction, I would be willing to rehear him because he's not done until 28.
Right.
I just did not like the nature of his, well, I understand that that's not going to change. The nature of his crime is not going to change. His criminal history will not change. However, his behaviors and his ability to prove that he's able to make better decisions will change. So that said, I would be willing to rehear him after, you know, hopefully he'll be able to obtain. How much longer do you have in school? Sorry.
I'm actually working on my second test,
What test did you pass already?
social studies.
Good for you. See, you can do it. How long do they know how much further, or do you know how much longer you have before you may be able to potentially complete it?
I could get it. They were saying I could get it in a month or 2. That's what I thought. I was like, if I was granted parole or release, I was gonna call it adult education.
Yeah. Well, you didn't do that before, so that's what our issue is. Okay.
I had 9 months to a year.
I would do June of next year. That's what I'm thinking. That's almost a year.
So 6 of 27?
Yeah.
Is that 9 months?
No,
that's what I.
That's a year.
No, she's saying, you're saying over a year.
Yeah, I wouldn't do. I could go less than that.
I said 9 months to a year.
So we're
Based on
looking
what you
at
say.
December? Which means that,
We're in the end of April, so that would be 8.
Mhm.
So it would be next.
which means that if he gets scheduled in December, that means that he comes out.
That's if, but, and I
if it's
don't,
granted.
So I would do January.
That would give him,
I would do January.
okay, so that gives him like 11 months maybe.
Yep.
of parole.
And that would be a gift, honestly. And hopefully, he's, yeah.
January 27, and what are you gonna have him do?
It was GED.
Yeah, stay in school. He's still, there's an addiction services on his OAP. And
I actually finished that tomorrow.
okay, good. Well, that's good. Okay. He's working, he's running a lot of other programs.
whatever vocational program that he wants to do and the one that he wants to do, I think he should finish his GED because it will give him a better opportunity when he goes back out.
He did the trucking thing, so hopefully he can, you know. I like he had done a good too.
So the only thing is, well, it's not on his list.
I wish he had new thoughts on his OAP.
So you want new thoughts? Any other positive programming?
You know, continue stay in school, no DRs. And I'd be willing to do December of this year.
And criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and.
Those are the reasons, but that's not gonna change.
But is there something dynamic that we?
So the nature of his crimes of what is so concerning. And again, if he has that maybe the education under his belt where he can go and get a job without having to be in possession of weapons and drugs and stuff, then hopefully he'll be better. But
I had nature and current offense committed on probation.
So. Yeah, I mean, the criminal history and current offense committed on probation is fine. Well, what I'm looking for is a dynamic reason. So where he is right now, there is offender change, but there's not enough offender change for us to support parole.
Right.
Is that what we're saying?
Right.
So it's inadequate evidence of offender change. Recognizing the fact that there's a lot of offender change that's occurred, but we want to see additional offender change before he's.
Right. And my reason for using nature as opposed to criminal history is because of what actually happened with the guns.
Right, but he wasn't charged.
I know, but he was involved.
I wasn't charged with the shooting, man.
I know you weren't.
Okay. Where are you on the issue?
So here's the thing. I'm not really sure that the next panel will vote him out to parole just based on his charges and his conviction.
Yep.
But I am willing to give him another opportunity to come. That's where I am. I don't even know.
But in terms of reasons, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh.
Because I'm at criminal history and criminal offense committed on probation.
That's where I am. Criminal history and probation. And I mean, I do hear evidence of change. I would like to just see more.
Okay. All right, so.
So when the revision is done, we could put that we do see change, but.
Yeah.
Can I ask, like, what would she like to see more from Automie?
Yeah, so, we'll let you know that in just a second, okay? So regarding, Justine Smith, 427-387, I move to deny today based upon nature and circumstance to current offense, criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. And to rehear this case in December of 2027, Mr.
No, 2026.
2026, with the recommendation that he remain free of disciplinary reports, that he complete new thoughts and any other positive programming, and remain in school. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Smith, so what happened here is that we see offender change. We also see a couple of gun convictions. We're concerned about that. We recognize what you're doing in E-dorm. We want you to continue to do that in E-dorm. We want to see additional offender change. You can do that through accomplishing new thoughts, any other positive programming, and remaining in school. Okay?
Yes,
and you're going to come back and see another panel in December for consideration for parole. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
Mr. Smith, that doesn't mean that you'll automatically be granted parole at that time. It's just that you're not done until 2028, and in recognition of what you are doing, the positive efforts that you've made, we're willing to hear you again at that. It's not, doesn't mean automatic. So, okay?
Okay. There we go. You're all set.
Is that one?
Or additional minutes, number 7.
You said, okay, it's Jason. Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing, Mr. Rios?
Good afternoon to all members of the board.
I'm gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon, my name is Bob Shanley. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon, let's state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information for preparation.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Councilmember Barry.
Good afternoon, George Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Mark Rios, 333006.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Mark Rios, inmate number 333006. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts criminal possession of a firearm, defense weapon, possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics, criminal possession of a pistol revolver. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 26, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability for the offender. Has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed fine programs, tier 2 thresholds, new thoughts, currently has a laundry job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, defenders overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Do you have something that you'd like to read to us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just want to say hello and good afternoon to all the members of the board. My name is Mark Rios, and I would like to say how truly sorry I am for my past transgressions and the mistakes that led me to be incarcerated. I take full responsibility. I also want to say that I'm 100% responsible and take the full onus for these egregious acts. I feel as a man, a husband, a father, and to society as well. Not a day goes by that I don't regret my decisions that led me to this ultimate demise, losing time from my family and being productive in society. But since my incarceration, I lost my little brother July 4th, 2025, while I was in Cheshire CI. That really broke my heart. I was not there for him, and now I'm forced to visit him at his tombstone. And for this, my family is under turmoil and severe distress due to my absence. My mother, who's 86 years old, she's dependent upon me at medium around-the-clock medical care and companionship. She is having a hard time accepting and coping with my incarceration. Her health status is declining. I had nothing but time to reflect the ineffective decision-making that the changes will implement and the changes that will implement moving me forward. While I was in Cybulski Reintegration Center, I took advantage of the following classes: JDDP, New Thoughts, Tier 2, second group of addictive lifestyle transition support, thresholds, choices, along with working in the dorm as a laundry worker. And I also was a mentor and facilitator, helping and guiding other inmates, doing the right thing and following the rules and getting them ready for reintegration back into society while staying ticket-free. These classes and these groups have really opened up my eyes how my crimes directly affected the public and my family, and why I will never engage in that negative behavior again. In hindsight, for the personal reflection on the matter of my crime has led me to learn that the actions that I exhibited were self-centered and selfish. Please know that I do have a loving and supporting family. As well, my local community church that will aid my reintegration back into society. Upon release, I plan to seek employment immediately and look forward to being to support my family again through earnest means, to be the man that they could be proud of. I feel terrible that I had to make them suffer and my actions, and I'm eager to make my actions to amend them to resume my responsibilities as a father, husband, and a son. In closing, thank you for your undivided attention. I really hope that I will be allowed the golden opportunity to show you all that I can be a productive member of society again and a law-abiding citizen. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. So we took a look at your background, how you got here again. And based upon that and your interview with the parole officer, we have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any questions this afternoon? We'll start with Board Member Chance.
Hello, Mr. Rios. Do you remember me?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember Miss Ferry?
Yes, ma'am. See you the last time.
We granted you parole.
That is correct.
And your charge at the time was criminal possession of weapons. Before I go any further, I want to say two things. I appreciate the time it took you to write what you shared with us today. And I'm sorry for the loss of your younger brother. I know that can't be easy for you. So even without looking up your last hearing, for some reason, I remember your name. Now, when the parole officer interviewed you, you were on parole. You said you were not using or selling drugs, and you had a full-time job. You said you're employed as a healthcare at One Well Healthcare as a case manager.
That is correct.
According to the police reports, you were selling marijuana and you had a gun. Are you acknowledging that that's what you were doing? Or are you saying you weren't selling and you didn't have a gun?
I had marijuana in my possession. That is correct. And I'm just taking full responsibilities of my actions that I did wrong, and I apologize.
So were you selling marijuana?
From time to time, being honest with you, it's just, close friends. I was so behind bills because of the first situation. I did make a mistake. And try to, make quick dollars just to catch up with bills. But I did wrong. I did wrong, and I'm fully ashamed of it. Being an Army veteran and the education that I have, I'm ashamed.
So you said that you've completed Tier 2 threshold. You have a laundry job in the dorm. And did you finish the New Thoughts program?
Yes, ma'am. I completed New Thoughts.
When, and can you tell me what insights you gained from it?
I came to assessing the situation clearly, thinking twice and before I react, and just basically thinking different. Not the bad ways is always the place to to go. It's just take more in thought of the correct thing that I'm gonna do.
What's concerning to me also, Mr. Reyes, you have a BA degree in business.
Yes, ma'am.
You had a full-time job. And didn't you ever think of maybe getting a part-time job instead of going back to selling drugs?
I should have done that, and I was looking extensive and further for, a part-time at the time that I was doing it. I know I needed, more money. I started off at $25 an hour with the chance of making $30 an hour being a case manager for people with mental disabilities, and everything was going great. Everything was going great. I was working, I was doing what I was supposed to do. But like I told you, I take full onus of my responsibility. I know it was wrong. And I know for a fact that this is not going to happen again. This is not going to happen again. I'm not going to lose any more time with my family, my wife, my kids, my daughter. I missed out on her prom. I missed out on her prom, her graduation. I'm missing out on a lot that I shouldn't be missing out on. My children do need my guidance, and my wife, she does need me home helping her. And I was stupid. I was stupid. I should know better. I made great choices in life, as well as I made poor choices in life. Like the best times of my life is when I first enlisted in the Army. I graduated high school, I graduated college, I got married, I had 2 beautiful kids. But I also made mistakes in life, and these were the mistakes that I've made in life that I truly regret. And I'm just gonna make sure that I don't make those mistakes again.
But Mr. Rios, that's a lot of mistakes, as you call them. But it sounds to me like you continue to make poor decisions.
Yeah, but like I said, the classes that I took.
You're an educated person with a degree, and I'm having difficulty sitting here looking at you when I remember the same things you just said to me is what you said before 2 years ago.
Understand, ma'am.
And it's just very concerning, Mr. Rios. And we even recommended you for parole transfer, which you got. And I just could not believe when I looked at the name and saw that it was you again.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I feel so ashamed right now.
I'm all set, Mr. Rios. I'm just truly very disappointed of you being back here, and you completed programs again like you did before. You're rated in the moderate range of risk to recidivate, which is good. You have no disciplinary reports. And, the last time you took a different set of programs. You took good intention, bad choices. You took voices, you took anger management. And today you did tier 2, new thoughts, and threshold.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'm all set.
Board Member Barry.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Rios, is it still your position that you were moving in the box, the gun was just in the box?
Being honest with you, it was in the box in the position of moving. My last address was 25 Ayer Street in Waterbury. That's when this whole mess started. This is how this whole thing started. And
So I'm going to stop you, Mr. Rios. I'm going to ask you again, and it's just a yes or no answer. Is it still your position that you did not acquire another firearm, like you were moving and the gun was inside a box?
I did not require another firearm. I did not. At the time when I came out, I was so concentrated in making it through the halfway house, getting out, doing the REACH program, making it home. And when I made it home, that's something that was left there, was totally forgotten about.
Left there by who?
Excuse me?
Left there by whom?
No, that was something that was just left there in the process of me moving from one address to another. It was.
So it was your weapon, yes?
Yes, ma'am. And it was forgotten about. It was my weapon. It was just forgotten about. I left it in a box and like I forgot about it and it was in.
So can I tell you something, Mr. Rios? This
Yes,
is,
ma'am.
you were convicted in 2010 for possession of a gun silencer.
Correct.
You were out on, we granted you parole in 2021 for another possession, and then you get a third. How many times do you think that we're supposed to forgive or support your discretionary parole for being in possession of firearms?
Being honest, I'm like I said, I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed and I know for a fact it's not gonna happen again. It's not, I was so concentrated in working in the new job that I got. I first started when I got out there managing 2 Meineke's and I was also, you know, I got the job with the people with mental disabilities. I was a case manager.
Yeah, and look, I'm sorry. I wish that what you were doing outweighed the criminal stuff. But, you know, it really does negate all the good things that you were doing when you keep being in possession of this weapon. So I appreciate your speaking with me. I'm done, so Chair.
Board Member Chance.
So
Excuse me.
Mr. Reyes is here, for, criminal possession of a weapon and possession with intent to sell. It's the same charges that he had, back in February of 2024. So, you know, I am concerned about the guns. He took, as I said, different programs the last time and this time, and he still went out. And the same thing he did before. So in a matter of less than 2 years, so it's concerning for me. So I have Mr. Rios denied today.
That's why I put her.
What?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I had criminal history, current offense on probation. And for me, I don't see, he took programs, but there is no change. No, I didn't say probation. I did? Sorry. It's parole. I'm sorry. It's parole.
Okay. Anything further?
Nope.
Criminal history and current offense committed without parole. So regarding Mark Rios 333-006, I move to deny parole based upon criminal history and the current offense being committed while on parole. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rios, we weren't able to give you parole today. We do wish you well.
Well, thank you for hearing me out.
This concludes the hearing for Mark Rios, inmate number 333006. Is it LaGrave?
Yes.
You good to go?
Yes.
All right, LaGrave, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon, my name is Bob Chairman. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon. If I state your names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Family member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, state your name, main number for the record.
Lawrence LaGrave, and my inmate number is 313-283.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Lawrence LaGrave, inmate number 313-283. Is serving a sentence of 33 months for a violation of probation with the underlying offense criminal mission first, As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 1st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It is been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, voice system currently has a good step. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. Offenders overall scoring against SRT falls within a high risk of risk for recidivist. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
So, Mr. LeGrave, we do have the letter that you submitted to us. If that's the same thing, we've already read it. We could go to question. Like to go to question? Okay.
No, it's the same letter. I just have a couple things to add to it.
Go ahead. Go ahead and add.
Okay, why I found with Mrs. Upton, she gave me TCM, which is transfer of case management. I'm now enrolled and waiting upon granted of parole for going into a relapse prevention group. I did sign releases for parole.
Okay.
And, she'll be here. She comes and sees me on Friday. She'll be back here this Friday. And if granted parole, I'd let her know. So when I transfer, I'll go straight into a relapse prevention therapy.
All right, good. So we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, and your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions, and we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Questions this afternoon. We'll start with board member Barry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Mr. LeGrave, I mean, you're almost 60 years old and you're still considered a high risk to recidivate. How does that make you feel?
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again, please.
You're almost 60 years old, and you are still considered a very high, a high risk to recidivate. How does that make you feel?
Not good, but I'm trying my best, and I have plenty of support. I have my brother helping me, make sure that I stay on the right track.
Why does your brother need to help you stay on the right track at 60 years old? Don't you want to stay on the right track?
Oh, yes, no, I do, absolutely, but I have to do it upon myself, and that's why I'm going to do meetings. I got to take responsibility for myself.
Okay. What's your longest clean time, Mr. LeGrave?
Pardon me?
What is your longest clean time?
2.5 years.
When was that?
I was like in my 30s.
Why haven't you been able to maintain your sobriety?
Not just, it's hard to say, just, it was hard to get out of the city. I was grateful to get myself out of the situations, to give me time to clear my head and get on the right track mindfully.
So what number incarceration is this for you?
Wait, say that again one more time.
What number incarceration? This is your only one.
This is my first time.
They tried to work with you on numerous occasions without prison, and you weren't able to comply.
Right.
So, but you can go into the prison and stay in there for almost a year and get no ticket for using drugs. How are you able to do that? We know there are drugs in the facility.
Well, I the willpower, the tiredness of it. I'm just, I'm getting too old for it. Like you said, I'm almost 60. I'm done. I'm
Well,
just
you
finished
should be. And that same energy that you have there in the facility, you should have out in the community, because you're running out of opportunities, Mr. LeGrave. You're going to wind up two places, in jail or dead. Are you ready to die?
No, not yet. I don't see that happening yet.
So why do you keep putting that poison into your body?
Just, it's hard to explain, but thankfully I haven't been while I was incarcerated, and I want to continue that path when I get out there, if granted parole. By staying on the right track, staying involved with the right people, with clean people, other people that want to stay good.
Right. So why, when the officer asked you about why you were using drugs out in the community, you told him that you were stressed, that you were worried, and you had so many concerns. You think
Yes.
that's different from anybody else out here living in the community?
No, I'm sure everybody else has their issues too.
So how do you handle that now?
By talking about my issues, not holding them in, reaching out for help.
You think you had a problem with asking for help in the past?
Yes, in the past I have, yes, where I just didn't think anybody really cared about, what I'm going through or, stuff in that nature, but there are people that care, and that's why I got so involved with the meetings and all, because people do actually care. And I do speak a lot to them with issues that, I have.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to be able to complete the remainder of your sentence out in the community if you're granted parole by avoiding reporting, because with parole, you're remanded immediately.
Right.
So that means if you're working, we don't care because you're not following the rules. So
Right.
you potentially stand a chance of losing your job, losing your housing. There's so many other things that you could utilize community release with because they have resources. It's okay to say to my officer, listen, I'm struggling right now with my sobriety. I need additional help. That's what you said. You need to ask for help. That's what they're there for.
Right.
They're not there to bring you back to prison. That is their job, but their primary job is public safety. And the second thing is they're there to help you.
Right. I'm realizing that, and that's why, I have no issues on speaking and asking somebody now.
Okay. All right. You've taken up the appropriate programs. It doesn't say that you did the best. You got good and fair evaluations, but you have completed the program. And they're not for us, sir. They're for you.
Right. No, and I was grateful to have them. And that's why I transferred. I had to transfer to Saibolsky from Oregon to do my mandated groups, and plus I have other groups that I took up on my own.
Good. You need to keep that incentive when you're out in the community. Like I know in there's not much else to do but focus on helping yourself. But you need to have that same energy out in the community, or again, we're gonna die, or we're gonna wind up back in prison.
No.
2 options. That's it. You don't get a third.
Right. No, I understand that totally.
What did you steal from your landlord in Naugatuck?
It was a camera and a couple other items, camera tripod, nothing.
Don't say nothing. Did you pay for it?
No, and that's why I was stopping myself to correct.
Thank you.
Okay. No matter if it was even a book of matches, it wasn't mine to take.
Exactly. We did receive support letters on your behalf, so you do have help out there in the community. I'm just hoping that you utilize all the tools that you've been given. All right. Yes. Thank you, Sir Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. LeGrave, what kind of job are you gonna look for?
Well, I was a cabinet maker by trade, doing custom woodworking and all, but I am like the other role that said, I am getting up there in age, so I'm gonna go look for like at Home Depot, my knowledge, because I'm very knowledgeable, woodworking, tools, building and grounds material. And I think
Mr. LeGrave, you need to get a job where you get paid by a check and pay taxes and be a normal citizen.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Home Depot, something where I get paid for my knowledge, helping other customers, to get their stuff they need in the store. Being an assistant clerk, on the floor assistant, Home Depot, hardware store.
So that is my concern, that you were getting under the table job and then you end up stealing. So I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Barrett.
Sir Chair, he's serving a flat sentence. He does rate out high, but I do not see any kind of violence in his criminal history. I do see larcenies and possessions, which are indicative of a person who struggles with substance abuse. I think that the additional support of parole will help Mr. LeGrave navigate his life clean and sober out in the community. So I would support parole for that.
Anything further?
I agree.
I have standard parole conditions.
I have. Who's Edward, Descanty?
It's,
Yeah, that's the underlying, but they're still in prison, I think, right? I think that.
who is Edward Descanty?
He was a gentleman that I was associated with. I haven't seen him in about 4 years now. And he's one of the people that I really don't want to associate with.
Yeah.
Standard. So regarding Lawrence LeGrave, 313-283, I move to grant parole on or after June 1st and 26th with standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. LeGrave, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release, and you're all set.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Hearing for Lawrence Grave, inmate number 313-283.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, hang on. Okay. Thank you.
How you doing, Mr. Mason?
Mr. Masonette,
Yes, ma'am.
is that how we pronounce your name?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, my name is Officer Sherman. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Good afternoon, panel member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Raymond Masonette, 428-384.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Raymond Masonette, inmate number 428-384. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell and dispense narcotics, criminal possession of firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon. As of today, record reflect the full eligibility date of January 9, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender is completing defined programs. Two, the current gets a kitchen job, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So, Mr. Mason, we have the letter that you submitted to the board. If this is what your statement is, we can proceed to ask you questions.
Yes, sir, that is my statement.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background, what you've done since you've been incarcerated, your interview with parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
So, Mr. Masonette, you are in prison right now for what?
For possession with intent selling drugs, narcotics.
Okay.
And a criminal possession of ammunition.
Okay. And so, were you selling drugs?
Yes, sir.
And the ammunition, did you have something to go with that?
No, it was in the car that I was driving that I had borrowed from someone, but I take full responsibility for it being in the car.
Okay. So with the sales, it appears that you have a substance use issue?
Yes, sir.
With what substance?
Opioids. Opioids.
Okay, and opioids as in heroin, fentanyl, oxy?
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl. Okay. So you were out there and you were using quite a bit?
Selling drugs to support my habit.
Selling drugs to support your habit. So, have you ever found a period of recovery in in your life out there?
I did when I was in the halfway house in Bishop House in Waterbury. I was working with CCAR out of the halfway house, and I feel like I got my best experience with my recovery when I was in a structured living setting that I was in when I was in the halfway house. And CCAR assisted me in a lot of my decision making. It's when I stopped utilizing them that's when I fell.
So you were working with a coach?
Yes, Jonathan Castro was my coach.
Good. So when you were in the community, were you going to any kind of meetings or anything like that?
I reached out to CCAR only is the only place that I felt comfortable dealing with the CCAR staff. Some of the AA meetings were in good neighborhoods and I wasn't comfortable going to them. So I dealt directly with the CCAR office on Bank Street on Waterbury.
Okay. But it appears that that wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so what in addition do you think you'll do this time?
I want to reach out to more the resources that are in the community. There's mental health maybe that I should seek and address some of my issues with. And that's why I asked in my supporting letter, I asked to be released to a halfway house so that way case management can assist me with that.
That's great. And that's good thinking. That's what we're looking for in the hearing, right?
So I have children that I also need to be involved in, and I'm hoping that the case management also assist me in reuniting them in my life.
Good. And you are fortunate to have been in J dorm, right?
Yes, I'm currently an elder there now.
So that's a pretty positive unit.
Yes, absolutely it is. If you really apply yourself, you can learn a lot. There's a lot of supporting staff, other inmates, other stories, as well as the counselors that are involved in the program. They really care.
Okay. All right. And you've had a job in the kitchen.
Practically my whole bid. Yeah, practically my whole bid. County as well as here, yes.
Yeah, and a lot of different programs in addition to like DOC type programs. And all of the evaluations that I'm looking at that are associated with you all have excellent ratings. So,
yes, sir.
Commitment on your part. I'm going to see if other board members have any questions for you. Board Member Chance, anything further?
Yeah, Mr. Maisonette.
Yes, ma'am.
Your mental health score is a 1. Why didn't you reach out to mental health at DOC?
So when you're in that type of state of mind and you're going back to your old ways, it's hard to reach out to people. You get ashamed and you find yourself in places where you don't know how to navigate.
Why did you have problems with the NA&A meetings in the community?
A lot of times when you go to those meetings, a lot of those members are using. Currently, actively, a lot of drug sales get made at these meetings. And I'm just not comfortable with certain people, like that type of atmosphere. That's where I go back to my recidivistic ways. I fall back on the old ways. Dealing with CCAR, I have a coach that I can call whenever I need it. And I did try to use the coach. It's just I got embarrassed because, I set expectations on myself. And sometimes when I don't meet those expectations, ma'am.
But that's your problem, Mr. Maisonette. You're embarrassed about everything. You're embarrassed about calling the CCAR coach when you need him. You're embarrassed about where the NA&A meetings are held. You're embarrassed about being incarcerated and not feeling comfortable seeking mental health. So what's going to happen to you when you go back in the community?
So through the program that I worked with, it's in the change unit. I recognize those areas. I didn't recognize them before, but this time I was able to recognize where my weaknesses were. And I know where I need to identify, and I'm going to reach out even to my parole officer. I wouldn't even speak to parole or probation, if granted parole. But I would never reach out to them before help. So now I know that they're a good source to keep me straight, rather than someone, I would look at them as someone who is only there to lock me up. Now I need to use them as a supporting cast as well as family members.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Mason, you've been going at this for 19 years, and I hope you can acknowledge to yourself that, number one, there's nothing to be embarrassed. You're not the only person who has an addiction. So your thinking and your decision-making has to change. And you've indicated that your recovery is a lifelong struggle for you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
The
ma'am.
thing is, you can't do it alone.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think you've identified in the letter that you wrote to us that you need to work on your self-esteem. So the letter that you wrote to us, I hope you take it home with you and check yourself, because it is a reassurance of the fact that you cannot go it alone and you need to ask for help.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You haven't gotten any DRs, and you're in the change unit and you completed tier 2. So you need to do away with the guns. You know what's going on in the community. You know the seriousness of what can happen when you have a gun. And I don't want you to say you need a gun because you're selling drugs.
Yes, ma'am. There's no excuse
That
for having
doesn't
that.
work. Exactly.
No excuse.
Okay. So I'm glad that you want to go to a halfway house and that you're going to seek mental health when you go back. So good luck.
Thank you.
Board Member Bear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Mason, I appreciated the letter that you submitted. I appreciate your expressing remorse and your acknowledging the harm that your actions have caused in your community and all of our community. I just wanted to point out that Ms. Chance was on your last panel. Do you remember her? And she did vote into parole. And the good thing is that you were able to complete that successfully without any positive drug screenings or any of that. So it did seem to help you stay on the right path. I just don't know where, when, if you deviated off that path because, as soon as you got on probation, you started messing up. So I'm really hoping that you're in it for the long haul this time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Mr. Masonette has done a lot of programming as part of J-Dorm. Positive things going on there. He's actually living as an elder in J-Dorm now. He has a plan to reconnect with what was working for him in the community and understands where he fell short. I have him voted for I have halfway house placement.
Yeah.
Anything?
Nope, that's what I have.
All right, regarding Raymond Masonette, 428-384, I moved to grant parole on or after 4/22/26 with halfway house placement in addition to standard parole. Second. Favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Masonette, you've been voted to parole and your condition to be explained to you prior to your release.
Thank you very much.
Closing hearing for Raymond Masonette, inmate number 42838. You're all set, Mr. Masonette.
All right, thank you. Please have a blessed day, guys. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Sir, over right with you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Pemberton, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Rob Sherman. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, and certify that you have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and name and number for the record.
Carlos Pemberton, 442-065.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Carlos Pemberton, inmate number 442-065. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, we reflect a parole eligibility date of July 16, 2025. There is no vision for the states. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender that's been reviewed and shows the offender's completed the following program since his last hearing: voices, records, and new thoughts. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range for recidivist. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
You want to add to what you had said last time?
Yes, I would like to say something.
Go ahead, sure.
Okay, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today too. I would like to start off by saying that I take full responsibility of my actions and blame no one but myself. I know I have made a lot of bad choices and bad decisions throughout my life, but the main thing that I didn't accept was that every decision and choice I start with me, because the consequences of my actions affects everything around me, like my family and the community and stuff. I would also like to say that through the programs I have taken, I realized the impact my actions do have on others. Also know I also learned that I had to see the situation clearly, know what I want, and expand the possibilities, and evaluate and analyze everything before I make any decision and put it in action to make the right decision. I know and feel that I have self-discipline and control over my thought and actions now. I also know I learned my lesson and I'm ready to change my life to a positive outcome. And I have to do it for myself, my family. I will make sure to keep this attitude in my everyday life and also lead the best life I can to a positive networking. I choose to lead today with a whole new outlook on life and with a whole new attitude of a man who has choice to choose and knowledge the choice I made from here on. I have a good, strong family support and a good job as a moving truck company waiting for me. I'm ready to change my life and live a drug and crime-free life and stay focused on my job and my family and stay away from anything, everything, or anyone that can lead me to do the wrong thing. Even though I know, right now I'm too focused and do the right thing. And I really ask for this opportunity to be with my family and show them that I can be the man they want me to be. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Pemberton. So this is going to happen just like it did the last time. So we're going to take turns asking questions, and we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. And you remember Miss Chance from Board Member Chance from the last time?
Yes.
And she's going to ask questions for you and Board Member Chance.
Okay, so Mr. Pemberton, I'm happy to see you today. And I was on your previous hearing, and the concern that we had was, you know, you had such an extensive criminal history, you had gun charges, you were selling drugs, and although you had completed specific programs in the federal prison, we wanted you to focus on programs that was on your OAP. And so today you completed Voices, Threshold, and New Thoughts.
Yes.
I am curious to hear what insights you gained from New Thoughts that you think will help you the next time you're in the community.
Well, New Thought helped me to first, like I said in my letter, analyze my thoughts before I put it in actions. So I make the right decisions.
Okay. And then Voices. The Voices program.
Voices, I learn a lot from both of them. It's just my English is hard for me to explain myself, but in Voices I learn the impact that my actions can do in others, can have in others. But I also learn a lot from them. All the programs I take from them.
Right. So with the Voices, we wanted you to do that because, you know, selling drugs, bringing harm to your community, your victims are the people who buy drugs, they suffer, their families suffer, your family suffer.
Yes.
So I'm very happy that you completed them and you haven't gotten any disciplinary reports. And you do have a release plan. Okay. So your release plan said you're going to live with your friend in Waterbury and that you can return to the Myers household moving in Waterbury. Have you contacted them?
Yes.
Newington.
But he said it was in Newington, sorry.
And yes, that's what I'm saying.
The friend in Newington, but it wasn't confirmed either way, Miss Chance, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I added a halfway house just in case. Okay, and so you also indicated in your release plan that you're going to attend a drug program. Now, we didn't hear from your sponsor. So when we don't hear from her, what does that mean for you?
You didn't hear from her?
No.
She told me that they communicate with her.
Okay.
Yes. And where is it? What town?
She lives in Newington.
Okay, Newington. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and have you connected with the place where you're gonna do the job? Where you said you can go back to?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where you're going to attend your drug program?
No.
Because that's what you had said.
If you know where I'm getting where I'm doing the drug program, you say? Well,
Yes.
I can do it in Waterbury.
But you're going to live in Newington.
Yes, but I don't know Newington like that, so.
Where is the employment is in Waterbury, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where I screwed up. You said you would do the program in Waterbury, and it made sense because that's where you work. Okay, so Mr. Pennington, I am all set with you, and I'm glad to see that you abide by the conditions that we asked you. You did your programs. You have a good release plan. You have a sponsor, and you have potential employment.
Yeah.
So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Board Member Barry.
Thank you. Mr. Pemberton, what's the longest time you've been able to remain in the community?
What's another time I've been able to what?
Stay in the community without being incarcerated?
Trust me, I'm not getting incarcerated no more.
I know, but how long, what's the longest time you were able to stay out of prison?
Oh, I was out of prison for, I really don't know how many years, but it was a long time.
But you were, so I have that you were in federal custody.
Yeah, before I went to the federal, I was a long time without getting incarcerated, like, I guess, but probably like 14, 20 years.
Really? Because I see from 2004, 2005, 2007, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012.
That was in New York, but I was never incarcerated for all those.
Okay, so you've just been, you're accumulating quite the history, by the way. Stop selling drugs. They know what you're doing. What makes you think you can get away with? You're 6'1" in Waterbury.
Trust me, it's not happening no more.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Oh, wait, and you have 48 months with the feds for supervision when you're released? So you'll be under dual supervision?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, triple if you start probation. It's gonna be a lot in your business.
A lot.
Yeah, well,
And I'm gonna make it happen. And I'm gonna make sure I make it happen.
Board Member Chance.
So this is a rehear for Mr. Pemberton. Pemberton. And at his last hearing, we basically asked him, based on his criminal history and the crimes that he was committing, that we wanted him to do the Voices program, Threshold and the New Thoughts. Those are the programs on his OAP, and not receive any disciplinary report. So he did all that, and he does have a sponsor that was confirmed. He have a potential job to go back to in Waterbury, and he indicated that he will attend whatever treatment program he has to in Waterbury. And so since he did what the previous panel asked him to do, I'm in favor of granting him discretionary parole today. He's rated at a moderate risk.
I don't know how, it's with a multi-state conviction record, but you know, I would be in support of his discretionary parole as well. He will have a lot of people in his business, and I really do hope that he utilizes these people as resources rather than enemies, because that's gonna really cause some issues, cause for a long period of supervision, should I say.
I have co-defendants.
Yep, I have. Well, one of them is white, so I have one of the co-defendants without the parole officer's permission, and I have Carlos Bonilla. I also have a halfway house just in case that's needed, and no alcohol.
Well, I went back and looked, so the parole officer did confirm.
Yeah, no, he did, but just in case that something happens, these people get kicked out all the time. I just, but we don't have to do what they do.
So the community services parole officers would come back and request.
I mean, I just know that they're gonna come back and they'll bring it back to add a condition. I was just done to have a health.
It doesn't hurt to add it, I mean, because it's only if necessary.
Yeah, if you need, yeah,
Mildred Betancourt is without PO.
yes.
Okay, so regarding Carlos Pemberton, 442065, I move to grant parole on or after April 22nd, 2026. The following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if necessary, no contact with co-defendants Mildred Betancourt without parole officer's permission, and no contact with Carlos Bonilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
You add the halfway house?
Yeah. The ayes have it, and the, Mr. Pemberton, you've been voted to parole. Your stipulation will be explained to you prior to your release. Okay?
You're all set.
You're all set.
You were granted parole.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
This concludes the hearing for Carlos Pemberton, inmate number 442065. Mr. Owens, correct?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna try to get started with your case. Good afternoon, my name is Officer Sharon. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Line board members are present this afternoon. Let's state your names on the record. Certified that you reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Panel member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nate Shaw Owens, 444728.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nashawn Owens, inmate number 444728, serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon. As of today, records reflect the full eligibility date of September 10th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan to the offender who has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed programs, voices, new thoughts, currently enrolled in GED class. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, defenders overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I can read this letter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. To the members of the parole board, my name is Nate Shaw Owens, and I respectfully read this statement in support of my request for parole. I take full responsibility for my actions that led to my incarceration. I do not minimize my mistakes, nor do I place blame elsewhere. I'm truly remorseful for the impact it had on my family and me and my community. During my time of incarceration, I have used this period for serious self-reflection, growth, and rehabilitation. I have completed Voices and New Thoughts while incarcerated. I learned that just because we are incarcerated doesn't mean we can't have powerful perspectives, emotions, and the ability to grow. It helped me understand that incarceration affects real people with complex stories, not just charges and Also, I learned how important communication, education, and self-expression are, and giving people hope and a voice even in difficult circumstances. If granted parole, I'm prepared to comply fully with my conditions set by the board. I'm committed to remaining a law-abiding citizen, continuing my personal growth, contributing positively to my community. I recognize that freedom is not a privilege. It's a right, and I do not take this opportunity lightly. Thank you for taking this time to let me speak. I respectfully ask for the opportunity to demonstrate through my actions that I'm ready to move forward responsibly and productively.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. So we read about what's gotten you to incarceration, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions along with your interview with the parole officer. We're going to talk about your case then and give you a decision, okay?
Yes.
And questions this afternoon, we'll start with Board Member Barry.
Thank you, so Chair. So, Mr. Owens, I appreciate your opening statement. You read it relatively quickly, but I appreciated your accepting responsibility, and you said you weren't going to minimize anything. You were remorseful for your actions, and you had time to reflect on the impact that your actions have had on not just your family, but the community as a whole. You utilize this time while you've been in the prison to focus on your rehabilitation, to learn how to communicate clearly and be respectful to others. And so it was a really good opening statement. My issue is, what is your fascination with guns?
I was young and I was easily influenced.
You're still young.
Yes.
And you'll probably still be influenced. You grew up in Waterbury?
Yes.
And so why did you go and buy a gun in the first place?
I used to think guns were the only way of protection. I had a lot of friends that passed away from gun violence.
Do you know how to use a gun?
Do I know how to use a gun?
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you trained? Did someone train you? You got, real training on how to fire and how to clean it and all that stuff?
No.
So if you pointed a gun at the bullseye, what is the likelihood that you'd hit it?
I don't know.
Right, exactly. And that is what the problem is. Because bullets don't discriminate. And just because you aim it at one thing, it doesn't mean that that's where it's going to go. And that's where innocent people lose their lives.
Yes.
So your fascination with these weapons and waving them around, you were out waving your guns around, according to the description of what transpired in 2021. You were waving the gun around. And now this time they raided your house and they found more weapons, more drugs, more ammunition, and high-capacity magazines. And my records indicate that you were actually out on community release when you got discharged. So why do you think we're going to grant you parole today if you can't comply with the opportunity that you had previously been given?
My mindset has changed, and I realized a gun is, I don't need a gun for protection anymore. That God got me, and I realized changing my crowd up and stop hanging around the same people. And I know what I did was a mistake, being easily influenced and hanging around the wrong crowd. I take up full accountability for everything I've ever been incarcerated for, and I just realized it was a mistake. I just asked to.
It wasn't a mistake. I think you categorized it properly when the officer interviewed you by saying poor decisions. That's exactly what it is. It's poor choices, poor decisions, and unfortunately, those poor decisions that you make lead to people dying or being injured for the rest of their lives. Yes. And you can see on the news the repercussions of people who are unlicensed and untrained to utilize firearms. They're killing innocent people on a daily basis.
Yes.
So were you working when you were out in the community?
No, I was doing interviews. I was only home for 60 days. I was trying to do interviews. I was doing interviews and I didn't have a job, no.
So how'd you get money to get another gun?
What's your question again?
Where did you get the money from to get another gun when you were out on community release?
I just had money.
From what? Drugs? Selling drugs?
No, a previous job.
A previous job? I showed that you have no work history. Where'd you work?
I had a job before I got incarcerated the first time.
Where?
Price Toppers in Middletown.
And how long?
The beginning of 2023, end of 2022.
How long did you work at Price Toppers?
Like 4 months, 5 months.
And you were able to save that money from 2 years ago to buy a gun when you got out of prison? That's what the first thing you wanted to do was buy a gun with the money that you had saved.
Just poor decision making.
I don't believe that what you're saying. That I don't believe that you got it with the money that you were working with. I believe that you had a bunch of drugs in your house was it your mom and your dad?
Just my father.
And how much time did he get?
The same amount of time as me.
Have you seen him since you've been there?
No, he's home.
Okay. When did he go home?
In November, he was granted parole in November.
Do you want to be a repeat offender, Mr. Owens?
No, I do not.
Do you want to continue to go in and out of prison for the rest of your life?
No, I do not.
So why do you choose why choose this lifestyle? What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to have my own business, making
Doing
clothes.
what? Making clothes. What kind of clothes?
Like urban streetwear.
Have you ever seen the show Project Runway?
No.
Can you sew?
Excuse me?
Do you know how to sew?
No. I had a sewing class before. I sewed before, but in middle, like when I was in school, middle school.
So how are you going to have a clothing line? Are you just going to, can you draw?
Yes, yes,
Okay, so you can draw. So you'll design it and have someone else make it?
yes,
So why can't you work? So that means you got to get your GED, right?
yes, yes.
And get a job that can help you pay for that career. It's possible. You're only 22.
Yes.
I mean, you have your whole life to put all of this behind you, but you have to stop this foolishness.
Yeah, yes, I understand it.
Yeah, you're too young to have this many gun charges. You really are. All right, I'm off that. Thank you, Sir Chair.
Member Chance, anything further?
So, Mr. Owens, when you were out on transitional supervision and they came to check you at your house,
Yes,
and it was you and your dad that was there with the guns.
yes,
So you were in a house with guns,
yes, I was.
and now, does your mother live there?
Yes. It's my mom's house. My parents aren't together no more though.
So I don't know if I'm wrong, but I have a Tamisha Williams, who's his mother, is one of his co-defendants along with his dad.
Yeah, she wasn't charged though.
I know.
But she was arrested too because they were the adults in the house.
Right. So I don't know, what was your mother aware of what you were doing?
No,
And she lives in the house, but she didn't know you and your dad had guns?
no, ma'am.
Why weren't you in school doing your GED?
I signed up for adult ed. I just never fell through with it.
You're in GED now?
Yes.
How far are you?
I was going in 2 weeks. I didn't take any tests. I just had got enrolled. I just got to this prison last month, the beginning of March, the end of February. So I just enrolled. I've been taking a lot of pre-tests and learning. So when I go get my GED, when I take the test for all 4 classes, I'll pass.
Okay. So can you identify one thing you learned in Voices and one thing you learned in New Thoughts that you think will help you?
Yes, I learned how to just control my anger, make better decisions, and to walk away from certain things. Like certain things that always need an input in my crowd, changing my crowd, and trying to get out of Waterbury and go down south with my other family members, because I'm gonna, like, it's easy to relapse back into the old life. I'm trying, like, being in jail, I learned, like, that's not gonna do nothing but continue to hurt my family and my decisions in the community, and just trying to do right by myself and my family, so I can have a better life and I don't have to keep coming back to prison.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for answering my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Baer.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So I'm a little ambivalent about Mr. Owens. I really came in here with a denial of of his discretionary parole because this was his second weapon. He did receive disciplinary infractions while he's been in the facility, and he was already on community release when he acquired another firearm. You know, I say I'm ambivalent because of his age. That's the only thing that's really swaying me, and I'm not going to say that that's a good thing or a bad thing because of his age, the impulsivity is what his issue is. When you couple the impulsivity with the weapons, it can be a disaster. I say that because you know these are serious charges.
Yes.
But he's young. He has no children. He doesn't struggle with substance abuse. He can turn this thing around, but at the same rate, he rates out high. You know, I came in with a no. He's done in January of next year. I'd be willing to hear what you both had to offer in terms of.
Board Member Chan.
So my concern about his parents, really, because he said the house that he was living in with the guns, the house is his mother. And there's no way you can tell me that a mother doesn't know what's going on in her house. And his father was there the day with the guns. So I'm concerned about the effect of his parents. He wants to go back home to his mother. The good thing that I hear from Mr. Owens is he wants to move and go to another state. He completed some good programs today, and he's in the EED program. But again, my concern are the parents. So if we can do without the parents, I would be willing to give him an opportunity. The DR that he got last April was for a hot pot, which, you know, I'm okay with the DR. I'm just concerned about the gun charges. And, you know, his comment to the parole officer was, I have too much free time and having fun, but having fun with guns. So I'm hoping that Mr. Owens could find a vocational program when he goes in the community participating. And I still have big question marks at his mother and father.
I hear those concerns. That's why I have down halfway house. As well, he has done some programming. I hear change coming from him. Although it's not okay either way, but the possession charge does not include firing a weapon. And the you know, he is halfway house approved. I would like to give him the opportunity to utilize parole to see what he can do with vocational things or other kind of reentry services and things like that, that the parole officer would give guidance on. So I'm not sure if that helped. Not sure where we are.
I because of his age, and I'm going out on a limb because honestly, I think that this will be me giving him a true shot. But I would be willing to support discretionary parole this time, and you know, and hope that he's learned his lesson. But
yeah. See what I had here too, Mr. C?
Yeah.
It's the same thing that you said, you know, it's what I had.
Yeah. We have halfway house placement and no contact with Tamisha Williams or Sean Owens without parole officer's permission.
I also have Fabian Edison in our Angeline Martinez, go for it for the underlying conditions for his 2023 conviction for the weapon, or 2024 conviction. I'm sorry, 2021 conviction. They live in the same apartment complex, so
You have those written out?
I do. Savion, Sadion, Ettson, and Ariangelie Martinez.
So regarding Nashawn Owens, 444-728, moved to grant parole on or after April 22nd, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: halfway house placement, no contact with co-defendants Tamisha Williams and Sean Owens without parole officer's permission, no contact with Fabian Edson or Ariangelie Martinez. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Owens, you have been voted to parole and your condition to be explained to you prior to your release.
Please don't go out. Do better. Seriously, I'm gonna keep your file and look you up frequently.
Yes.
And I hope to see that you're doing well out there.
Yes.
Goodbye.
This concludes your hearing. Sean Owen, inmate number 44472.
Good.
Mr. Miller, correct?
Correct.
All right. Be good to go, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Miller, we'll go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Sherman. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Anna Member Berry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Miller, 398081.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dwayne Miller, inmate number 398081, serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4.5 years, followed by 4 years probation for sale of narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 24th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability complaint for the offender. Has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs since his last hearing: domestic violence, voices, tier 2, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide level offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Just ahead of you reading anything, we do have the letter that you submitted. I'm not sure if that's the same one that you were going to read or not. Well, this is from November.
Yeah, that's the last term.
So is this is a new letter that you have?
Yeah, I have a new letter.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to start by verbalizing gratitude and appreciation for another opportunity to exhibit my growth. I take full responsibility for my past actions and the decisions that led me to this point in my life. I understand the harm I have caused to my kids and other family members who share a significant place in my heart, as well as members in the community. Having been previously incarcerated, it was necessary for me to honestly reflect on the choices I made upon release that led me back into this situation. I recognize now in the past, I returned to the same environment and influences that contributed to my poor decision-making. While my actions were my own, I understand that I did not put myself in a position to succeed.
Since my last hearing, I have remained committed to my personal development as a father, as a man, and in faith. I no longer think the same thoughts, so my actions no longer reflect my past behaviors. During my incarceration, I used my time productively by working, reading, studying, participating in programs, attending religious services, and pursuing trade education. I have also developed both short-term and long-term plans for my reentry. I have remained focused on growth despite being surrounded by negative influences within the prison environment. I have completed several programs that had a meaningful impact on my thinking and behavior. Here too helped me understand how addiction can distort thinking and how individuals can become addicted not only to substances, but also the lifestyle surrounding them. Domestic violence taught me healthy ways to communicate, including compromise, respect, and nonviolence. It helped me to recognize that I engaged in unhealthy and verbally abusive behavior in the past, which I am committed to changing. Anger management taught me the importance of respect, boundaries, communication, and accountability in maintaining healthy relationships. Voices gave me a deeper understanding of the long-term impact of trauma on victims and increased my awareness of their experiences and rights. These programs have helped me become more self-aware and have given me tools to make better decisions moving forward. This time, I am making a different and more responsible choice for my release. Instead of returning to the same environment as I have in the past, I plan to enter a halfway house. I see this as an important step in my transition, as it will provide structure, accountability, and access to resources that support successful reintegration. I am choosing to place myself in an environment that promotes stability, growth, and responsibility. While in the halfway house, I plan to secure employment within 2 weeks and continue attending therapy and religious services regularly. Within 4 to 6 months, I plan to have saved enough money to obtain stable housing and reliable transportation. Within 6 to 12 months, I intend to return to trade school and begin building a solutions-based business focused on contracting opportunities. I understand that I will face challenges. However, I have never felt more prepared, focused, and driven. I have reinvented my mindset and my approach to life. I now understand my purpose more clearly. I respectfully ask the board to grant me the opportunity to continue my growth outside of confinement and to prove that the changes I have made are real and lasting. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So you know what happens here. We're going to ask questions based upon what we've read, what you've accomplished since the last hearing. Then we're going to talk about your case, give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right. So that was a wonderful letter. You went over all your programs and what you, the key takeaway from each one. So that was a really positive thing. You talked about, thinking, more thinking, and you talked about wanting to go to a halfway house to set yourself up for success. And from that halfway house, you would seek out employment, connect with therapy and other religious services. The thing that I had a question on was, you have a substance use background. What else are you going to do to address your substance use recovery?
From my self-reflection, I've took away. I started to. What I understand about my addiction is I have a hard time coping, and I utilized substances to help me cope. I feel as if therapy and medication management would help me, would be the first step that I can take in the direction to get me that substance abuse help, as well as resources and help with my coping.
Okay. Have you ever thought about programs that are available out there on an ongoing basis, like AA, NA, things like that?
I have taken NA before. I feel as if the structure, I feel as if I need more of something more tailored to me rather than a group setting when it comes to my substance abuse. Only because, like I said, I feel as if it's tied directly into my mental health.
Mhm. There's a
And
lot of people in the recovery community that deal with mental health and addiction, right? And the thing is like, wait, so like when you said that the way you described going to NA tells me that you haven't really gone to NA a lot, right?
Yeah, I haven't.
Right. And see what happens there is it's people with lived experience, just like you, right? And when you say it's about coping, one of your issues is about coping. When you go to an NA meeting, there's a lot of times there's topics that are things that are going on in our lives that we hear people talk about how they cope with things and what they do and things like that. And it's also like peer stuff, so that people that are going through the same kind of things that you're going through, there's, and
shared experiences.
And when you talk about something that's going on with you, somebody else in that room hears that. They strike up a conversation with you about, hey, what's going on? That kind of thing, to be supportive, right? So I hear you, and it's great that you're going to connect with therapy. You're going to connect with religious services, because the faith-based community is a great thing, right? But think about NA and such, right? Because when you're trying to deal with coping, therapy does one thing, right? But having somebody that's walking alongside you that's dealing with the same kind of stuff in a positive way is another really positive thing. And the recovery community in New Haven is incredibly positive, right? It's a good recovery community.
Okay.
So, that's the, you have a really good plan and you're setting yourself up there. If you try to add that in there, you might find even better results,
Okay.
Don't have to go through it alone, right? And that's the thing, when you go to therapy, it's like, you talk to the therapist about what's going on with you. Therapist doesn't really talk about, well, yeah, this is how I dealt with that.
Yes.
Follow me?
I definitely follow you.
So there's two different lanes, lanes there,
So I am willing to take things into consideration and utilize the resources like I had expressed that the halfway house has to offer. So I am not opposed at all to going to an NA meeting.
Right. That's, that would be another positive thing for you to do. Right. I'm going to see if anybody else has questions here. Board Member Chance, anything further?
I'll just make a comment. So I was on Mr. Miller's previous hearing. I did not vote in favor of a rehear because of Mr. Miller's criminal history, which included gun possession charges, triangulation, suffocation, assault third, and violations of probation, because he was on probation when he committed the offense. And he had 8 failures on community release. And during his last hearing, he had 3 DRs and 2 were for fighting. So those are my reasons for not doing the rehear.
Right.
And I'm going to stipulate, I thought he could have done a better job with his release plan, but I hear you explaining it to him. He did say he was selling drugs to support his habit. So he really has to look at ways in how he can prevent himself from going back to drugs, because those were his coping mechanisms. Mm-hmm. And even though he has completed programs here, I don't know which of those programs is going to help him to deal with, his coping issues that he has, so that he doesn't go back to drugs.
Right.
So right where I was last time.
Right. Board Member Baird.
I don't have any questions.
So, Board Member Barry, I know where Board Member Chance is. So what are your thoughts here?
I could absolutely see why Ms. Chance voted the way that she is.
Yeah.
His criminal history is very concerning. But Mr. Miller sounds motivated here today. He is only going to be with us for a short amount of time before transitioning to probation, if he's granted parole for that. And he'll have a lot of work to do. So, I mean, it's been a year since he's had his last disciplinary infraction. And he's done what the prior board asked him to do. So I would support discretionary parole.
I have no alcohol, halfway house,
And domestic violence.
domestic violence, give management for domestic violence. Anything else?
No.
So regarding Dwayne Miller, 398081, I move to grant parole on or after April 22nd, 2026. With the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, behavior management for domestic violence. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Nay.
And by a vote of 2-1, Mr. Miller, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions be explained to you prior to your release. You heard the concerns here. You know, we're taking an act of faith in the work that you've done. So get out there and execute on the plan that you put.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
This concludes the hearing for Dwayne Miller, number 39808.
It's good. It's leave.
Hi, Mr. Pendergrass, how you doing?
I'm very good. How are you?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Props. Sharon, today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. This is a hearing for Connecticut Board of Pardons. Board members are present this afternoon, and I state my name's on record and certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation in this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Piano member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Jake Pendergast, 383-243.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jake Pendergast, MA number 383-243. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for burglary third, criminal first, violation of probation with the underlying offense larceny first, failure to appear first, larceny fourth, reckless engagement first, larceny fifth, and larceny sixth. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 1st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2 and voices utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I have a letter right here.
Good morning, members of the parole committee. My name is Jake Pendergast, inmate 383-243. I am currently an inmate serving time at Cybulski Correctional Institute. I have been in almost 3 years of 4-year sentence. I want to thank the parole board committee for allowing me the opportunity you have granted me. The word opportunity defines a favorable combination of circumstances, a time, a place, a chance for advancement. Opportunity is a word that has occurred often as I thought why I'm in jail. Opportunities I took for granted or ignored, but instead I took the wrong path. Even future opportunities that I made may not be possible due to my drug addicted fueled bad choices. I made extremely bad choices that I would never have made if I wasn't under the influence of drugs with a serious substance addiction. Every single crime I've ever committed has been fueled by my addiction. When I saw the amount of days accumulated on my jail records, it truly made me sick physically and mentally. I am tired of being in pain every day, all the time. I tossed away when my family needed the most. I am a father with two 10-year-old daughters that need me. I am 100% so guilty of all my crimes I've ever committed. With a straight mind, being clean, now I think of everything I've ever done, and again, it makes me sick. I cheated my way through time, stealing copper from abandoned properties, doing countless store larcenies, all to support my selfish addiction. I deeply apologize to everyone that I dragged in the horrible chapters of my life of drugs and crime, and I apologize to my family for the stress I put them through these years. I am sorry to the employees of all the stores I committed the crimes at. I am sorry to all the police officers that I put through hell playing the cat and mouse game. Everyone that was affected by my bad, selfish decisions. I truly am sorry. That chapter of my life is over. I take full responsibility of all my bad decisions. I choose to no longer have that mindset. I have finally trashed my stash. I have the mentality now of a civilian, a father, and a hardworking professional. Through this incarceration, I've had a life-threatening accident that put me in Yukon Hospital for 30 days. I had serious kidney failure, dialysis every day. It scared me so much where I knew I had to make a change in my life. I returned to Cybulski, healed, enrolled myself in the Change Dorm. This is a program dorm for drug addiction. 30 days there, I became a peer mentor. Attended multiple meetings every day, gained discipline and structure. Many people noticed the change in me. My family, the correctional officers and counselors said I was a complete transformation. I've learned my bad decisions will hold me accountable for the man I was. It will also serve as a reminder of the lifestyle I wish to never to surface again. To close in sum, this is one of the opportunities, the chance to be able to have my case brought up to the board for such important decision to be granted. I am finding myself every day bettering the person I need to better. Those individuals and categories of people I used to fit in with are very distant from me now. I am also blessed to start a job almost immediately upon my release. Everyone that knows me knows I have accomplished great transformation, so I ask sincerely just for that chance. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Pendergast. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with the parole officer. We're going to talk about, we're going to ask questions regarding that and then talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
And the questions this afternoon will start with Board Member Chant.
Hello, Mr. Pendergast. Thank you for writing that very detailed and informed opening statement for us today. I appreciate it. I wanted to do a follow. So you talked about the change unit, but I thought I read that you were in the change unit, but you were removed due to a mouth swab where you were tested positive for alcohol.
Yeah, it was a false positive on the, because yes, after the next one that I had taken, which has happened multiple times, the mouth swabs didn't work. I had to take 3 of them. So I said, for now on, if I have to take them, I would prefer to take the urines, or because they're either not working or they're coming up false positive. So I mean, in the change unit, they're not making that stuff in there. Nobody's making it in the change dorm. And
how long were you in there?
I was in there for 8 months.
8 months. Tell me what you did during the 8 months.
I completed the program. I got all the certificates that they give out for each 2-week courses. I attended 5 meetings a day for most of them, 3 to 5, when you're only required to do 3 a week. I did 3 to 5 a day. And I learned a lot about myself. I gained a lot by listening to other people that have previously been through the same road as me, but been through it a lot longer. So I learned that the decisions that I'm making that I have previously made are still coming back. And if I didn't change my ways, I'm still going to keep doing the same thing. So I learned just I've already stopped talking to most of the people that I used to talk to. The only person I actually do talk to is my mother and father and my daughters. I don't talk to any friends. Well, they're not friends anymore. Yeah. I don't talk to, what was that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a term we learned. It's called trashing your stash. You get rid of all the old phone numbers, contacts, just anything that will put you in harm's way of a relapse from your recovery.
Okay, so did that help you to understand why you had such a high drug score and such an addiction to drugs?
Why did I have such a high drug score?
Did it help you? Did that?
Yes. Oh, it's I've been through rehabs. I've been through countless rehabs. I've been through jail.
That's why I'm asking you if this particular program was able to help you.
It absolutely did. And once I completed it, I found myself, wanting to focus on actually working on myself than actually, because I was a peer mentor in there, and I was I was helping everybody else do their things and work on their, what they had going on. And I made up the decision to actually bring it up to work on myself, focus on paroling and, not dealing with everybody else's problems they had going on.
Right. And then the Voices program, I'm sure that was able to tell you about all the criminal charges that you, the criminal offenses that you were committing against other people, how it impacted them. Every time you did a larceny or a criminal mischief or a burglary or larceny first, that it impact the victims. Yes. And hopefully the Voices program was able to help you to acknowledge the harm you were causing to not just them, but to your community and your family.
The Voices program, I learned a lot about what you just mentioned. I learned a lot about if you're under the influence, what could happen if you're, operating something. It showed us first on hand videos of victims that were under the influence and being in these horrible accidents, or it shows people going and doing simple larcenies and victims being in the house and putting them in harm's way. It made me actually open my eyes and realize that it's not worth it. It's really not. And the tier 2 program, that was a big help too. I started with the 12-week, I think it's 12-week one. And I finished, it was about 8 weeks I got into it, and I had caught the kidney failure. So I went to the hospital for a month, and I came back and had to start it all over again. So I actually got a lot out of tier 2.
Okay, so in terms of your release plan, I know your mom is going to sponsor you and you're gonna probably get some type of employment with help from a friend of your mom's. But what about your recovery? How are you gonna stay sober?
I am going to, my mom's ex-husband he's been in recovery for about 10 years now. And I'm gonna use him as a recovery coach sponsor. He's been sober for, I believe, since, actually, I think it was like 2014, but there was a little mishap. So I think it was about 2015. So I think it's about a little over 10 years now. So I'm gonna use him.
So he'll be your sponsor?
Yes.
Is he part of the C-card program?
Is he? Well, no, he's never been incarcerated, but he attends meetings.
No, the C-card program.
Oh, no.
Because they have them in the community.
Yes, yeah. He does the 12-step meetings, the AA, the NA meetings. He's been doing them for countless years. So I'm going to use him as a sponsor and
Wonderful.
Yes. And
okay.
I'm gonna look into doing counseling too, like family counseling.
Yeah.
To get the bond with my children better and figure ways to get the family better.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm all set. Thank you for sharing with me today, Mr. Pendergrass.
Board Member Barry?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pendergrass, you have a lengthy criminal history, and it is indicative of a person who has substance abuse issues. I need to know, what was your longest clean time out in the community?
My longest clean time in the community was, I started using when I was 22. I've gone 4 years. 4 years clean.
And what years were that?
Those were from, I think it was 2013 to 2017, I believe.
I saw you were committing larcenies during that time. So maybe about 3 years, you think? 2 or 3 years?
I believe that those larcenies though were something that was committed. I'm not sure. I think it's either 3 or 4 years. I know it was.
What were you doing? What were you doing to maintain your sobriety at that time?
It was when I first actually started doing drugs. So the first time that I got hooked on them, I got off of them, and it was an easier task than it is now compared to.
Did you maintain your sobriety for 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
By doing what? You just quit cold turkey?
Working. I stayed working. I stayed working and just connecting with my family, staying close to my family.
What are some of your triggers, Mr. Pendergrass?
Some of my triggers are being around negative people or like old places, like bad places, like places where where I used to get drugs or anything like that.
Okay.
Which those are on the other side of the state, so I don't really plan on going out there.
Do you have any issues with asking your parole officer or your probation officer for help when you're out in the community?
No, I called there was a time on Christmas where I actually called up and I left a message on her answering machine, told her that after the holidays I'd like to check myself in, and she had put me into the Hat Foundation.
I know.
That
yeah. So one last question, and that is okay. I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna talk about your case now. Board Member Chance.
So Mr. Pendergast is rated in the moderate range. He has a very high drug score of 5. He was in the change unit for 8 months and completed all the programs, went meetings, learned about himself. He became a peer mentor, and he read a very detailed letter that I thought was very helpful when he read it to the panel. He completed Tier 4 and the Voices program, and along with what was in the change unit, I
Tier
can
4? I wrote down Tier 2.
change Tier 2.
Okay.
Tier 2 and the Voices program, and was able to apply some of the things he learned in the change unit. His release plan includes being sponsored by his mom, has connection to employment via his mom friends, and he wants to further his education, but he also wants to connect with his mother's ex-husband, who's going to be a recovery coach for him, working on the 12 steps. And he also wants to see counseling so that he can co-parent with the mother of his 2 children. So I find him suitable for discretionary parole today.
Board Member Baer.
I agree.
I have no alcohol and 4 co-defendants.
I just have one, Julia Batts.
No, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have Frank Sterling.
The larceny was.
Okay, so
There, and that's part of the BOP for what he's serving time.
Frank, Sarah, and Jeffrey were part of the underlying, so just Julia Bates.
She's incarcerated right now.
Yes.
Right, but AKA Julie Michelson, she has 2 names that she uses.
That's it.
The other one is Michelson.
Michelson, M-I-C.
Yeah, that's her AKA name, MICHAELSON.
Okay, so just the one. All right. No alcohol. Yep. And just the one code. All right, so regarding Jake Pendergast, 383243, I moved to grant parole on or after April 22nd, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption and no contact with co-defendant Julie Batts or Julie Michelson, also known as. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay, those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Pendergast has been voted parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, sir.
For Jake Pendergast, number 383243.
Have a good day. Thank you.